carbon. So this is much more relevant for the zeros and not for the cave of the Kami Summit. Okay. So the blazer akfar for the tuma aspect, but not for the hold on. What happens to the blazer akfar? Another has to be a carbon because he's an avera. What's the avera? So again, the Gemara tells us of the Hizra. So he gave us certain beautiful things to enjoy in this world. And he didn't ask us to make it up. So now he goes ahead and turns himself to another, forbids himself from drinking wine. So to a certain extent, there's an avera on his hands for forbidding himself to wine. So now maybe indeed there is an avera by another. In the case that the Sar is coming to atone for, Marsha Sabra says no, you don't need that. You don't need this whole drasha to find the difference is not necessary because he just darkens the fact that it's not going to serve the atonement because it says mitum, and that comes to say only one tumah, which is the drasha and nothing else. Okay, now getting to Vinyan. Haramar, Shimon Shimon says you look from its actual place. Omer, the keeper out. We threw out some things what I just explained, what I just broke out. He explains, it goes ahead and serves the Kodesh. It is in the Kodesh, inside the city. It serves as an atonement for some of the Tumos, which he explains. Kodesh. In other words, it serves as the Kodesh. So again, the way he explains this, the itself, if you read it and understand, what is it saying? The keeper of the Sawyer, this goat, which is going to be brought inside. It is Mechaper, it serves as an atonement, Mitum Os, from its tumah. Which tumah? Is that the more explained? Mitum Os. In other words, we just got finished explaining that the first definition is some random single tumah that it atones. And therefore we have a list. Is it going to be is it going to be a Yoledes, a Mitzorah? Any of these cases, they're going to have some type of difference. But if you read the pasuk and you understand what it says, the pasuk seems to say very clearly, which means Mitum Aso, from its tumah, either by entering the tameh or by consuming something which is why you are tameh, and that's really what the pasuk means. Gemara says, if that's the case, Shaper Ka'amar Shimon. It sounds pretty good. In other words, read the pasuk and make this whole drasha over here. What was so difficult? Why did the pasuk take a Shimon? But if you do the Amar law, we will tell you very differently. You said I need that for something else. He covered with neither with him, help me now with the exactly as you do. With neither with him, with the blood of his probably used in the Heichal. What does this mean? So, on Yom Kippur, a large part is sprinkling the blood. We'll take this and ask with him. What they'll do is they'll split this water, right? They gather it, and then we have the Achas, the Masha, and the this in full glory of Kippur. Achas the Achas the Shine, Achas the Shalosh, Achas the Yavo. It goes to the Achas and to the Achas. So there's a whole process of doing what up and 7 down. Maybe after that, but this is part of the procession. So now, this is the keeper al kodesh mitumos. This is the kihei yavik l'fnai l'fnim as you do instant to sprinkle the blood 1 and 7 down. You do it again. We are kodesh inside the sanctuary. In other words, kodesh the kodesh hakadosh. So basically between the 2 rods on the aros, that's where it's done first. And the pasuk says this: keeper al hakodesh tells you to do it again. We're hakodesh. Where is that? That's the process, the curtain that separates the sanctuary place from the holiest place. So you do it again. Yeah, the way he understands it is not that it serves as an atonement for something that was done with Kodesh. Rather, he says, the process, the chipah that you're going to do, the process of doing this kapara is done by Kodesh. He understands it very differently And the Shimon, therefore, he has to make his justice. He needs that exactly as he do. Not just Hakinabit base is exactly in the Hechal, we do it and send it down on the prophets. Okay, so Moshe says, all right, so once we're getting into this, if that's the case, Shimon, how does Shimon know to repeat the process of sprinkling the blood second time on the Gemara says, the pasuk says very our kodesh mutimot days and it says Petain Yahel Moed. So it says I don't need to understand in the beginning of the pasuk of the keeper our kodesh to sprinkle the blood and set them down inside the kodesh. Why? Because it says the Petain Yasa. So shall be done. So therefore I don't need to actually understand that way. The word says, okay, Yehuda, pretty good point. Read the whole pasuk. The pasuk first tells the people to us. And why can't you understand that with Shimon? And then you want to know how you can find on the Torah? Well, we look at the Shimon. Imi arhi at that. Havi Amina would have thought Nasi Tara Vinyasa such shall be inside the Oral Moed. I mean, set of karbanos. That's a pretty big deal. And then they see far, the Sarini, the Navid come up. So our pasuk tells us the beginning, and then no. You don't bring two of them. This same sire, and after the him, he uses blood twice. Shimon, so according to Shimon, what do you do with that? He says, no, I'm sorry, that's just not what it means. The way I understand the word Chinyasa doesn't mean to bring the second one, it just means repeat the process the second time. So ultimately what we have over here is we have a Shimon who's not really, he's not looking for some type of similarity or exception in Why? Because the way he understands it is pretty clear in the pasuk. It says it's from us. In other words, what it means is it's coming for some type of similar that happened later. What is that? That person who eats kachim while he's coming, or a person who walks in the sanctuary when he's coming. That's really just what they're talking about. No need for any justice. However, he doesn't understand that way. Originally, he understood it was is that the people of Kodesh is just telling you to repeat the process of Achas Lamaris. So when and therefore he has to actually find some type of identifying feature about that would make you choose that one that is supposed to be the Talmud. Gemara goes on. Yachal al kol tumas lekodesh sar zeh mechapes. We just saw it yesterday. Just bring it up again. You would have thought that this sar hanas lefnim comes in atonement for four types of tumah. Tumah just is we am lekal some. Observes for me AM for Pesha, for intentional sin, and the Kol Chatasam for unintentional sin. Mind you, what is that? It's Yishba Yediyah Patila, the Yishba Yediyah Pasha. In other words, as follows. Yesterday's that we learned from Hashem Kol Chatasam that just like a Pesha, when a person does something intentionally, does not get the opportunity to bring carbon. Carbon is an opportunity for a person to atone for an unintentional sin. Now, that is intentional. Carbon, the person is a tuba, but a carbon is not one to like an intentional sin. So we learn from that juxtaposition between and the Kochata that it has to be just like a pesha, which does not a carbon. So a copy, this chata that is coming to a total, there's no carbon. The sun, the flame, only come for an atonement for something that doesn't have the ability to do the carbon. What does that come to exclude? This is man yesh b'yedila. Person knows about it initially. The yesh b'yedila, but knows about it after he has the slaps in there. And that's the case with versus hold on a second. High bar carbon. That's that case. You do bring a carbon. We just got all these cases with shark having a carbon. What do you mean that this is the case? That it's different art. It means like this. In other words, what we're talking about is a case where a person knows that some of it's just talk out that case. It's arrogant. And a person, he's busy going through his final limit tshuva preparations, set himself. And he thinks, myself, this year I became Tommy. And, this, to that, to something else, the same to us. I was Tommy, I worked with Bishop. While I was Tommy, now he finally has his last idea. He's like, hold on a second. It's a little busy right now. Things are going on here. So there's never enough time to bring a car. So you Kipper goes into it. They bring the Sar Lashem, doing Anathim. Perhaps that Sawyer will exempt him. Before Bill Sukkah, he does not have to go out and to atone for his Avera. Because some, I would have thought that the Nicene Tamash 1. I would have thought that he doesn't do another carbon now. Tamash 1, no, it doesn't work. The carbon, the Sar, not the thing, only work for a case where a person does not have the idea about it. You do not have the basel, then that Sawyer, not the thing, will take care of it for you. However, if you do have the idea about at the end, you do have to bring your carbon, and you're not going to be off the hook by the carbon that was brought before the carbon sequence. Hold on, Matt. Now you see the idea of the aim by myself. How do I know that a case person knows about it initially? The aim by idea by self, and he has this lapse of memory, never has that initial, that subsequent memory, piece of knowledge that tells him that he violated the mikdash or that he's tamei. Shesar Zatola, that this sire is going to be a kafara for him. Gemara says, Yukini, Minayan, type of kafir. Didn't we just spend the entire Talmud on that case? Like, that's what we just said. We just told you that it's not going to work for a case. We have the beginning and at the end. So now, what do you ask in this case? Gemara says, this is what Gemara says. After the Amr doing the Peshayim, now that you told me that there's a comparison between a faith and a pasha, intentional, unintentional sin, we say masham block ne carbon, chasam block ne carbon, and that's what we said in yesterday's other. That the comparison is the way you're going to draw this parallel between an intentional sin and an unintentional sin is that it's just like when it's done intentionally, there's no ability to bring a carbon. So the chayt has to be careful there's no carbon. Ema, I may say, not love make carbon olam, after time love make carbon olam. I'm looking to this and I'll say, hold on. A person does not bear up intentionally. There's never an ability to bring a carbon. You can do tshuva, you can do all the things to fix that mistake. However, carbon is not on the table. Carbon is never going to be relevant for a person intentionally. So I would have thought maybe I have to stretch that all over to say that would exclude a case where a person knows initially that he's not supposed to eat, touch, and walk into this and make this one stomach. He walks in the middle by mistake, and then he never finds out he did better afterwards. Now the problem over there is that's not a case where he can never be in carbon. You know why? Because in 20 years from now, he finally has like the epiphany. I'm like, hold on a second. I just realized in my timeline, I violated. I ate carbon. Because it's not perfectly comparable to a case of intentional sin. Intentional sin never gets to be a carbon. So this one, if we carry a carbon, is out about it. Maybe that the carbon's not going to serve you. So that. Remind you. So what the case then. He does not know initially that there's a problem with eating. Washing the base of Mikdash when he's done it, but afterwards he did forget about it. So he was ignorant. He just never knew that while he's coming, he counts the Mikdash. He never knew that his tummy can touch it. So what does he do? He goes to the cousin party, his friend brought a Shlomen, he invited him more soda, he sits down to eat it, and he's enjoying it. And afterwards, so inspired, and he enjoyed the share afterwards. It's like, oh man, he just found out. What did he do? It was not okay. But yes, we did it too. Kiva, that he was Yadale, who came along with me. So in other words, the Gemara is suggesting that would be the case, and now Wes will say, let's just slow down a little bit. This again. In my view, anybody doesn't know about it initially. The Yeh of himself, he finds out about it at the end. However, in which case, if he knows about it initially, but anybody of himself does not know about it at the end, given that he misyadlay since. Yes. My name, anybody of himself. With the myself, אבל יש פה ידיע when he eventually finds out that he violated the law, it's about maybe perhaps in other words, this is all and that's separate. We just got we spent so much time. We just got thinking that that's the case where the Sarah not is going to work, which is he knew about it initially, and then he never had a idea at the end. That's where the Sa'ir acts. Now the Gemara says, how do you know that? Perhaps that's a case where it's because there's a potential to be however, when will this sign up to the same service in the film? That's the case. You will have the potential to bring a carbon. In that case, where you did not initially, so you violate it, and then afterwards you found out. Now you think you took have a carbon, and you say, no, I just learned. In order to be a carbon, to have a idea, I have some idea at the elapsed memory in the middle. So I have knowledge at the beginning, knowledge at the end, down between the two. I have to have some type of loss in memory. But if I never knew about it initially, so I'm never able to do a carbon. Now, you want to say this law, lest you suggest that you give it to yourself, so I'm supposed to make the form of copper. In other words, maybe it would work, but it can't be that's what the Saranax thing is coming for, because there's another carbon that actually takes care of that. What is that? That's Saranax point. That's the star that you get outside. Kipper itself, and Kipper itself actually shows it as a sunset. In other words, I don't know which one. In other words, there's a Saranax and the Saranax place. You have this go, which is, I don't know which one is for which particular other. Amar Kran, the Pasuk says, Kol Chatasa. For all sins, Mechlal, the B'nei Chatos. Do something which is potentially B'nei Chatos. And therefore, Amar Kran says, okay. Now reading what everything, the Saranax person knew about it in the beginning, had a lapse of memory, and everything. The Saranax person did not know about it initially. He violates the Torah, and he finds out about it. That's the Saranax Bachut. And Yom Kippur is going to be the proper.
Yeah, you say that.
In other words, just to explain, the little Rashi, the 13 line of Rashi, Lord Kisif, Nikasef, who made to say, Achshav, anybody carbon, not Achshav carbon. In other words, he has to be right next to Lachwal Kata, that's north from the word, Lachwal Kata says, since it does not mean Pesheim, Umecha Tasa, it says, Lachwal Kata, and that is referring to a case where there was a Yediyah in the beginning. Okay, now it says, fun, man, joy. When this Kafar compared to the Paris, like what this quasi type of kapara. It's total. Mishnah says it hangs in there. Once it eeks, it may cause some kids to happen. It may cause some ingredients. The tzid will cause some half also will cause katas. It has to. It can come to a kata. What's that? If the person who knew that initially, now what's learned is didn't know that right now, but if they find out about it later, then they could come to a katas. As well says, hold on. So it's not a full kapara. He did akash in mekafar. So they can have a full kapara. What is this thing that's hanging in there? Zero lomar. What it means to say is it may make the level. In other words, we mentioned this yesterday because we got a sneak peek at this. And now the Gemara is asking, what does it mean that it's tola, that it hangs in here? In other words, it sounds like you're bringing a carbon, it serves as an atonement, but what type of atonement? So what is that? So the Gemara says, the first suggestion is that what if he dies before he has an opportunity to bring a carbon? In other words, he dies before he has this last piece of knowledge, he has to bring a carbon. The Gemara said, perhaps this carbon will serve as a kapara. A kapara for him, in other words, he dies clean. Amarava, that's not necessary. In Mace, once he dies, Nisan Marekas. Well, Nisan does is death itself.
It's discord.me, wife. You just put that in the browser. Discord.me/Rabbi.
It will serve as a cleanser for a case where a person could not have wrote a carbon. In other words, typically a person has to do tshuva. There are some things that you can't do tshuva for.
You can also search it in Google. Just Google Rabbi Discord and it's a okay, excellent. Come into the meeting. Oh, tight, you're there. Dog, how are you?
What does it do?
Dude, thank you so much for being here. Welcome. How are you, Rare?
Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm amazing. Wow. How'd you find out about me?
I'm a digital artist, an NFT artist, and I'm trying to build my community and make new friends and show my stuff.
Absolutely, my friend. Well, first, go ahead. Chill all you want. Let me clarify. You're being live stream, so but just to get you. Okay, go ahead.
I pretty much was a studio painter at Northern Arizona University, and I'm using master keys to create my NFTs.
That's in Flagstaff, right?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. All right. So, have you had much luck or fortune on Twitter selling yourself? Okay, excellent.
Yes, like
Excellent. Do you have a link tree?
But I have I have OpenSea.
Okay, you need a link tree. You'll have one place to go to get all your social media. Then they can see your stuff on Instagram and YouTube and TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you want to do is create a link tree and put in it. Do you have?
Yes, I do.
So you put your personal website there. Put your YouTube account. Do you have a YouTube?
Yes.
Excellent. You put your YouTube account. Do you have a TikTok and Instagram? Excellent. So you put all your links in there. Makes sense? And then as a user, all I have to do is go to linktree.com/whatever, radical or whatever your name is on there. And then I can see all your stuff instead of having to hunt and peck. Make sense? You're muted.
How much does it cost for the tree?
It's free.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so it's just basically one link that has all of your social media on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. And then what you do is when somebody says, okay, well, I'm busy right now, you don't have to say, well, go to my OpenSea because they may not have OpenSea, or go to my XRP, well, they may not have that. But if you say, just go to my link tree, it's got all my social media, then it's one link, and then they can go to your YouTube or your personal website or your OpenSea or whatever it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. So that's the first thing that you want to do. Okay, so you do have Fortune on Twitter, basically pitching people, and that's really great. And you're doing it in the right way. So the way that you got into my stream is basically the word shill, because I have like a chilling shill. Whatever anybody wants to shill, they can shill it to not just me, but all of my live streams. And you're doing it correctly. You've got confidence to do that. So that's great. Are you good with Photoshop?
I don't use Photoshop. I just use my phone and I use Midjourney.
Okay, do you know what Sora is?
No.
Okay, you need to download. Do you have an iOS device?
Yeah.
Excellent. Download Sora right now. And if you're like, why?
What is
It's Midjourney, but videos. It's from OpenAI, the people who do ChatGPT, and it's amazing.
Okay, I'll go to it.
Okay,
Check it out.
no, you want to get out right now. I'm doing it right now. In my hand right now is Sora. And it just, all I have to do,
Sora?
yeah, Sora.
Sora.
It's amazing. So all you have to do is,
Sora by OpenAI.
that's correct. All you have to do is give it a prompt. So you could be like I was doing mine, Rabbi Rothschild on a yacht cruise with their token. And I wanted Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls in it, and Albert Einstein and Elvis. And to put all of them into a 10-second little film. Does that make sense? So it's basically what you're doing with Midjourney, but it's doing videos. And it's changing the world, especially on Instagram. So let me know when it's done downloading.
I'm just thinking of this for my profile.
And then also, if you want, you don't have to, but you can do a cameo on there. So you upload your face, and then it puts you in the movie with the people. The funny ones that I've been seeing are like Mr. Roger, Tupac Shakur, and they're like rolling a joint. Or seeing people like teach us or Michael Jackson how to dance. You can play with it in any way you want. I've seen people do videos of like chasing a deer inside a house, and it looks very realistic. And it's all so you know what you do with Mini, and you just basically are creating AI images through prompts. Well, this does the same, but and that expands what you're able to do for someone. And I was yesterday. I think good idea for people. You could create music with this, and maybe not necessarily full-length feature films because that would take a little while. But you could create a 60-second movie that is very action-packed and really cool, just with different clips.
Can I use my art?
Absolutely. Yeah. So there's
I'm doing
what you need to do. Yeah. There's
97, 99, 53.
Yeah, that's the cameo part. Okay, cool.
Uploading.
Excellent. So it's doing your face now. Okay, so that's really cool, and you're the man for doing this because it's going to change your life. Okay, now what you want to do is, do you see at the very bottom? There's like a place where you can put a prompt.
We're on 70, 46, 35.
Trouble uploading. I have the same issue. I was finally able to get
Yeah,
it.
why is it doing that?
I don't know. Don't worry about it for now. You can do that later, and you want to do it maybe in like really good lighting. That's okay. Don't worry about that right now. You can do a cameo later. Okay, so do you see on the front page, very bottom, there's a plus button, like the white plus.
It says you are about to enter creative world AI generated content.
Yeah, I agree.
Start watching. Okay, allow. Yeah, I see the plus.
Okay, click that plus. Now you should see a text box that says describe new video.
Yeah.
Okay, so put in there anything you want.
You want my prompt at GPT?
So what you can do if you want to put your art in there, you can. You see the little attachment area?
Yeah.
Click that. Put your art in there, and then say, "Make this art into a car wrap, or make this art into a mug, or make this art into a mural."
Have you seen my NFTs?
Just join. In a second. This app is like Instagram. Create it, and there's something you like, post it. Now look at what you post. So I'll look at your NFTs in just a second. So you make your NFTs into videos. You can even make your videos into NFTs.
You can make your NFTs into videos, and you said you can make your NFTs videos into NFTs?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, so the way you make your NFTs into videos, those are basically like just images, and you take that image and you bring it to life. So you make it into a video. You say, take this NFT and make it into a cartoon character, and make the cartoon character claymation. It'll do all that. Or if you want, you can create a video, whatever you want, and then make that a video NFT and start selling them. 30 per day. You can do 30 per day for not a 30 a day, which kind of takes a long time. Then just create a new account and you with like a throwaway email address.
My bingo number almost uploaded.
That's excellent.
You're gonna be able to see my thing right now?
No, you have to publish it.
Oh. Well, so I'm gonna start uploading.
Okay.
You pick one of my pictures and put it in a prompt.
Okay, what was the prompt that you entered?
Shuri lying, even though the king in a throne room.
That's type.
Pretty much.
That's perfect. And so what it's going to do is create a video of that. And it might not be perfect. And so what you do is you can edit it and say like, make the line or make the line on a throne or whatever. Once you get it to the way that you like, you press post, and then you tell me what your username is, and I'll look it up.
Okay.
And if it's something that you
NFT artist,
and then if it's something that you later decide that you don't want to publish, you can just delete it.
Okay.
Am I?
Are you an NFT artist?
I'm sponsored by NFTs and cryptocurrencies, but no, I'm not directly an NFT artist, but I help a lot of them.
Would you be interested in getting back gold NFTs?
These?
I have gold.
Okay, what's back gold?
It's like gold.
NFTs. Okay, that's a good idea. Why should I invest in your gold-backed NFTs and not another NFT?
I'm finding out that I have gold that I've accumulated over the years. I've been doing it for 13 years. I was a studio painter at this professor that's in the world for printmaking, and I have his ink phone. I use this ink for my project. If you have NFTs that are yours that you can use, you can turn those NFTs to gold and into silver. And I'm doing some collabs where I'm turning NFTs into gold.
Okay, very cool. I don't currently have an NFT, but you're doing it the way you find people with NFTs on Twitter Spaces. That's the right way. Did it make?
Let me see. The video disappeared. Yeah, I did.
Okay, now watch it. Is it cool?
It's pretty cool. I
Excellent.
don't know how I made the other line, but the elephant was mine.
Okay, excellent. I mean, it just has a mind of its own, kind of. Okay, so now what you want to do you see where it says edit and you can get the text?
Yeah.
Okay, copy that text.
The link?
No. You click edit and there's like the text of the prompt. Whatever you said about like okay, so copy that text.
I can't find the text.
Okay, that's okay. Go back to ChatGPT. Whatever the prompt was, get the prompt.
Oh no, the prompt shows, but I can't copy the text from the prompt.
Okay, yeah, you can. What you'll do is you hit edit, and you can edit it.
Okay, let's see where edit is. This is new to me.
I know.
How do you go to edit? Where's edit at?
It's a good question. Just one minute. Did you already publish it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's because you published it. Okay, so you can't then. Okay, so what you want to do is just take your prompt and make 3 new videos, and then just keep making videos. You can use different prompts, but if you want, if that prompt wasn't exactly right, just have it make 3 new ones. That's the most you can do at once, and then just have it keep creating it until you get one that you really like. It's a numbers game. Does that sense?
Yeah, but how do I see you?
What'd you say, Big Dog?
How do I share it to you?
Get it in a second. Just one minute.
I can see share right here. It's like a link and then it says share.
Yeah. What's your username?
Oh, it says delete the rare radical. And automatically put it.
Okay, so just like you've got in here, rare radical.
Radical. Yeah. And I have better artworks. It's just that's the one I randomly picked.
Yeah, I see. Okay, I'm watching it.
I don't know why I threw that tiger in there. That's weird. That's not mine.
Okay,
I don't know if it's mine, if it's coming from the lion or elephant, but it could be.
Okay, that's fine. Just
It looks like my stuff.
excellent. I love your elephant. It's really cool. Okay, so then take that prompt and then just make another one.
Okay.
Or make
I'll put another in there, a better image.
do whatever you
That's
want.
just a random.
Absolutely. Make 3 more videos and then have them going. And then after like 5 minutes or so, it'll be done. And then you can be like, this one's good, or this one's not, or maybe this one needs to be tweaked a little bit. And then do another 3, and another 3, and another 3 until you use your 30 up. And then create another account and do it. If you keep liking, basically, these are ways that you can literally take your art, your NFTs, make videos out of them. When you find a video that you like, upload it to your Instagram, and people will be like, "Oh, that's really cool. What is that?" And you're like, "It's actually a NFT that has been created, turned into a video." People will be like, "Oh, that's really interesting. How do I get a hold of that?" Well, it's an NFT that's backed by gold. It's basically taking your two-dimensional picture and in some ways making it 4D in time, and that should be really exciting for you because you were just creating art that was two-dimensional. It kind of all looked the same. It was all coming from Midjourney. This can change things up completely. Um, when you're doing your prompts, change one of them to be make this in claymation, and then make another one make this in a cartoon, and then another one make this in watercolor. You get what I'm saying? Like, so you can see different versions of your NFTs with like different materials. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So,
For my OpenSea?
what'd you say?
OpenSea link to you?
If you is it really
No?
okay? Just one moment.
Age restriction. I'm trying to.
Okay, I'm on OpenSea.
Yeah, it's Rare Radical Artwork.
Great. All right, I'm looking at it right now. The Weed Punks or the Rare Radical Art.
Yeah, the Wheat Punks I got gifted from a lady. That's when I was first in collab. She just gave me some. Instead of trying to sell them, they're making like the ones you see now. Are just understanding NFTs and yeah.
I like them. They're like gold backed animals, right? They're gold highlighted animals.
Yeah, it's gold back. Yeah.
That's sweet. I like the artwork style.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So if I were you, I would take some of these like Shadow Tiger and Glorian and Pixel Gem Lion, take like 5 or 10 of them and tell Sora to like make them in a video game or make them in a cinematic movie or make them in a cartoon. Like challenge it and it'll bring your shit to life.
Okay. Whoa. They made my picture, my thing. Oh, it's cool. My second one's cool too.
I'm gonna look right now.
And I have another on XRP Cafe.
Wherever the light strikes, life surges anew.
That's baller.
You're still looking at my collection on OpenSea?
Yep.
Oh. Yeah. Which one do you like?
I like them all. They're all pretty cool. The ones I think are coolest, maybe. Vibnix is cool. Quantum Tiger is cool. Sharp Trillionaires. Zabrillion cool. Ganesh Bot is cool. Pixel Gem cool. The Platinum Crow, that's cool. They're all pretty cool.
Yeah. Get you some of them.
Sorry, NFTs, but okay. But you should use this in your arsenal of being an artist, and it's really good for you. Now, you don't know any photo. Okay, you got to learn photo. You're going to be a graphic designer. You want to use AI, which is cool. Sometimes you have to make a little change, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't know how to do that, then you're really lacking some of the skills of an artist. So, if anything, just watch it.
I haven't used Photoshop like the different settings, but creating NFTs in Photoshop, I don't really know how to do that.
Okay, you don't have to do that, but okay, if you know some of the settings, but basically, there's a free version of Photoshop known as GIMP, GIMP. Have you ever heard of it?
Not the App Store.
Oh, it's for. Okay, you don't have a computer.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so download GIMP, GIMP,
Okay.
and
iPads.
iPad. But right now, for your computer, just download GIMP. It's a free Photoshop. You can make edits to it. You text, you can lasso things, you can use the magic wand tool where you move certain colors or these things. It's very helpful. And then, if I were you, I would go on YouTube tutorials, which are like Photoshop tutorials on how to do just basic um, graphic design, and that will improve you as an artist, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now, as for this, you're an artist. If I were you, I mean, you can play around with SOAR as much as you want, but I think you could be like a director. You are already doing this with pictures. So I don't know what's a superhero you like. All right, so you have Batman. What's a cool thing? What would be a cool Batman movie or story or funny? Batman going to the beach. Batman going to a fast food restaurant. Batman fighting Superman. Whatever you want to, but you could now sometimes get flagged and they'll say this because it's like protected media. So you can say like a bat-like superhero. Use something more generic. It doesn't have to say Batman. Does that make sense? Excellent. And then you make of these videos. That's a 1 minute movie that you basically are creating. You edit them, which is not hard, and then you publish that, and it will change your Instagram page or whatever your YouTube, and then you can promote your NFTs if you want, or make your NFTs into that video, whatever you want to do. But like, there's enough here to really be like a sort of director, just with prompts.
Okay.
All right.
Well, let's stay in touch. I go.
Absolutely, big dog.
Go
It's been a pleasure. If you ever need to speak with me, I'm in here. I stream my 5 hours a day, so I'm always live. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Excellent.
have a nice day.
You too, Rear Radical. Pleasure, my friend. Take. Shout out to Rear Radical. Yo, dog, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
Protect from the Surah. Because when it comes to Avera, there's the element of doing Shuvah, which is a full Shuvah Gemara. But until a person does that, there's a potential the person might suffer up until then. So these kafaras that are brought in the Beis Hamikdash as a protection from the potential Yisur. Then the Gemara goes on, tells us, that's what we just mentioned, which is that the person does not know about it and know about it. He has no knowledge of the Torah beforehand, or the consequences of the Torah beforehand. Then he violates it, but afterwards, so the Sarah not the foot, the goat which is serviced outside and Yom Kippur on a top of that. So hold on, let's look at this. It's Kushi is Gish Ba'adat, and actually goes to the Hekesh. Just quickly to remind us what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah tells us, anybody does not know about it initially, but so the first before Mechaper, this is what we just said in the Gemara, never, for it says in the Pasuk, besides for the Chatas Almash, what this one is Mechaper, if the other one is Mechaper as well. In other words, not just like the inside one, ain't Mechaper, Ella, the idea, it's an Mechaper, Ella, in other words, the inside here serves someone as the at the beginning, but no, the at the end. The outside one serves for a similar capacity, but where's the idea is at the end as opposed to in the beginning. It's Kushi, it's good. Since these two are juxtaposed to each other, when it converts Nimi as the day, so what do you have to have two? Why can't you just have one? Just have one bracket, allowed to do both. Now what's the difference? It would just make a big difference if they, for some reason, did not have the opportunity to bring the sar outside, more sort of the kapara. Versus, no, can't do that. Amakra, achas. The pasuk says, achas, kapara achas, then mechaper shtei kapara. It says, the Samach Aaron, es Vega de Barachai, the Svadal of Eskolvanos Bnei Israel, Veskol Peshay and Kokal. Twice in the pasuk. That's what we're down to. The pasuk says, for Aaron, Al Karnos Achas Persona once a year. So the Achas, the extra Achas, tells you that it works. One, but not two. So Achas for Achas, Vino Kapper, take a part. What's okay, fine. If that's the case, so then we'll do the other way around. Work for the case of inside which is the idea of a Hila, Helam, and then no idea at the end. But my the other the now, my the thing. And what should be done inside? The Gemara says not to mean what we do. The Shema, the Ira Ben Zelazeh, that would work if there was a Torah that happened in between. In other words, there's a guy who's there on Yom Kippur, and he won't say, like, sir, it's Yom Kippur, and we just left the car. So now you missed it. Now that we have this, again, actually, you can't say this idea is that he has no idea. I'm just illustrating the case. Now the Gemara says, this kapara only once a year. Again, the additional word achas tells you it only happens once a year. The Gemara Rabbi Shmuel, the idea, the Kila is the idea of itself. We had it earlier. He says you don't have the idea of the Kila. And even the idea of space rabbi, what learned in school as a child, is not necessary. According to him, Dhamma, anybody's idea of the Kila, the issue by the idea of itself, so Saras b'chutz am I mechaper. What is it that the Saras b'chutz on the brief said the external star is the gate that serviced outside for a person who does not know about it initially, and then eventually finds out that's what the Saras works as an atonement. What do you need for? According to be small, this guy could be the car. So the Gemara says, what's it to be mechaper? So according to him, it can't be that it works in that case. It must be there's absolutely no knowledge about it. Or not afterwards. So that's not necessary because Haitzion is serious for us to mechaper. That and care of for Sira Shichem, it's taken care of by the goats that are brought on the Yom Tif and on Rosh Chodesh. What's the solar? The Gemara Amar, Kos, Yom Kapras, Shava. All the seir and the kapara is equal, or Tumas Mikdash and it works for all Tumas Mikdash Kedasha. That's why you have to have this to start off the foot, because all those seir are only serving Tumas Mikdash Kedasha. So what would he actually brought there? My purpose is just pizza and the pimi. Our Mishnah told us that the pizza and the pimi are excuse one to the next. So for what purpose? He doesn't need that. He doesn't need that kapara. It says, "Ain't a mechaper." Let's get something. My excuse confusing. So God said, "Not me." Just like the pimi is not mechaper for Veros. In other words, only the just it's only going to be mechaper for cases of Torah Kedushas. In other words, various different cases of Kedushas. You deal with Kila, you don't know you deal with yourself, nothing, not me, and it all has to do within the relative of Kedushas. That's what that Hekir tells us. It has to be in the concept, in the parsha of Torah Kedushas. If it's within that, it can be kapara. If it's not, then it is not. Rabbi have a wonderful Shabbos.
Yeah, that's basic English. I got the spot ready at 7. Yeah. That's what I want. I don't want to wait. I want to see nobody. It's like the grill in Hollywood. Yeah, fuck that. Oh. And they got like a gay hitman out front. And if you're not, fuck them up. They spray paint his hair on his head. I'm going to the whole diner, but I'll go to that fucking Marine theater. I like it. Oh, wait, I was there today. Or I came here. The Marine theater. Yeah. You should have called me. I would have gone over. Oh, that's funny. Bro, I have the best breakfast in town. Yeah. Your girlfriend there. Yeah, they just had smoothies over there today. Yeah, I got there late. They got smoothies, they got green tea, they got a breakfast with fucking bacon and the potatoes.
Good morning.
Robbing your fucking world for breakfast. Robbing your fucking world. Yeah, I'll go to A meet us and deliver on more walking when we stop over there after.
Bezah is Shavuot.
What's the one on Monday on Clifton? What's the one that's just a couple blocks away?
That Zion, we're going to begin. And that Bible says we begin today's out by thanking all of us. We thank the Tilson family for Eretz Yisrael for part of the year, as a support for the Surat Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. We also thank Shmuel Rabbi Karabkin for sponsoring all the Shmuel Land, generation of the York for his father, Leonard Karabkin, Yitzchak ben Tefka HaKayin, on his York that his Gersa is the Pesach Sheni, son having a Leah, we also thank Ari and Haley Liftman for sponsoring the week. We were for Carrie's mother, Linda, the team, Ro, Leah, Basruin, Shortai, and Leah, and the family should have a Nafama. Back to the Mishnah. So the Mishnah taught us the halacha was as is yesh but yediyah bakila. So carbon olive, right? For someone who knows before he becomes tamei, the coming tamei comes with certain restrictions, and some of those restrictions are that once a person is tamei, he's not allowed to enter the Beis Hamikdash. He's also not allowed to eat kachim. He can't eat kanos. He can't eat other things which are kachim. The Mishnah tells us all about yesh b'yediyah bakila, yediyah so the Helen Italian raised that all of the person knows before it becomes tummy. Becoming tummy comes along with restriction. And he knows after he became tummy, he has become ritually impure. And he also had some lapse in memory in the middle. During the period of time that he had a lapse in memory, he either touched him or he walked into the base of the mikvah. Allah is in such a case he brings the carbon olav yoreh. As we've explained multiple times, carbon olav yoreh means fucking tatas. However, it comes along with one important exception, which is that is the carbon tatas that is on a sliding, depending on your financial needs, is what type of carbon has to be an animal or carbon mincha. It still depends on whether the have to be a carbon. Now the Gemara asks, the Baba Mabeis Bakila. The Gemara asks a fundamental question. Minayin, I know, Dana Kasaber, Ella, Batitas, Ukadasha. Now it's important to understand that we're talking about these psukim here. The Yosef Vayikra, Sefer Vayikra, and you start reading from Beis. In Parakeh, it says, "O nefesh asher toldavar tamei," touches something which is ritual. "O benivla staya temea," or he touches the veil of the corpse, the staya temea, an unkosher, non-kosher, behema temea, or the corpse is behema temea. O benivla sheret tamei. Again, the corpse of a creepy crawly thing. And Nelami Manu gets better for the tummy. He becomes tummy and he has sin. They keep on going. Through there, all the way through the you're going to find a number of different descriptions of tumult, but there's one very important omission. It doesn't say that when the person became tamei that he's done anything else. It just describes what may see as the sin of becoming tamei. Therefore, if you look at Rashi, the way Rashi this Gemara is, look at Rashi, the same custom Medaber. Parashas carbon over the yoreh shechayvasei carbon altama. The parashas is this variable carbon depending on your status. It does not describe over there. Minayin she'ein mechayvo al naga ela in kain ochel v'osel tumah kodesh or niftas l'mikvah. How do I know that just maybe perhaps by merely becoming tamei, that's enough to require me to bring a carbon? In other words, the pasuk describe a person who becomes tamei, and then goes on to describe a person bringing a carbon. So then how do I know that those sins are not requiring a person who comes into the space and ritually impure to bring a carbon after the name of now this is a Mechiddush, and we deal with this. Rothschild, among others, we don't find anywhere here a claim becoming tamei to a person, to a dead body, or if happens to be during the time of a wheel Lego that a person becomes tamei, we don't find anywhere in the Torah that it says it's forbidden to become tamei. Maybe first is one done it, we don't do ritually pure. But the idea, the notion that a person should be a carbon over the urine is a fact that talk to dead animal, something which is a major novelty. You didn't even think that. Now it's not true. You don't have to be a carbon. The fact, think about that. Look at it. Rashi nevertheless understands that's what the Gemara. That perhaps one would think really becoming tamei, that is enough to require the person to be a carbon. Now says the Gemara, how do I and the only time a person wants to be a carbon is if while they are tamei, they walk into the mikvah, or while tamei, they eat kosher. That's the Gemara's question. It's one of these things which I can figure out from the logical advice. Kyle, his hair, Kaya, Kavan, Soma, but the Torah warned us when it came to tells us the warning. And there's also a karma, warning of courage. And my earlier dying without children is described when a person does this thing to me. So we have a warning for a person intentionally while he is coming and he touches him. The same thing would be true. The pasuk also goes ahead and the sacrifice goes by me. So we say the following: just like when there is a war punishment of courage. The only time you find punishment of courage is only when a person violates, eats kachim when he's tamei. The only place there's going to be a key. There's no key of courage touching a dead rodent. Now, everybody knows there's no key of courage. So therefore, if you're essentially touching a dead rodent, there's no key of courage. The key of courage goes ahead, enters the base of mikdash, touching. That's when the key of courage. So I would say, when it comes to doing this by mistake, you won't be punishment or a key of an obligation to bring a carbon, unless what happened was that he entered the base of mikdash or ate kachim. It's not simply going to be an obligation to bring a carbon over the urine every time a person touches the corpse of a dead animal, which is tough. Therefore, all right, seems pretty straightforward. You can figure this out by yourself. You compare the obligation or the punishment of kares to the obligation to bring the carbon, just like the obligation or the kiyuv, the punishment of kares is only going to be relevant when the person goes ahead and walks into the base of the mikdash or eats kachim while he's tamei intentionally. So the flip side of that was unintentional. That the real carbon is only if he walks into the base of mikdash or he cuts him, not but becoming tamei. Okay. The Gemara says, all right, we can accept that. We can accept, and everyone now accepts that there's no obligation whatsoever to bring the carbon just by merely becoming tamei. Fine. How do I know which I would have done that would obligate me? That if a person becomes tamei, the only two actions is either eating from sacrifice or walking into some mikdash. Okay, fine. Maybe it's for something else. The Gemara says, perhaps. Well, maybe it's something that truma. A Kohen's allowed to eat truma, but he's not allowed to eat truma when he's tamei. Maybe he'll be blessing this carbon if he eats truma while he's tamei. Why? So his here for onus. There's a warning about eating. There's a wing and a punishment of nisi b'dei shemayim, which is different in kares. It means dying early, but it doesn't come along with anything to do with children. So now, perhaps in that case, I would say that's the case we have to do carbon over the urine. When a Kohen eats trua while he is tamei, in that case, he has to bring carbon over the urine. If he knew beforehand that you're not allowed to, in other words, he knew in advance that if he becomes tamei, he can't eat truma. Then he came tamei. Then he had a lapse in memory. He forgot. So what did he? He ate truma, and then after he's like, "Oh man, I can't believe it! I just ate truma." Maybe that's the case where he has to be covered over the urine, and it's a sacrificial offering, or when he walks into the base of the dust. Mara says, "No, that's not going to work." Why? Because you do not find when there's a field of the Nisa b'dei shemayim. The flip side of that is it's going to have to be a carbon when it's in this. Mara says, "Really? Is that really true?" It's true that you find a person to bring carbon kata, which is not a sliding scale card. It's not variable. It's set. Anyone who has to bring carbon kata has to bring exactly the same carbon kata. Of all, yored, nasi, maybe you have to bring carbon all over yored. In other words, you're right that you will never bring a carbon kata. So you know for sure. Sorry. We know this here, Nisa b'dei shemayim. Maybe only carbon all over yored has that halachic dispensation depending on your fat says how much you're going to have to do. Maybe in that case you will have to do it even with b'dei shemayim. Now what's the rationale is? We need the Hava, just like we find that Shmias Tov what we'll get to this later in the set. Shmias Tov is when a person takes it and does not notice. There's the pasuk in the Torah that says he's obligated to report, witness, to report there's money on a particular case of thing, but now a person takes an oath any knowledge of a particular circumstance. That's Shmias Tov, and the person does that intentionally. There's no key of Misa at all. And still, what's the halakha? The halakha is to cover all of the other if he does that unintentionally. The same thing is true with Spitoi. Again, when a person violates an oath, they won't do something, or it's a short sheker. In other words, he's this whole discussion right now. But what essentially swears falsely, whether it's or unintentionally, in that case, you find no currents or so still there is a current over the line. Current over the can be induced. The word says no. Amar, this is very important. Remember this. Amar, the pasuk says very clearly, "Oh, asher yiga b'tumas adam u'chumas asher yitma ba." Now we find many times when it says ba, the specification of ba is ba limited. It comes to exclude what truma. So therefore, logically, it can be that we would exclude the case of even truma. Sorry, I said that wrong. Logically, what we can say is that the heel, karba, the yore, bringing this variable spice would be for a truma. However, the word ba in the pasuk tells you to exclude that case. So therefore, this variable karba, that's when he missed that becoming tamei restricts him from walking to the Beis Hamikdash or partaking in a meal that includes sacrifices. Now, he became tamei, and then he forgot that he was tamei, or he forgot that it's also for him to do any of those things. He did it, he walked into the Beis Hamikdash, or he ate a carbon, and then after he's like, oh man, I just remembered that I'm not allowed to do that. I just recognized I'm not supposed to walk into the Beis Hamikdash, or I'm not supposed to eat this carbon. So now he brings covered all over the Yored. That's the case for covered all over the Yored is relevant. How about the exact same case? What was the error that the error was that he ate truma? In that case, logically, yes, you bring a cover all over the Yored. However, the bar tells you no carbon all over the Yored, but a person mistakenly eats truma while he is tummy. Now the Gemara goes on and says, okay, since it says it's an exclusion, but how do you know what to exclude? How do you know that?
Christian Judaism is bullshit. I'll try and get ready to have an honest discussion with them. They could be a brother in Christ if we could just get 20 minutes along with them. Because I don't know, that, who knows? I like having that theological discussion, man. I really do. I've gotten a lot closer to God in the last 2 years, but it's everybody's personal choice. No, but that's the only way to be, man. I totally agree. Like, the worst years of my life were ones in which I was, like, indifferent to Christ. And gradually I kind of started to come back, because I realized there's no life outside actual achieving the personal relationship with God. So, this is, you're witnessing me healing, I guess. I don't know, but that is it's a very big deal, you can easily tell somebody who's totally unprincipled, who has no religious grounding whatsoever. They'll say, like, literally anything, they'll do literally anything. It doesn't matter what it is, but I don't know, I'm rambling. Roger, nice to see you, sorry. Good old Rabbi Rothschild, is this Pareto? Fucking young Pareto? Like Chase's former protege, Pareto? Is that the right one I'm thinking of? Oh shit, my mic is on. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
I hear you for a second. It was just a coincidence. How's everything? Good. Is this the same young Fredo that lifeguard equivalent, kind of like we do kind of adhere to like that kind of Pareto, I wouldn't say philosophy, but we're like kind of like socially opposites, if that makes sense. Fair enough, man. I welcome all opinions. Just kind of a general open bullshit chat space. You bring up every subject you want. I don't particularly care. Kill the time. Almost gone. Fucking twisted this bitch up. I'm gonna enjoy my joint, drink my whiskey, relax, up for work tomorrow. Well, the next thing I'm particularly giving man. One of the most common things I hear from science accounts that I speak with on a regular basis is and yet everybody's saying it. Some people's like an art scientist, some people like very close, but just some level together with common cause in that mind. On the nation state of Israel and their policies have been so thoroughly shit. Every space that I've hosted where I get a lot of the big Zionist accounts in there, there's always been in some way, shape, or form a shoehorn of Islam is coming. I don't deny that. Like, I don't believe Islam in the West will coexist. I'm very much a hardliner in that regard. But there always seems to be this steering of that narrative because, again, like I said, I really think they've lost that PR battle and on an international stage. So,
maybe from Jerusalem, city of peace. How are you? Chucky, you douche. Yo, what's up, Tanner? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, or can anyone else hear me? Tanner, are you there? Yo, can anybody put up an emoji? Yeah, apologies. I was having a device issue earlier. How are you today, Tanner? Do you mind if I ask you some questions or a question? Excellent. What are your open source software? All of them, no matter what it is. Whatever you want. Open source software. where I find it to be perhaps the way of the future. I just want to hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, I like open source software. That's my full-time job, running TanStack.com. TanStack libraries and helping contributors around the world. The TanStack library is some of my favorites, but I also use other libraries like React.
Cool, thank you. Tanner, do you mind if I ask you another question? What are your thoughts on the importance of data? In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. The reason why I asked specifically, I stream my life 24/7 and have for the last 3 years, and I wanted to know if you thought that might have some value from a data perspective in the future.
That's very interesting. I don't really have an opinion on that right now. Data is definitely valuable.
Excellent, thank you.
Alright, we're gonna give some other people some time to ask questions.
Nobody,
Data is definitely valuable.
nobody else wants to hear your questions. Oh, you can down to fuck you.
Alright, we're gonna give some other people some time to ask questions.
Nobody wants to ask questions. Boring. No one cares.
Baptist Church use promo code Church number 3. I just received this in the mail about 4 days ago, and I've been using them. I gotta tell you something. It's one of the best brushes my teeth has ever gotten. And even though my teeth are the color of like chartreuse, this thing works tremendous. One of the most important things we do for our health every day is brushing our teeth. Yet most of us don't do it properly. Whip is a better electric toothbrush created by dentists and designers. Whip was designed to brushing your teeth more simple, affordable, and enjoyable. So far, I've got nothing but 5-star results. Your teeth and your mouth feel cleaner. It just has sonic vibrations, and they're gentle enough on your sensitive gums. So do me a favor. For starters, you know what I always tell you. Go to quip.com. Go to quip.com and see what I'm talking about. This is a phenomenal product, especially if you're a traveler. So what I'm going to do is this. I love Whip. That's why I love Whip, because they're backed by over 20,000 dental professionals. Whip starts at just $25. And if you get to quip.com/Joey right now, you get your first refill bag for free with a Whip electric toothbrush. It's a great Christmas gift. I'm telling you right now. You got a girlfriend or wife or husband, somebody you don't know that you want to give a present to. This is perfect for some, and they'll love you forever. So your first refill bag is free at quip.com/Joey.
Boy, I'm lovely. Fucking I've had a little bit of it. I can take with me and keep some. A little like a wheelbarrow, but for leaves. Sounds like it. Yeah, pillow neck till he just put you down the middle. It's like some people would do.
Consider it in the shed in the back. Feed them food. Time to time.
I put you under a warm lamp, Lee. That's what I would do.
I'm starting to get creepy now. It sounds like I'm a hostage.
Hey, calm down and be a good pet. Don't you buddy?
Like a chain around his neck. With a fucking chain up to the wall. Stuff like that.
Yeah, but a nice chain, like a gold chain.
I don't know that. They know gold for it. You can't put a silk out on a pig. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking Thursday, November 8th. Kick this fucking meal week. That's as good as it fucking gets, Theo Von.
Praise God.
Sly and the Family Stone coming at you.
The Gristle Missile, baby.
On Thursday morning, what are you fucking nuts? 20 to life. No parole. Fresh from Buffalo, New York. You didn't have a fucking beef on
I didn't have any. Dude, I did it. Somebody threw a piece of meat at me on one of those street corners. I don't know if that was Wick or not.
Did you eat it?
No.
Wick is the roll. The roll is called Wick.
Oh, no. So wait till tell me that. I should come here for the phone.
Wick. No,
You should be a travel agent, too.
No. I just know what quality is Wick.
Yeah.
And nobody makes a bad fucking beef on Wick in Buffalo. Like, it's like a disgrace.
Really?
Yeah, it'd be like a disgrace. Like, it's no.
Right. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel disappointed I didn't get that
Shit.
vibe.
Some fucking pierogies from the Polish name with some sauerkraut pierogies fried. Like dumplings, only you know it's not cat.
Yeah.
People like Lee and shit.
I don't mind a little bit of cat, but you ever had fox meat, Lee?
I don't think so, have you?
Yeah, I've had.
What's this?
It's not it's more ligament than muscle, but fox, and dude, the crazy thing about fox, I was talking about this yesterday to somebody, but we caught a lot of shit though. And we used to bury animals. We lived by like a road where a lot of animals get killed, so we bury them. The first animals I spent the most time with animals have been hit by vehicles. And so we would bury mostly dogs. What else? I think something else one time. This thing looked like a damn fucking small bear, bro. And it could have been. Because they have Louisiana black bears, a lot of things, you know. And I'm not saying they're black or anything like that. I'm just saying they happen to be black when people see them. And they're just, you know, but we would bury all kind of animals that would get hit by those. But
What even fucking undertake? I see that animal, I leave it the fuck alone. It's bad luck.
yeah, but it was, I don't think
They were alive and they were like,
yeah.
or whatever the fuck you do, but this Department of Public Works that's in charge of cleaning up that.
Yeah, but the Department of Public Works, I think, comes for people that are paying taxes, people that got, you know, it didn't come us. Dude, they had a veterinarian or something, or like somebody used to kill throw dead animal carcasses in a ditch outside of our house, right? For like 7 years. My mother would call every week. Come look at animals. Oh, big animals too. So Africa. Did you grow up in Louisiana? Cats and possums in my neighborhood. At the time, would walk around. I wish I would have had that, man. But we had somebody. They had a. I guess this person was a veterinarian. That's somebody that deals with animals, helps animals out. And so this person would come, and whoever they were at night, they're throwing dead animals. You know, instead of paying to get rid of them, it probably cost maybe $7 to get rid of them. You know. Whatever, I'm sure there's legitimate thoroughfares how you get rid of animals. But this dude out there, you know, chucking them in the ditch, I guess, on his way home. Because our neighborhood was kind of a cut through between like a nice area in town. So, you never did like a stakeout to see who was throwing animal carcasses? No, we were out there, like, but we never saw the guy unless he drove by and didn't throw one out because we were out there. But then what creek kind of sits next to an animal car? I mean, probably throw it out elsewhere. But anyway, so yeah, we go out there all the time. My mother would call every week, come get these, you know, the kids are out there beating each other with, people chasing each other with fucking horse skulls and shit, bro. It was wild. You know, I can have that Christmas tea kettle, and if I can serve it like a couple cups right there, boy. Big Lido fart sponge, baby. Welcome to Africa, Lee. All your other sayings, I don't like the fart sponge. Sorry, I'm just joking about that. I was going to say it. No, it's funny. What does it take your plate into it? It's like 2 pockets and 4 rolls. Oh, I did some country. That's like buying somebody a scarf. You fall for this, you want to Japanese. He's got the thighs of a fucking kung fu fighter, son. Dude, you gotta know different nomenclatures and how to give them love, bro. In Africa, they hit you with a fucking pipe, bro, if they love you. Whip for that part. I'm not gonna take a whip of your fart. Come on, bro. Get a little air appetizer, bro. Treat your nose. Treat your snout to some of that fucking free booty pasta, bro. Oh my god. Poor fucking Lee, man. It's so funny, you know, sometimes when I'm not even thinking about something good, I think about me, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think about you, man. I think you just think about you and the stuff you say randomly. I just want to hang out and like listen to what you say during the day yourself. But I feel like it's hysterical. This conversation. You're ready. I think we cut on. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. They call it, dude. I think it's coming out of the closet pretty soon. They say, hey, you know, I'll let you hang off my dick, fucking mountain cat. Oh, I would do that, please. Not you guys, but I don't have the same relationship with him. You're still friends. I'm friendly with him. I wouldn't fucking let him touch my dick a little. Around the holidays, bro. So make this day. I was ham this guy, bro. I fucking love the boy. You know, it's fine, dude. We walk with me on the inside. Just sitting up in people's laps. Dealing cards. Yeah. Just I'm bringing this back. You can't just sit on someone's lap, but they're not going to let it end at just lap sitting. Bro, they're not in prison because they don't have a Indiana, you're an 8, bro. Female. You're Indiana, dog. You're a female. Hey, I gotta get him. Jesus, put a white on it. Oh, yeah. Just mug his dick with your fucking neck. What does that even mean? Mug his dick? Lee, you gotta get out more, get off the internet, bro. You gotta go hitchhiking, man. I really don't want to now. You should go hitchhiking way on there as a school project. Yeah. I'm gonna end up dead. What school are you in? Are you doing classes online? I need to be. Classes here. How old are you, Lee? 30 now. Are you really? Yeah. I thought you were like 19. I wish. Are you like 30 years old? Yeah. 30 years old. Oh my god, bro, my whole perception, I thought you were like a an intern. That's awesome. Now you don't like this much, you like that? No, it's just different. You ever notice when you learn something about somebody you didn't know, you know? Like you see somebody and they're like a lawyer or something. they're like a sorcerer or something. Or they do shady shit. You see them like palm dancing. And you're like,
It's got a huge ass dick.
That always takes my brain a minute. Or if you see a big person and they got their stomach stapled and now. Dude, I was at a pool one time. I used to work on this farm in the summer times outside in Natchez, Mississippi. And they had, and this dude, Don Blankenstein, was the pool guy every year, right? And he'd come out there, and I'd keep an eye on him because the dude weighed probably 700 or 800 pounds, bro. You know what I'm saying? He broke the gate every time he come in. He fucking, he was up, you know. Trust me, nobody's trying to put all the waters out. And the sick is laying right there in the pool. You know, he was the guy who came to put the cleaner in the pool. And so, but he opened the gate run every time he walked through it and bring both sides of the gate down. Like he was just he's gonna die soon. You know, you saw him. You know, so you treated him well, and that's one thing I like. Sometimes you people remind you how to treat people because you're like, oh, this person isn't gonna be alive very long, so you would be extra nice to him. And so, but then one time I'm out there laying by the pool, and this skinny guy comes in. We could have fit through the gate with 90 of his, quintuplets or whatever. And he comes to the gate, and he keeps talking. And I'm thinking the guy's kind of a, peppermint hunter, bro. You know what I'm saying? A little tender. And it turns out it's Don Blankenstein. He got a stomach thing. He lost all the weight. And he was in the same. I don't know, it wasn't the same in our relationship, was when he lost the weight.
Think about what we're talking about. Think about when somebody takes away your passion. If you're an eater, it's like when you first get sober. You know, I was telling a girl the other day, watch 2 words in a person's life is sober and diet. I don't want to be involved in drugs. I don't want to be sober.
Yes.
The extra word ba in the pasuk is excluding where a person's error is that he ate truma. Maybe ba is telling you that if a person walks a covered olive oil, it is not sufficient. No, yes, if a person violates or makes his mistake and is truma by eating it when he's tame, he brings a covered olive. What is the word ba to exclude? It excludes the case. A person who walks into the Beis HaMikdash, in such a case, he will not be sufficient for him to bring a carbon olive yored. Maybe he'll have to bring a real fixed chatas. Adam I see carbon kavua. So the Gemara says, Kari Rava aled de Rabbi Dola Ayin Miboros Hamuki. Rava says, I'm about to teach you something that I learned from Rabbi, and this teaching that I have from Rabbi is an example of how deep Rabbi's understanding of Torah was. He was able to go ahead and draw water from the depths of the wells. What does he mean? He means that he really understood how to read Sukkim, how to darshan a pasuk, how to get to the Sukkim. And therefore, says Rabbi, brace yourselves, because this one's going to be a really good one. What does he say? Tanya, for it says in the Brisa, Rabbi teaches us the following. Ekra ani chaya. The pasuk mentions a chaya. Behema, what is this talking about? So this is a pasuk which says as follows: O nefesh asher b'chol davar tameh, or a person who will come into contact with anything which is tameh. We read this before. It's a pasuk in Vayikra, and it says, "A nefesh asher b'chol davar tameh, o benivlas chaya tameya," or in the corpse of a chaya tameya, and then it goes on and says, "Behema tameya," or the corpse. Now, what is the difference between a chaya and a behemoth? Now, the truth is, a chaya generally describes a wild animal, and a behemoth describes a domesticated animal. However, it's not so specific. All animals would be included in the chaya. So therefore, the Gemara says the following: Echad chaya, behemoth woman nefa. Why does the pasuk have to go through different type of mammals? Why can't it just say Taya and include behemoth? So he understands. Rabbi says Nemer kan behemoth tameya. Now that it says behemoth, it says Nemer kan in this pasuk behemoth tameya. But Nemer lehalon, and it says later on behemoth tameya. What's that pasuk talking about? So we'll read that pasuk. That pasuk is in Vayikra, Parak Zayin, pasuk Chaf Aleph, and what does it say? That is talking about V'nefesh kisiga b'chol tamei b'tumas adam over behema tameya over b'shkol sheketz tamei achal mibesar zevach chashlavim. This pasuk is very clear. What does it say? A person becomes tamei, whether he's tamei because he touched a person who was tamei, or an animal that was tamei, or some kind of rodent that was tamei. And what does he do? He partook in the of a carbon shlamim. So clearly, we have another pasuk which is talking about a person eating a carbon while he is tamei. It's like it's open and shut. This is a pasuk of his tzav. It says very clearly. And so what are we going to do? We'll draw a Hekish. We're going to say, just like in the pasuk later on in the Parashat Tzav, it talks about Tumas Kodesh, Afkan, Tumas Kodesh. I'm saying in this case also, Tumas Kodesh. In other words, how do we make this hekish? We make this hekish because of the fact that the behema is extra. You could have just said a person touched chaya. A chaya would have included any kind of behema. Why did it say chaya and behema? The answer is the extra word behema was put there hakish elah to draw this juxtaposition between these two different psukim and say just like later when it says behema, it's talking about a person who goes out and eats kachim. In this case, well, it's talking about a person who eats kachim. For what do we see from here? Rabbi teaches us that if a person eats kachim while he is tamei, that is sufficient for him to be a carbon olav yored. So now, which case is the case where being carbon olav yored? Person's tamei and kachim. Now the Gemara says, okay, nice. Ashkas and Tumas Kodesh. Mikdash Milan. Very nice. Now we figure out that one of the cases where being yored is if a person is carbon while he is tamei. How do I know that if a person walks into the basement? He also has to be a carbon olav yored. The pasuk says, "B'chol kodesh lo siga, b'el hamikdash lo savo." So this is talking about when a woman is experiencing tumas. So while she has tumas yoledet, it says very clearly her restrictions are mikdash lo savo. She can't walk the base of mikdash. Was iskish mikdash l'kodesh. We now have this pasuk which says these two are always going to be linked. And therefore, whenever we have a walk-up about eating kachim, it's always going to be relevant to walking based on this. We figured out how we know that the time a person uses carbon olav yored when they're tamei is when they accidentally eat kachim or they walk to the base of the fish. Like Mark says, okay, if that's the case, so then we have not yet exited kachim. We're back to square one. Why are we back to square one? Because ihaki should include truma as well. Why? The kodesh lo siga. The pasuk tells you let this, which you should not touch, and which is kodesh. It says kol kodesh lo siga. L'rabos esat truma. The extra word kol, you all sanctify things, even truma. It's not like Gemara says. Okay, very good. You're right, but you forgot something from our Amud, from our Gemara. The word ba excludes something. What does it exclude? It excludes truma. Okay, the Gemara says, if that's the case, then you're right, you have hekish, but if there's a miyut, if there's exclusion in the pasuk, it excludes things. Maybe that excludes the case where she walks in the face of mikdash. No. I'll use my brain this one. If I use one to exclude, rather not exclude if you're walking to the base of mikdash. Why? It came b'kares, kamosa. The violation of that intentionally is kares, just like eating from a carbon. Well, hold on. You can use logic. I'll use another piece of logic. Adarabah, trumatina. I would rather not exclude truma. Shekenachila. It's similar to the case of eating a carbon because eating a carbon, eating truma are the same because they are essentially the same type of act, which is eating. Shekenachila kamosa. Gemara says you're right. We have to start all over. Let's go back to the drawing board and figure out all over again how we know if a person becomes tamei and say this again. I know that the chiyuv, the obligation carbon olav yored for someone spiritually impure, is only if they walk into the base of mikdash or the eat kachim while they are. When it comes to a shlim, it says kachim 3 times. What are those 3 times? So there are a number of psukim. One pasuk is in Vayikra Chaf Beis Kol Esha Sheyikra V'Kol Zarach Kadashim Asher Yekdish B'nei Yisrael V'Tvasa Olav V'Nikra Sa Nefesh. We have 3 psukim. It took more quote on the side of the Gemara, but there are 3 times when it comes to a karbanim that the pasuk is about kares. Why have to say it 3 times? The Gemara says, ask the cloud. One to say it generally, the achas, the prat. Another one to say it specifically, the achas, the tumah, aksu, the Torah, stop. Another one is more general. In case you think we are back to Klal Sugya, to an entirely different type of discussion. And Rashi goes through a whole description over here that we know from 2 days ago that there's something Klal Pratu Klal. Klal Pratu Klal is notorious as a generalization, a specification, and another generalization. What you walk away from that is saying whatever this halacha is talking about needs to be something similar to the prat, not exactly like the prat, but similar to the prat. Here we are in a different world. We are in a world of something called davar shahaya b'klal v'yatzav in a klal olamed. We say this during davening. So what does that say? V'yatzav in a klal olamed lo olamed al yatza el olamed al prat al kal kul yatza. Well, basically, it's a different type of mechanism, which is if you have a generalization and then a specification, what you're going to say is the specification is not limiting it to one case, but it's describing the generalization. It explains how it's different in a number of ways. I don't want to get too sidetracked with this, but the big point that Tosfos argue with Rashi is klal needs to do each other. So for it says a halacha, and then generalization, it's all in the same. Like when it comes to Hashavas Aveda, pasuk has a generalization, a specification, a generalization, all in the same pasuk. However, if you have a generalization in one parsha, and then a specification in another parsha, here it's parsha Tzav and parsha Emor. It's pretty far away from each other. So in that case, it's not going to be a klal prat klal. Rather, it will be kol davar shahaya b'klal, something included in the generalization, and then later on in the Torah, it was repeated, but more specifically. What we're going to say is specification is not limiting the klal so much. It's only that case, but it's limiting the generalization certain standards. So let's see how that works out in this case. It says comes to shlamim. For what reason? Achas the one for generalization. The achas the prat. Achas the tuma k'suv b'torah stam. The eini yodea mahi. I don't know what that is for. Savi Omer tumas kodesh. The eino inu tumas kodesh. Tanafka mid Rabbi. Eino inu tumas mikdash. You apply it to mikdash. Let's just explain what it means. It says when we come to a shlamim 3 times that a person can violate eat the shlamim and get kares. What is that? Person's tummy eats a covered shlamim. This guy does it intentionally. Then it's the second time. In that case, okay. The first when a person eats kachim, but a person eats anything which is him, it's a carbon. He eats it when he's tummy. Chayiv kares. In the other case, it says specifically shlamim. Why in one place does it say kachim, generalization, and in another place it says shlamim? Shlamim is a peace offering. There are many other kinds of karbanos. In other words, it's said in the same halacha and only mentioned. We understand from there is mizbeach. If a person eats any kind of mizbeach while he is talking of kares, if he does it intentionally, and if he does it on a carbon oliviyori, why does the Torah limit it to only kachim mizbeach, which is sanctified mizbeach? However, it excludes carbon bias. So if somebody donated some kind of food, the communal fund that belonged to the Beis Hash, and then someone ate it in such a case. That's the korban. Then it ahead, and it said again another generalization. So now I'm a little confused. I have a generalization which includes anything which is sanctified or anything which is consecrated. Specification of shlamim, which says it has something which is dedicated to the mizbeach, thing which is consecrated to the sanctuary. Again, I have another one. Again, opens it up to all. So now, what's the third one doing? The Gemara says, I don't know. First 2 cases, Tumas Kodesh. The main in Tumas Kodesh. Tumas Kodesh, the person eating which is sanctified. Why not? Because I already learned it. Rabbi already taught this to me earlier from this brilliant hekesh that he made to explain how two things go together. Apply it to if the pasuk tells me something that I already know, it must be telling me to apply it to another case. Okay, so according to Rabbi, I now know how where the source is, and if a person is tamei, he has to be only becomes which he either eats kachim or he walks into the mikdash. That's not going to work. We need that limud to teach me Rebbe's halacha. Who's Rebbe? Shalosh krisus b'shlamim. Lama says krisus 3 times by shlamim. Why? Achas l'klal. This says the generalization. Yachas l'prat, and one of them to limit it only to mizbeach relevant kachim, but not to just the general fund. Yachas l'dvar she'ino nechala. Well, teaches me that the third one teaches us that there are some things which are in nechala. For example, wood. A person wood from the top. So good luck. But what's the halacha? Tastes good, but what's the halacha? Does the person not have to recover the halacha? So you have to have that to that case. The third one will include that case. You are actually chayav. Now, hold on. Now, you might suggest that, well, that's only one opinion. But according to Shimon, you're not cars for it. So for him, the third one, if a person eats a chatas, which is going to where the avodah is done in the inside mizbeach. The salkatay, I mean, I would have thought. And then therefore, in other words, the bottom line is there are two things included: either putting wood from the mizbeach, or a person eating from a carbon which is serviced on the side mizbeach. One of those you'll say it's about eating the wood. For a Shimon person, you'll say it's about a carbon which is serviced on the inside mizbeach. And either way, you'll have something to include from that. So the Gemara says, okay, fine. So there's some trouble over here because we don't know this is including the Masbikta Shukdashav. Maybe it's including these other cases over here. You're right. Without the word kares that it says there, focusing on the word tumah. Why does it have to say tumah 3 times? We'll repeat the drasha exactly the way, just generalization of tumah, the specification of tumah, and that includes Masbikta Shukdashav. So Ella Amri Nardamish made the Rava shows Tumas B'Shlamim Lama one for the generalization, the Achas Sapra, and one specifically for a woman. One of them is for a general Tumah Vinidiyama. I don't know what that. Oh, now I have it. I say Omer. I'll say Tumas Kodesh. That person who eats some of his Kodesh while he's Tamei, eating Tumas Kodesh. And if you need that to teach you the Lachas Tumas, why the not good mid Rabbi? Because we learned it from earlier on the Amud. To Beis Mikdash, they'll apply it to a person who walks in Beis Mikdash when he's tamei. The Gemara says, but behind Amni Baile, we need that. In other words, the word Tuma is not extra. You need it. The Baile Michtav Kares, in other words, the Losagi Levalavaki. The pasuk won't read without that word. What's it talking about? If you don't write the word Tuma, then why are you kind of cursed? What over here? What's the circumstance? So if it's not extra, you can't use it for anything. Gemara says, all right, back to the drawing board. Alam Rava. Asya also Tumaso. We know that a person who is Tamei has carbon only if they eat or walk into Beis Mikdash. We have Zera Shava. Asya Tumaso. It says over here by Olav that in the Parshas V'Yikra L'Chol Tumaso, Tuma Uksid Hasam, and it says over there that's with regard to a person who walks into Beis Mikdash on purpose. Tamei, yeah, oh to myself. Is Tamei, is Tamei remains on him. Not allowed to mikdash. Just like in that case, it was referring to a person walking the base mikdash when he was Tamei. Afkan, in this case, Tumas mikdash. It's talking about Tumas mikdash. So Gemara says, fine. Hold on. We just solved this whole thing with one zero shot. So now, do you remember the whole Amud? We were talking about this word ba. Ba. Normally. So why do I word ba to exclude true? In other words, we're so busy saying there's three cases. A person who walks in space and just when they're tamei, a person who eats from a carbon when tamei, and a person who's truma when he's tamei. We felt so much that we needed not to exclude truma. Now, if you're learning halacha from this gzeira shava of tumas, I thought that truma wasn't. It's not included in this part of this discussion. So, Bar Gemara says, is not coming to exclude, it's coming to include. Well, the Rabbi includes a case where a person became tamei by consuming the dead body in oak tahar. So you have a coat, chicken, and this chicken was not ordered properly. It died. And a person went ahead and ate it. Now he becomes tamei from that. Now, if that person walks into the Beis HaMikdash, or a person eats kachim, he will have to be a carbon all of the other. Now, why would you think it's different? Because this is different than Tuma. Up until now, Tuma is not a person. So, that Tuma is a little bit more strict because it's so strict that just simply touching it makes you tamei. This in the Velas of Tahar, the person only becomes tamei when it passes through what's called the base of Buya when he swallows. So therefore, you would think that's a lighter kind of tuma, and therefore you want it to be covered all of your. If he walks into the base of the street, eats kachim. So this word ba tells you, yes, even in that case, you have to make cover all of the earth. Or it says, hold on a second. You've been telling me that ba is an exclusion. Had it all of a sudden become an inclusion? Or it says, we should be utahu iyater, because it's an extra exclusion. Therefore, we use it to as an addition. Siv oyiga debar negia in la bar negia la as tamei. I would think only something comes along with this carbon. And it says ba havi. So you have putim havi mita chamit v'mita chamit. Basically, the concept of double negative. You say something twice. Double negative is a positive. So you have two exclusions. So you actually end up. The Mishnah goes on and tells us another case. Yesh ba yediyah bat chila, v'ein ba yediyah bat sof. Person knows initially that he's not. If he becomes tamei, he becomes tamei. He does it. He never finds out. He never has that like epiphany, like, oh my gosh, hold on, I walked into the Beis Mikdash when I was tamei. I kachim when I was tamei. He never found that out. What the halacha? The Mishnah told us that the carbon, the soil that is brought on Yom Kippur, it's a partial atonement. That means that all yisurim, all suffering will be suspended, but until he brings his carbon. So now the Gemara says, Tana bar Kodesh, v'tumos bnei Yisrael, the soil Hashem. Just quick background, it's actually Pashas Achrimos. Reading it, it talks about on Yom Kippur, they take identical goats. They would draw lots. One of them was called the Sarla Hazal. It has procedure out there, complicated procedure where it was thrown off. Another one is slaughtered inside the Beis HaMikdash, and that one serves for various different things. One of the things is for a person who became about it, it serves as a protection for this person until he finds out and brings the carbon. So now, I would include this Sayar Lashem covers for 3 tumas. One. About the Zara, the impurity worship, the the impurity of immoral behaviors, the impurity of murder. Now, how do I know that these things are considered to be impure? These are big aver, but impure. It says clearly the tameh is used to describe someone who serves avodah zarah, idol worship. So you see clearly when it comes to Gilei Arayos, immoral behaviors, it's described as Toma. B'shvichas damim, to murder, it says, do not make the world or the land impure. So now, these three things are described as impurities. Them will cover for them. I would think that this goat actually serves as an atonement for those three things. The pasuk teaches you, no, me to most b'nei Israel. Only specific types of tumas, below kol tumas. Not every single one of those. Gilei Arayos, shvichas damim, and avodah zarah are not covered by the Sarah Leshem. Now, Matzinu, what do we find? Shechila kakatz. The pasuk goes ahead and creates a difference in this type of carbon. The words will discuss this on tomorrow's album, but the basic idea is that there's a concept called the variable carbon alluvial. Mechlal called Tumas is Mikdash Kadasha. Person eats kachin. It's Mikdash when he's tamei. Gets to bring a carbon alluvial. So therefore, I would say, Mamatzil Shachal because of Mechlal called Tumas. This Tumas Mikdash Kadasha on halachic dispensation. Have you to which one? It's Mikdash Kadasha. Afkan when it's the Sar Lashem, it is only going to atone for Tumas Mikdash. So that's how we know that Sar Lashem serves as the partial atonement for someone who ate kach and walked into the base of Mikdash. But of course not for a person who was over Gilei Arayos, Shvichas damim, or avodah zarah. None of those cases. Shimon says, I don't have to have such a fancy type of mamatzil. I could just figure this out. Read the pasuk. Why? Harei says there, the keeper ala me to us. It's clearly me to us. Now, me to us. Kodesh yachal out called tumash kodesh. Yes, lumber pishayim l'chal chatasam. Now I would think that it goes ahead and it atones for everything. So we learn no Talmud Lomar. It only works for certain things. What does that mean? It says Pishayam kol chatosa. It says Pesha and Chatos in the same place. What's Pesha? So a Pesha is when a person does something b'meisi, and then a Chatos is when someone does something unintentionally. So now the Gemara says, we treat them the same. We treat unintentional and intentional things the same. In other words, it doesn't mean that the atonement will be exactly the same, but they follow the same procedures. Not just like when it comes to a pasha, if there's no ability carbon, carbon. So it'll be true when it comes to chatayim where there's no carbon. Now, to a mason, a person can't bring a carbon. Carbon is only brought for a shoe, something which is b'shogeg. There are certain cases you bring a carbon. For example, if you didn't have the Yibah better before that. Now, chatayim should bring the carbon. Yesh b'yudiyah b'tchila. If anybody yudiyah b'sov, shesai knows initially that if he becomes tamei, it's a problem. Then at the end, he never finds out about it. That this goat actually will atone for him. Tola means it's like a partial atonement. This refers to a case for the Chiyav Chatas, and that is our case. 1 minute, should we do a little bit more? Let's go. I would have included Tumas, so now the Gemara asks, what type of avodah zarah do you think this will actually atone for? Even Mason who violates avodah zarah, but Mason intentionally, Barkatelu. no carbon's working this person. Tied Misa. Even Shogi by mistake, Simbar carbon. Let him bring a carbon. What's this for? Where it says the maze is low astrobay. So that we did intentionally, but it didn't have the qualifications for what to do. He didn't get a one. Next one. We got the lady. He didn't know about it. Gilei Rabbi, it's the same thing. Not me. Not what's the case. Even if he he served Chayiv Misa. Even if it was by mistake from carbon. Rest of the same thing. The maze that did it intentionally, he didn't know about it. It's the same question. What's the case? Bring to death. Even Shogi, if you kill someone by mistake, we just learned the whole Carlos and let him run to Harim. Where it says the mazid, it could be talking about a case where the mazid below Asher, they didn't get rank, so therefore can't be put down. Shogeg below Yisyadale about it. No, he was swinging a whack, an axe, and the piece fell. Killed somebody, was spacing out. You know, they had a little bit nothing, or maybe it's one of those cases where there's an exception. For example, we saw this difference going up with the axe, going down with the axe. So that will be a case who doesn't go to Galus. Please have a kapara. Have a wonderful day. Good morning. Good morning.
Because it would make my inner battle, too rough. Yeah. I know my limits with cocaine. I know my limits with pills. I know my limits with alcohol. I've known my limits when I was 25. Anything I did after 25, I did because I wanted to. I knew my limits. Right. He told me, when I got locked up, I couldn't imagine a world where I couldn't smoke pot. Wow. You couldn't imagine that? I couldn't imagine, cocaine. I understand not having a girlfriend. I understand being broke. But I never understood a world where I did not smoke weed. When I was 25 years old, weed controlled my mood. What did it do for you? I was in so much pain when I woke up, and I didn't know that then. You never know it. You go you don't know. It takes 20 years to look back. Yeah. I was thinking about it today now. I was taking a shower. That if I quit comedy tomorrow, he would be to sign back up in college and take a psychology class to one of the psychiatrists and do whatever I had to meditate, I'd probably be 65. But at 65, I would help so many people so deeper. Yeah. Because I went through it. Yeah. This is not somebody who studied it. I went through it, wrote about it, looked at it, I think about it. I think about what made you. I broke it down from the macro to the micro. You can put yourself in there. You can put them in your shoes and vice versa. When you become a comedian, yeah. If you're not brutally honest with yourself, it's not going to end well. And in life in general, forget about comedy, life in general, if you're not brutally honest with yourself, it's not going to end up. Yeah. You have to be brutally honest. And a lot of people can't be honest. Brutally yourself, like, this is not going to work. You know, it's like I had 27. Like in what family? Yeah. I made decision to do comedy. Yeah. But I also had to make a decision about this hell I was living in. I was living in this party. Yeah. Okay. Drugs and this. Be clean for 3 days. Oh, yeah. And then snap one night. And then it was one of those pussies that was talking about it. And by this time I was partying for maybe a year and a half. Yeah. And I think by 1995 and a half, I came to a conclusion, like they say in the program, that you're a fucking junkie. Yeah. I had 2 decisions to make. I know I could either be a junkie, keep fighting this, but the reason why I came a comic, which when I read the late book, and that's the reason why I got the comedy. So let's make a deal. I'll do coach a week. And then started. I just came to terms with, wow. You're thinking I'm going to get into comedy so I can do cocaine? I was thinking I need to have a life. I read that book with strippers. Yeah. He opened up with jazz. And that book talk about being rich. Yeah. Okay. So part of that book, they talk about being rich. They talk about money. He looked at the Chelsea hometown. He just talked a lot about being what was happy for him. Yeah. And at that time, that's all I wanted. I had been through a terrible marriage. I had already done time. So I was just seeking to be happy. But I knew I had a bad inside. You had a deviant soul. Your soul was pretty sound like kind of bifurcated. I was living, this wasn't who I was. I was a nice Catholic boy who I believed in heaven and hell, and I had a belief system. Your inside didn't match all your behavior. But inside did not, so I added to it. Yeah. So now I had to have that in a conflict with drugs. This is who I am today. Yeah. And whatever happens. It's no fucking big deal. Nothing is their feeling. Easter eggs again. Leave. Found one. You found an egg, boy. Welcome to Easter, bro. Y'all killed Jesus. Here he comes back, boy. This is a dirty bag of fucking ham out of a fucking cake. This smells worse. This smells like feet that are walking. Yeah, boy. It smells like fucking tanks in a prison shower. My shoes off at night and sleep under the carpet. Oh, under the 40 hours of 24 hours a day. Fucking days, and they're really good. What are they going to do up here to you? I think they're trying to seek asylum in Honduras or Salvador right now. Those are not good places to live right now. Yeah, my father's Nicaragua. You know that my father's if you know anything about Central America, I know like El Salvador is. The prices are high. They're killing people down there. There's a lady who I talk to from time to time, but she tells me she goes only for Christmas time. And then she has a house down there, but she can't retire down there. Because they just kill you on the streets. There's more murders, something like that to that effect. So I don't know if it's all sour. I'm just bragging about it. Right, but if that's your neighbor, things can be great where you are. That's the neighborhood you're in, That's heartbreaking. It's a different, it's like when you read the Roberto Duran book, he grew up on the streets of Panama. He grew up with this guy that was called Magico or some shit. And the guy was like a shaman, and they taught him how to hustle on the streets, how to live on the streets. That's Central America, If you watch Miami Vice, either the second or third episode of Miami Vice,
I read the book, I think.
There's no fucking book in this.
Miami Vice, I think.
There's an interesting scene where there's a little kid.
You're laughing at me for me.
I don't know. I'm not making fun of you. I don't know what to say.
Little boys,
Oh, wow.
there's a drug dealer cutting. There's a drug dealer cutting the deal. He's got like a coin
Yeah.
in his hand. And there's like 4 8-year-olds with no shoes on in the room in different corners.
Jesus. Is it a magic trick?
No. He's talking a business deal. It's like you come in to meet and you want to buy 20 kilos of blow.
Okay. And what are the little boys doing? Just chilling.
They're like fucking assassins.
Oh, really?
The 8-year-old assassins that come from fucking huts with their family.
Jesus.
And they're just waiting for their next assignment. They're all probably packing a gun or a knife. And they got no shoes on. But this drug dealer will play with a coin. Talking to you. And then from time to time, I would in the air when that coin landed. One of those shoeless came out and fucking pick it up like some fortune. You know, and I remember thinking years later about that scene, how that's how, Pablo Escobar got those kids to love him in Colombia.
Yeah.
He went to the poor kids, had no options. He said, no, I'm going to put $1,000 in your pocket every week. But you're going to kill motherfuckers for me. Just like that, no questions asked.
But it gave him a feeling of purpose.
Money talks and bullshit walks. At the end of the day, money talks and bullshit walks.
Really does.
I can blow smoke up your ass like you would 2 G-notes in your week in your hand every week, but you've never had a dollar bill in your hand.
Yeah.
Until you look up, I'm just going to send you to people's houses.
Yeah.
I want you to slit their throats, kill their kids, their mothers, the dogs.
Jesus.
They got goldfish and weed and poison them too.
Jesus.
That's how do you think?
Rat poison or something?
It's just a fucking point I'm trying to make that. That's how you get take the American ghetto here. That's what whatever social economic it's not a crisis. It's come from somewhere more.
Yeah.
And what you need out of that situation.
Yeah, you had this guy when I was growing up named Eddie, right? And he could have been fucking 13, he could have been once. But he all grew up, he had a 5.0 Mustang, or he drew 5.0 Sonic or whatever. I don't remember, it could have been a fucking, it could have been a Pontiac Renault. But he always had these 2 girls, bro, sitting on the back of him. And that dude was the king, Whatever he said when I was a kid, we would have done it. Because to him, he was the king. He had a piece of shit Mustang, but he had the Mustang, And he was a champ. And he would buy, the chicks would have like daiquiri drinks, bro. And every now and then he'd floor it. One of them would rolling out the fucking back right on the concrete, bro.
What do you do for a living?
I don't know. And I didn't care. But if he would have said something to do, like, come do this, like, when I was a kid, I would have done anything he said, because he hung out with us and he spent time with us. He threw the football around with us, and he was a good guy, I think, But I still think he is a good guy.
How older than you was?
Maybe 7, 8, 10, 12 years. But he could drive. He had he had a car. He had women. He had things that when you're an adolescent, 12 years old, 11 years old, you see that you're like, oh, this guy has mobility. This guy has ability. This guy has women. He has everything. So anyway, I'm just saying I can see how you're not thinking about anything else when you're that age. And you have nothing.
But when you're young, you get influenced. I wouldn't get influenced. But I look at guys. There was this guy that I hung out with that was always in the bar at the daytime. He was really good looking.
Not Samuel.
If I was 17, he was probably 22.
No, I think this guy Samuel.
And there was a bunch of guys that hung out, but I'm thinking about him in particular. And he drove a Corvette. He didn't have a job. And what the scam was, he worked half the year. Then the other half of those days, you would collect unemployment.
Oh, yeah.
Get a boss that would tell you, I'm going to lay you off for 6 months. You collect unemployment.
Party cripples, they used to call him by us.
Then you either take book or sell code. And that's a great living because you girls at that time. They don't know I was 40. But it's just crazy the people that you got. And you're a freshman, you know, it's like when you're watching that Empire was up. That's always up between 7 and 9. You know, that's probably the store at 10:30. Oh, yeah. And you have no choice but to watch it because there's nothing else on fucking TV. Yeah. It's either that or bull racing, Bulgaria. It's some shit. There's one scene where a guy goes up, John Leguizamo was like the street drug dealer. Yeah. And he goes, I want this PlayStation. Behind me, John Green was the kid. The kid was the one. He goes, no, $299. And Leguizamo give me the money, but you got stuff for me. Oh, yeah. You clean my cars on me, God. You know, and he's surprised like that. Those kids grow up. Not trying to. Oh, yeah. Look at it. Yeah. Yeah. So your first influence, how does that, where that first influence, that influences you? That's interesting. It's really weird. It happened to comedy. It happened to you. But it happens when you're a young man. But yeah, was confused. It was 21. At 21, I was confused. Yeah. Because I didn't want to work. I wanted a new car. I wanted money. And I wanted bitches. And I wanted coke. Where's the word, Joe? Sure. And I really thought that the fucking bird I had right now, like, I had no idea my heart was a lazy person. Right. But once a work. Yeah. Why don't I try to put something together so I can hang out the bar in the daytime? And I don't have to go to work. That was my deal from day one. As long as I didn't have to work in the daytime. Yeah. Do you ever think that, like, you know, you want to, like, you wanted to have a, fuck, man, I forgot what I was going to ask you. You know, you better get your shit together and start smoking. I don't know what happened. That's what happens when you get sold. You get retarded. What'd you go to college for? To get stupid. That's like fucking Michael Corleone. See that at the end of The Godfather. Damn, man, I couldn't have any idea coming to my head, man. No, I think it's funny how, what your influencers are, you know, the first person you see do this or that. But then, sometimes you are able to see past that. Like, there's some people, you know, we had this dude by us, like, you know, and this guy now runs a tree company, right? This guy, Senator Lawn. And he had they used to do this thing where they had a lot of sinkholes. I grew up around a lot of sinkholes. You know, I mean, you'd have somebody you can play hide and go seek and somebody fucking you never find. You know, you go knock, like, you know, you go knock on somebody's door and the next day their whole fucking house is gone. You know, it's like, I grew up in a lot of Louisiana, like half of it's sinking. You know, it's like a sinking environment. So where are you from in Louisiana exactly? Covington, Louisiana. Where are you from? Covington's about 50 miles north of New Orleans. That's it? Yeah. Did they get affected by Katrina? Yeah. Everybody lost their roofs. That's a big, like over there, the houses didn't fall down, people lost their roofs. So when you were growing up, what was Covington like? Was it a fucking deathbed? Was it a projects? Was it middle range? No, it was that. Your parents had a little bit of money, enough to sustain. No, my dad was fucking old as fuck, dude. I think he was always sleeping on the couch. He used to go drink at this bar called Tony Padoni's, and he would take me over there during the day. And the lady would see how many chocolates I could put in my mouth. One of the bartenders back there. Big Janet, this fucking big girl. Nice clothes. My mother dressed as poorly, man. I don't know where she learned to dress. Like out of an Indian shop in like a Native American catalog. Did you need? Sure. It wasn't like you lived those hand-me-downs, right? So Covington is not like, you know, some fucking neighborhood that's, you know, where your dog is missing. No, I lived on, like, I got hand-me-down clothes, but I didn't get hand-me-down shoes. Like, every year my mother got us a pair of shoes. You know, my mom did the holidays. What did mom do for a living? Delivered. Newspapers
Breakfast cookies, magazines. What about your dad? They used to have a magazine called News on Wheels. You remember that magazine? You could go to the dime store or whatever, the gas station. My dad didn't do anything. Boy, you know what my dad used to do actually? This is funny. He used to go to he used to go to colleges. Remember they had to do it at the colleges that would sign people up for credit cards, you know? Some fucking old dude walking over there throwing frisbees at kids and shit, you know? So that my dad had that job. This towards the end of his life, my parents weren't together anymore. But my dad had that job. And he would take me there with him. He's like, I'm 12 years old, right? I had a little growth spurt. That 5'10", that fucking boy, you know, ligaments on my side. Dude, some just ligaments reaching out and hoping that the marrow caught up. You know, this kind of guy was.
What did your dad do for a living?
He used to be like a travel agent. You know, he did a lot of cruise, like, he would sign people up for cruises and stuff between Puerto Vallarta, where's that at?
Mexico.
Yeah, between Mexico and America, and Central America.
Christ, what I gotta deal with here?
I walk in this room, dude, I fucking can't think of nothing.
You know what Puerto Vallarta is? You know, I know that I'm a dumb fuck.
So, there in Central America, and he was like a travel agent, I guess. What did he do when he was young? He wrote for the newspaper. You know, he had a family. He was kind of European in a lot of ways. He liked to be, work at the church. He liked to do a lot of, to just sit at like the coffee place and talk. You know,
how do you feel about religion at this point in your life?
I need a higher power, you know. And for me, probably Christian, you know, definitely. I just always wanted there to be a higher power, you know. I used to pray at night, that sort of thing, but now I just need to be a higher power because I want to have faith. You know, otherwise, like you feel alone. With that fucking booty star David, bro.
This stuff is tremendous.
That air calamari, bro.
That's right. This is straight.
Well, son,
this is straight. I got nothing else. I switched up pepper.
You're actually like strawberry. You're actually like strawberry. No. That's the worst you get.
I got Mexican chocolate and vanilla. Mexican chocolate chocolate vanilla is not bad either, but I switched to vanilla today.
The Mexican chocolate, you reach in for a scoop and a knife fucking pops out of it.
Like Carrie, the Carrie when she grabs her head for the rocks. What's about
dude with this guy?
You want somebody, you fucking hard on me 3 times in 30 minutes.
Yeah, make a wish. Yeah, I want to go.
Let's smell a bit on
dude.
What am I supposed to bring? You might just work for us.
No, bro. Yeah. Dude, that's enough, bro. 3/4 your eye, you fucking blowing this dude out. His eyes are starting to fucking heat up. Look at him, dude. I'm sorry, Lee, man. I feel like I'm being rude.
No, you're fine.
all this shit.
Yeah.
There's no bringing that wheelbarrow. Go get that wheelbarrow.
And it's got pillows in it, too. That'd be nice. And I put y'all down the road. Lamp like a old.
At the campus.
Dude, I was 12 years old.
I put him at 80.
Yeah, he was 82. He was driving, he'd sleep on the way there. I'd stop at my buddy's house, dude, as long as he was resting. Because I was fucking showing off. I had a Delta 88. Suddenly my friends are still, going through adolescence, inside trying to, blow a flute to get their dick to fucking get taller, like they see on those commercials in India. And fucking here I am pulling up, in a Cutlass in a Delta 88. I go in, I'm like, bro, shh, come out, get in the back seat, let's go for a ride, right? So my buddy Scott get back there, and we would just fucking cruise around, and my dad's sleeping. And here's the thing, my dad's neck was real bad, so even if he woke up, I would just tell Scott, keep it quiet back for a minute, I'll just tell him we're lost to get gas or something. And I lay my back to sleep, and I cruise around, take my buddy back. Dude, at 12, 13 years old, my friend picking you up. We pulled up with a sleeping senior citizen. People thought that we were fucking, kidnappers, bro. Senior citizen kidnappers. I think maybe we smoked a cigarette, but there one time, bro. I do remember this. I'm driving I'm back from Hammond, Louisiana. And so this is how I kind of got into, I don't know if that's how I got into comedy, but this is the first time I ever really spoke in front of people. My dad would get people to sign up for the credit card, and he got $1.50 from the company, whatever, and any college kid that signed up. And now, looking back, it's like getting college kids to sign up for a credit card. He probably started half of the fucking, he probably ruined a lot of people's young lives.
That's what they do.
Yeah,
that's what they do. That's what they want to do. They want to tangle you up at 19.
Right.
As soon as you take that first student loan, you get a credit card.
Yeah, that's true.
It's automatic. You get your name goes on the list. Yeah,
so I'd be on the table. My dad would have me on the table, and people come over, and I would start barking at them, getting a little, hey you, guy with the nice haircut or something. A lot of times, they have all the extra hair. I'm talking about you have a girl with a fucking rope swing and hanging off the side of her fucking head. You got summer campers swinging off the back and jumping into a river. Black girls have that long extra hair. And you'd see them and you'd be like, hey, and be sweet to them and have them come over and you'd make friends and you would be entertaining and you get them to come over and then my dad would try and sign them up for the credit card,
You know what's crazy? Theo, you just made me laugh. It's so weird. I'm saying like that chick that people don't know. That chick was commercial.
Oh yeah, I saw an audition one day.
And its flow was backed up and getting ready to pay it now. She's in Italy. And it's so weird that Josh Wolf left Seattle in September.
He's a funny guy.
96.
What a nice guy too, huh?
And my plan was for him to come down. At that time, we were very tight. And my plan was for him to come down, check out the waters, and then I would come down in 8 or 9 months. And once I made that decision, like all these opportunities started opening up for me. The first one being I got this job.
So he went first.
He came first. Wow. September 96. He left his girlfriend up there, and I lived in the back house because she was pregnant. So he came down here first to get them set up. Wow. I lived in this back guest house.
Was just you and the lady? Was that scary?
She was a great lady. Okay. I just haven't seen her. I'm done with dear friends.
Yeah. Because he's married to a different woman out there. Yeah.
Completely different.
That's for sure.
So he came down first. Right away, I got this job with this company that I know people, I know shit. This is
a cigarette company.
This is shit. This is an idea. And then $15 an hour bonuses. This is 1996, which is 20 years ago. 21 years ago.
That's great.
What it was called pizza parlors across the country.
Morning cover and Zoom. Morning today's stop. Shavuot. Stop. Hey, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We thank our annual sponsor, the Talks of Television Straw, as they support the service service for Army Straw. We also thank our commentators sponsor for the month of the year. We thank Dr. Small and Robert Kravkin sponsoring all the shooter and all the generation of the Yard Leonard Kravkin, Lito Ben, Hakayin, his yard site is on Pesach Sheni, Sean having Leah, having a phone. Thanks so much, Steve. We also thank Ari and Haley Lichtenberg for sponsoring the week of learning English with Haley's mother, Linda Putin, Rachel Leah, the mayor, and so much having Leah Ganedan, and the family should have a Nakama. So today's daf is that days. We're going to pick up from almost just a very quick recap, as we just heard from Zevi, that what Laura's trying to do here is trying to figure out who Tana of the Mishnah is, and we went back and forth. Is it Rabbi himself? Is Rabbi quoting several other people? And ultimately, we wanted to figure out if Rabbi possibly could have been the one to be darshaning Riboy Miot as opposed to Klal Pater Klal. Now, I'm sure you've been through this yesterday, but just very quickly, Riboy and Riboy and Klal are very similar concept. The question just is, which one are you using? Riboy Miot and Riboy is more inclusive. Klal is more limiting. So anytime we're going to have a machlokas, whether we're going with Riboy Miot and Riboy, or Klal, we're going to be deciding which one is. That didn't come out right. If you're going with Klal will be much more limiting. If you're going with Riboy Miot and Riboy, then it's going to be much more inclusive. So let's go see, is it possible to actually, as we just got finished saying, that Rabbi goes with the logic of Riboy and Riboy, as he just did the previous Gemara with the Pidgin. Some other Rabbi Boy, is it true that Rabbi actually darshans Riboy? Probably is Rabbi called the Prati Darsh. Rabbi and these darshans from the logic of Klal Prat and not with the logic of Riboy. Martzea. What's this talking about? Let's talk with an evidence. We're talking about evidence. Nevid Ivri is a Eved. He sells himself. He stays for 6 years. Like to say, beyond the 6 year mark, there's a whole procedure. Part of the procedure is he gets his ears pierced with an oil. Now, this oil is referred to as a Martzea. The word says, Eili El Martzea. I only know from here that you can use the actual Martzea in oil to pierce his ear. I mean, now in the Rabbos, how do we know that I can actually use another type of philosophical? It's Sul, Asira, Hamakat, the Kadeach, the first three, Sul, Sira, and Makat, textured elements, whether it's split or a sharp piece of wood, but different types of wooden clues that pierces you. Kadeach, modern Hebrew Kadeach, they don't have like a, it's not referring to like a deep wall drill that you bought in Home Depot. We're talking about a hand type of drill to pierce his ear with. On this top, again, that type of instrument that they use to pierce his ear. So how do you know you can use all those tools to pierce the ear? It says, you shall take this ball. So we dash from there. Any item which is taken in your hand. That's the opinion we just have. What Cox tells you to take anything, say is limiting. Now, Rabbi says, Martzea, just like the Martzea. This oil is something which is special. Why is it special? Because it's samatefes. It has to be that whatever you're going to be taking is going to be made out of metal. So now, if Rabbi was the one who went with the logic of Riboy on the edge, he would be the one who's much more inclusive. Not the one who's inclusive. I just went ahead and told you to use all these types of tools, even the one out of wood. Who is the one who says that? That's not the opinion of Rabbi. That's Rabbi Yehuda. Why is that? Because Rabbi Yehuda, he actually therefore it says, you take anything which you hold in your hand, and then it says the Martzea. So again, Martzea does limit it. What does he actually limit? So Gemara doesn't actually explicitly say this here. Rashi brings it on the top of the next Amud, and it's quoted in the Gemara in Kedushin that the limitation of Barseiah tells you it has to be a tool, as opposed to using some type of sauce. I assume some kind of acid. Seems like a pretty painful procedure to burn a hole in someone's ear. But one might think that any way you make a hole in someone's ear would be okay. So Pasuk says, no. It's something which is lakafta, somewhat similar to a matzea, actual tool. Like a tool, rather, it's just some limitation. It's going to be excluded. Now, the one who's more inclusive in this case is Yehuda. Why? Because he's using the logic of Rabbi Meir. Who's the one who's much more limiting? Rabbi. Why? Because Rabbi follows the logic of follow prat. So therefore, lakafta says anything. Matzea is limiting. Therefore, for something which has to be something which is made out of metal. One of the subject of focus. Rabbi Rabbi uses kala prat and therefore it's much more limiting, and Dorish Reboy. Therefore, the major problem because even though you just told me the Rabbi, when it comes to the law of picking up end, is going to be daxing legally. However, we see very clearly from our both interviews, Yehuda and Rabbi is action with the law of Ribo and Miyat or Prat. And who's the one who says Prat? Rabbi. Generally, in the typical case in Shah, when Rabbi's the darshan of also, he's always going to use the concept of Ba'al Prasitar. He's always going to use the logic of Prat, which is a more generalization and a specification as opposed to a reboy which is inclusive and then immediate and then exclusive. He's going to use Prat. What's the reason why when it comes to picking up bed, he darshans usually me. The time is very small because he follows the time very small, which is the time very small. But Mayim, it says Mayim. This is not related to our signal, but talking about a case where we actually read this reading. This is the part of Shemini, where it talks about the halachas of kosher fish. This shall be eaten for anything that swims in the water. It's not pure kasas. Anything that has scales in the water. So now, Mayim and Mayim are the klala, generalizations. Now, afterwards it says Mayim twice, then it says Vayama Nafalim also Kokelim. So Yamin and Afalim, a sea or a stream is a specification. Here is that instead of a klal, a generalization, and then a prat, which is the specification, and then a klal, the Mayim, it says Mayim, so it has both klal together, and then after it has the prat. So it's klal, and prat. So in such a case, Hamim, Ein Zeh Prat Ella Riba Umiyot. This is an exception to the rule. Even if you're a person who generally uses kala prat, generally anytime you have these generalizations and as specifications, you're always going to use kala prat. And as it's always going to be much thing that is actually structured as prat, prat. Then you go to the reboy mitos and reboy logic. So therefore, to picking that bend. So in that pasuk as well, what was it talking about? It says over there. It says, do you know Then it says Tifta. So it's Tifta together next to each other. So therefore, he's also going to see that case since Tifta are right next to each other. And then when it has the specification afterwards, you're going to go ahead and follow the logic. It says Tifta, and then it says at the end, so they're supposed to follow Prat. In other words, the bottom line is the more is not going to follow Prat. What they say is the Mervini done Marava, the name done to follow Prat. In other words, the argument say next to each other. So it says the nine and then it says Yam Nakalam. I would move over the same nine and then sandwich them together. In other words, the fact you have both Chloe and then Prat, it doesn't make a difference because the order is not as important. However, the problem is, it's like Rabbi did use Ribu Yamiyah, but been following time very small. If you start to the very small, that's why you defaulted in that case Ribu Yamiyah. But now the problem is, the bottom line is, Rabbi Darshan's problem, not Ribu Yamiyah, barring the exception that he will darshan Ribu when you have plow, and plow. Plow to plow, he's going to fall back and plow to plow. So now the point is, the whole idea was you wanted to use Rabbi and Rabbi himself with the author of the Mishnah and say he darshans Ribu and not plow, and that's how we can include all the Shavuos, all the oaths of the past. The problem is we just have to say that he doesn't use Ribu. He uses Klal. You cannot be the time of our Mishnah. So you're right. Ella the Shavuos not to believe the Kibbutz. There's no character is yes, Rabbi wrote in the Mishnah, but in this case, Rabbi did not write his own opinion in the Mishnah. Rabbi wrote the opinion of the in the Mishnah, and he can't. So, in short summary, what we accomplished today is that it's true that there are some exceptions where Rabbi himself will darshan Ribu and Mir, but that's the exception. The default for Rabbi is that whenever he has generalization, a specification, and a generalization, he's going to use the logic of proper cloud, which is much more limiting, and it says you could only include something which is very similar to the specification. He does not follow Ribu and Mir to Mir, which essentially is much more, and only excludes one thing unless there's a problem with the cloud to cloud. For example, cloud is too close to the other cloud, and the cloud is off. Therefore, it cannot be the Rebbe's account of the Mishnah. The account of the Mishnah is Rabbi Akiva. Although Rabbi wrote it, he was just quoting Rabbi Akiva's opinion. Getting back to another Gemara that was mentioned yesterday. We're done about the cloud for now. For those who checked out the cloud, Reboy, on to the next piece. Dufa, yesterday's onward. Minayim, so we're not going to quote a long piece of Gemara from yesterday, and they're going to have it. Minayim she'eno chayev, ela al she'yedir b'tchila v'yedir basar. Talking about a person who walks into the Beit Hamikdash when he is Sameh, or he comes in contact with something which is sanctified, which can't be touched when he is Sameh, or something which is consecrated. So the bottom line is, how do we know? This is Gemara. Shena Chayev Ella Al Yedir B'Tila. He knew beforehand that he wasn't supposed to touch it, and he knew at the end that he did touch it, or he knew he wasn't supposed to go to it, and then at the end he went in. So he has to know beforehand and no afterwards, and then the time and he forgot in the middle. Just drop a background. Whenever we have any type of fear, any type of ability for a person who's liable for a mistake, so what he's liable for is the concealment in the middle, the mistake in the middle. So we're always going to count the fact that in Klal Gadol Masechta Shabbos, they also get called shigagos. And Rambam has a paragraph called shigagos. And what we're doing there is you always want to find how many mistakes. Generally, a shogeg be a hella. It means he knew something, and then there was alama. There was this lapse in his mind knowing what happened. Now, alama could either be that the person got the halacha, or that a person could have forgotten that it's also for a person who's punished into the base of the dust. A person could have forgotten that that's considered to be a halama. Now, a halama by that always means that the things that he once knew and he forgot, which is you have to have in the beginning, you have to have known at some point, forgot after. That's what we want to say. Person's not chayiv, really knew. Now, at the end, he knows he made a mistake happen during the in the middle. Tamalomar, that from the Nalam Shnei Ba'amim. It's some twice. Just read the pasuk. So we will say, person who touches something which is tamei, or he touches the corpse, he touches the bed, again, he sheretz tamei, and I know he forgot about it, who touched it, and Nelami, and he forgot that he touched it, who tamei ba'aseh. Now he becomes tamei because he touched your animal. Next, you got it. He touches an impure person, so again, he touches the person becomes tamei, and then Mimenu gets about it. There are 2 consecutive psukim where it says the Nelam Mimenu forgot about it. So therefore, the word Nelam Shnei Pamim, the key after the repeated sessions, it's the Nelam Shnei Pamim. We learned from there you had to have known about it, forgotten about it, and then known about it again. Mechlal. Now, as one says, Rabbi disagrees. You don't need the 2 words Nelam to teach you that you forgot and knew, forgot. Now, Mechlal, by definition, means that you knew. You can't forget something that you never knew. You could not know it, but that's not called forgetting about it. Nelam is it was concealed from you. In other words, there's a piece of knowledge he had, and right now, in this moment, that piece of knowledge is somewhere, in a place where it's inaccessible to him. But just not knowing something is not called the Nelam. Now, and now he knows about it. Now, how it is, if you forgot about something that's you knew first, then you forgot. And now you know you have the whole picture. You have the whole sandwich. In other words, you have the sandwich you're forgetting about it between 2 knowledges. The definition is that you forgot about it. You already have the first one, you knew about it, you forgot about it. It gives you the second piece of knowledge at the end for the second half of the sandwich. Okay, not that alone now. So if that's the case, why does it say the Nelam a second time? According to Rabbi, we want to in 2 different types of forgetting. First of all, he forgot that he's tamei. Or another case is he knew that he was tamei, but he forgot that it's possible to walk into the base of it. That's the Gemara from yesterday. So now Gemara goes ahead to analyze this. The Nelam. It says the Nelam. Mechlal sheyada. This implies that he knew about that. Now my mashma, the Gemara says, how do you know that? Where is the implication that you knew about it? Just because it says the Nelam. Amarava midoloksiv v'hi aluma mimenu. So it doesn't say v'hi aluma mimenu was concealed from him. In other words, if he never knew about it, it was considered concealed from him. It says the Nelam means you had it, and in other words, the implication of the word Nelam is you knew about it, but then you forgot about it. Amalei Abaya. So Abaya said to Rabbi, that's the case every time you have the Nelam. means she knew about it and then forgot about it. We're going to find ourselves problems. Why? Gabe Sota, when it comes to a Sota, the Venelam Me'ene Isha. It was concealed from her husband. So very quickly, we learned Sota together not too long ago. What is that? Actually, 2 years ago. Right? So, quick review. What is Sota? Sota is a woman who allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with another. She's a married woman, and her husband accuses her of engaging in inappropriate man. So he warns her not to seclude herself with that man. She goes ahead and she secludes herself again with that new parent, whether they're eight, but the whole discussion is if she conceals herself with this person is a prop to the base. And there's a question, she makes shavuos, and ultimately, if at the story, the husband continues to insist on his story, then there's a test which happens with the Sota, the writer, she drinks it. Now, if she is innocent, she gets the most wonderful brachos. If she is guilty, the opposite, she end of the process. So now, the over here. Says the now, you're telling me, Binyan, that she was controlled means that he knew about it. In other words, he has absolute knowledge that she engaged in this extramarital affair with this man. So now, he forgot about it. Now, hold on a second. That means he knew about it.
There she is. Okie doke. Okie doke. Good time.
Already. Okay. No. Right. There you go, master.
Nice job. High five.
Thank you. High five. All right. All right. Baby. Well, oh God. Look at her do this. Go. There you go. Okay. Come on, strike it. Oh. All right. Good job. Yay. Yay.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius.
Ew. Hey.
Or spin a strike. Oh, finger slip. Finger slip. Uh-oh. Got it.
Well, right. I win.
That's right, Miss
Good
Aquarius.
job.
Good job to you as well. All right. You ready for round two?
Let's go.
Reload.
Okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got it.
Get him.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about.
What's the word? You got it, Rabbi. Come on.
No doubt. This is going to be really difficult. Not even close.
Come on, Rabbi. Just use it open.
Get it.
Good, Jeremy. Yay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You're welcome, man.
Rabbi, strike it.
Oh, no.
That's difficult.
You got that right. Get these two. Get them. Oh, man.
Yay. Ooh. Like a cinnamon on the dick. Come on, Nick. Come on, Rabbi. You got to get it. Come on, get the lead. Get the lead. Get the lead.
Come on.
Let's go.
Oh, oh, no. I'll take it. I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
All right, man. Sweet dreams to you.
Alrighty.
I'll see you in the morning, God willing.
God willing. Let's switch this over to
Okie dokie.
I'll see you in the morning.
Sweet dreams.
I'm sleep. I sleep good the rest of the night, okay? So I don't break my sleep.
Excellent.
There.
This whole process is going to work. The problem is, but Tani learned in the Brisa, the man from all sin, if she isn't guilty of engaging in this marital affair, she says, Savannah shall carry this. Now the Gemara doctrine does not if he is clean, then the water will effectively check out whether she is guilty of sin. However, if the man himself is guilty of sin, then works to check out whether she or innocent of engaging in this extramarital affair. Now hold on a second. If he knew about the fact that she engaged in this extramarital affair, guess what? She becomes also to him. He decided to go ahead and continue living with her, so then his hands are not clean either. When hands are not clean, then the whole process is not going to work. Now, we're expecting the process to work because the process says Vanilla Me'eni Isha, that she was concealed from her husband. And then the Torah wants to describe the process of drinking the water. Now, Vanilla means he knew about it, and now he doesn't know it. It's not going to work anymore. It's going to engage in this relationship with her. So therefore, it can't be that Vanilla means he knew. And furthermore, Rabbi Torah, the Psukim, which describes the Torah in Eo, says the Nelma Me'ena Kochai will be concealed from the eyes of all the things. I am not referring to birds, but the angels, Nistra, it was hidden. The cloud, then of wise, there were some who knew about the Torah before it was given. The problem is, but civil Yoda and no one knew the extent of the Torah before it was given. So, in other words, again, it says Ella, who was hidden, concealed from people before it was given. Now, if you're telling me that means that someone knew about it first, the problem is the pasuk says no one knew about it first. So again, another problem with using the word Nelam to mean he knew about it and then ultimately forgot about it. Rabbi is of the Yedias base Rabbi Shema Yediyah. Rabbi says that when it comes to Tumah, Yedias base Rabbi is Shema Yediyah. In other words, where it's coming from is the concept that everyone knows the halacha itself. So again, this is a very big assumption. That every single went to school as a kid. Every year went to Cheder, and every taught every single kid all the halachas of the Torah. Now you might not remember exactly that letter was taught in, but every Jewish person knows at some point in his life it's also to go to this mikvah Tamei. So therefore, that's considered to be here. Only a couple of ayahs, so hold on a second. If you're telling me that every why you have to have an idea in the beginning, so everyone knows about it, so hold on a second. Then it's impossible. In other words, you're telling me that everybody knows about it because you learned it in school. A scenario where someone should know about it. The case where it says, is there any Jewish person who's not going to Cheder as a child and learn the halachas of Tumah and Torah? I'm a lady, so come in, yes, but that's some things that did not go to Jewish. Nowadays, we all go, hopefully, most of us go to Jewish school. Not all of us have gone to Jewish school. But ultimately, you see that even in times of the Gemara, there's a Catholic Nishpa, and it's how that applies to a person nowadays is beyond the scope of today's year. Yes, it's possible that a person not go to Cheder, not learn halachas up to them, and that would be a person who would not have the issue. Okay. Now, going back to our Mishnah. One of the things listed in our Mishnah as a 2 that ultimately 4 is Yitzir Sharing on Shabbos. But now, the way this Mishnah is written, not here in Masechah Shavuot, but the way the Mishnah is written in Masechah. It says, Yitzir Shabbos, carrying on Shabbos, is Shtayim Shein Arba B'Pnim, 2 which is 4 inside, Shtayim Shein Arba 2 which is 4 outside. 2 which is 4 inside, 2, which is 4 outside, means 4 plus 4, which is 8. No, it did not say that. Our Mishnah just simply said it's Shein Arba, which is 4. So therefore, the I was going to ask, why is our Mishnah different over here? Tana Shtayim Shein Arba was like, it just simply says Shtayim Shein Arba, and no more. And my Mishnah also says Shtayim Shein Arba, but Nim, Shtayim Shein Arba, it has 2, which is 4 inside, which is 4, which is outside. But just quickly to go through this, the cases are as follows. When we talk about Shein Arba B'Fnim, Shein Arba B'Chutz, but B'Fnim we're going to refer to as just Hayakid, and B'Chutz is just a Rabbi. Now, there's a bunch of different terms that you use in Mishnah and Shabbos, which are not literal, but the Gemara just uses it to explain it like this. You'll remember it. The Gemara talks about an ani and a balabayis. An ani is a poor person. A balabayis is a holy. If you're going to pass something out the window of the house, so then the balabayis, the owner of the house, who's settled and comfortable inside the house, is providing something. For the ani, for the poor person who's outside coming to bed for some food. But now that is not a requirement for Haitzah that a person be wealthy or a person be poor. It makes absolutely no difference. What would make a difference is that when the person picked up the item inside of Rosh Hashanah, which is a private domain, and transferred it outside their house into a public domain. In order for a person to violate the biblical prohibition of carrying on Shabbos, what has to be done is something called an akira, which means you get up from the place where it is, you uproot the item from its place, and hanacha, which is you put the item down in the other domain. So now, typically, if a person goes involved, so let's just say you have a balabai, and what happens is he's inside his house, he wants to bring some outside, so he goes to his kitchen, he picks up some food at the domain, walks inside the public domain, down, you have an akira, and you have a hanacha outside, and he has fear of carrying on Shabbos. If you have a honey, a poor person, there's no food. He goes outside, and he finds lunch sitting in the public domain. He picks up the item, the akira, he walks into the private domain into his house, puts it down on the table, that's not enough. He has thereby fulfilled requirements, I should say. He has unfortunately violated the prohibition of carrying on Shabbos. 2 people are involved, a number of cases, which are, he has the honey outside, and he takes something from and puts it inside. Picks something up on the floor, lifts it up, puts it inside, and puts it in the house. So that's the case. You have the ani outside, which places the item inside. Another case is exactly the opposite. You have the person, the balabas, the homeowner. He's standing inside, and he takes his hand from inside to outside. You pick the item up off the floor, brings it inside the house, puts it inside his house. He's not carrying on Shabbos. Now, what happens kind of a house where you have the guy standing outside, so he picks it up, and the guy inside it out of his hand. The opposite, you have the guy inside, he picks it up, and the guy outside, so you have sheer malach over here. Remember, we have to lift it up and down. What happens if one person and another person puts it down, or the opposite in the other case? The bottom line, there are 8 possible scenarios of how you could divide it up. Where you're going to have 2 of them, let's say, cumulatively you have 4 of them which are Shiyas, and 4 of them which are 4. Now, the bottom line is what our Gemara is saying is, in our Mishnah, we only list 2, which are 4, we don't have 8 of them. Why are we excluding the other? That's the Gemara's question. The Gemara's guess what? That Masechta where it mentions all of the cases for, in other words, 2 which is for Bifnid, 2, which is for Rakot. So you total of 8. That is the Iker Shabbos. That's the Second Shabbos, actually. So therefore, the Gemara said, Hasam, the Iker Shabbos to Tani Avos, Tani Toldos. We wanted to list all the cases and Toldos. Toldos is the main category. Toldos are the subcategories. Now, the law of Iker Shabbos, this is actually going to we're not really learning about the Shabbos over here, and therefore we want to get into all the halachos of the subcategories. The law of Iker Shabbos, but it's Tani told us low Tani. The Gemara says, what are the avos? What are the main categories? It says Yitzios, taking it outside. Yitzios are only 2. In other words, what if we're only counting Yitzios, we should only have 2. 4. But only listing the ones which are. So we have some which are chayv, some which are actually liable, some of which where he's exempt. Our case was lined up right after Maris Nagayim, which is the leprosy. In those cases, but just like in all those cases, only in our cases where it's a problem, carrying a Shabbos. In cases where it's a chiyuv, since it's Masechah, cases where it's like we're teaching the cases where it's chiyuv, we're maturing follows the Torah. So therefore, what are the chiyuv? Where the case Yitzios, where it's outside as opposed to where it's bringing it in. Yitzios tarti having Yitzios out. Yitzios tarti who Shtayim da'achnasa. But Yitzios Katani you have 2, so they get so the Gemara says you have 3 going in, 2 are going out. The Gemara says Yitzios Katani. Our Tana learns Hachnasa Yitzal Karila. Our Tana refers to bringing it inside. Our Tana actually means that Hachnasa is called a Yitzia. Now the Gemara Nimai from where we know this from the Tanakh Mishnah. Hamoti Mershur, person carries from one domain to another. Domain to another domain. Nilo asking to come out to you, or brings it out. So therefore it's fine. So it's it's going in. The not think Mershur Yapos just travel. How do you know? Maybe that case is where it goes from. Hey. You should say this is a private domain to a public domain, and therefore it's called because he's taking you out. The Gemara says no. In case that's the case, in this amongst Mishra Shrabbat, say that. In other words, the fact that you say from one domain to another domain is not specifying you going from inside to outside means that either way is going to be fine. Now, my Mishra Shrabbat, but Mishra Shrabbat, the Karele Hotzah, still calling it Hotzah. We see that the Hotzah taking out consider you even to be bringing it inside, and therefore. It says Yitzias in the Mishnah cannot be listened. Why? We call it going inside, going outside. Where it says, anytime consider taking it out. Now, this is very quickly, I'm seeing that we're really time. We still have a lot, so we'll get it done. But considered a is because just in general, one has to ask, why is carrying something from one place to another next considered to be a malach on Shabbos? If you go to all the malachos on Shabbos, you're going to find that every one of the malachos, you're going to have to be able to describe something significant that was done. So, for example, when it comes to cooking, you always have to identify what changed in the item. So this is a big discussion, whether or how there could be a chiyuv of this obligation of cooking when it comes to water. There is, it's prohibited to cook water on top of it, but the question is, a lot of us don't deal with why. What is the significant change in water just changing its temperature? And there's a lot of discussion about that. When coming to the malachos, we really want to find out what is it that changed significantly about this item that makes this qualify as one of the 39 prohibited acts? Now, when it comes to Hotzah, what did you do? All you did something up, move it from point to point B. That is that every item only has its use, right place, after the item is in the wrong place at the wrong time, so then it becomes useless. If a person showed up to Daf Yomi and they leave Gemara at home, so then they can't. The Gemara is essentially useless for them because it's not here. You show up to work without your computer, so the fact is you tell your boss, I have it, then what computer? But it's use it. An item is only useful if it's in the right place, thing up, and move to the proper place. You are then giving that item purpose and use. So therefore, the Gemara is that anytime you move something from one place to the next, whether it's going inside or going outside, you are removing it where it's useless, and moving it to a place where it's useful. And that's considered a yitzir, removing it from a place where it wasn't useful. Person is in construction, shows up to construction site without his drill, says, don't worry, it's in the back of it's in my garage. It's useless. Doesn't help us. And bring it to the, you need it, now it's able to fill its top. Therefore, that's considered to be a yitzir. Amar Rabbi Masnis Namideka, our mission actually makes sense with this as well. Actually, if you go back to the Shabbos, you'll find it calls all those cases you use, all those eight cases you use. And the first case that it actually gives was a case of bringing something inside. Therefore, we see that the term Yitzia and Achnasa, going out and going in, are interchangeable. Strong enough. Rabbi Amarova says, Rishuyas Katani, Rishuyas Shabbos, Shtayim, Shayna. In other words, Rabbi just changed the whole thing. He says, he didn't necessarily mean taking it out. Just means the names for Shabbos. Again, it's not specifically so relevant to our Gemara, but he just settles it by saying it's considered issues. Okay, let's move on to Maris Nagayim. Maris Nagayim, Shnayim Shayna. Our Mishnah said that there are Maris Nagayim, there are two, which are four. What does that mean? We learned elsewhere in the Masechtas Nagayim. Maris Nagayim, Shnayim Shayna. We have two different words in the Torah which describe the way of a nega looks. Just laying this past week's parsha. First we'll have on his four Baharas. What are those things? We'll define them soon. But the Ace and Baharas are the two different colors of this passport. Nega, Sapaka means is a subcategory. So you have Seis, Baharas are the main category. Sapaka is the subcategory. So let's see what that is. Is It is the whitest of the white. It's white like snow. Snow law. What's the subcategory of that one? Consider Hechel. It's like the line, the pasta they use inside the Hechel in the sanctuary. Seis, Katzemer. What's Seis? It's like Katzemer Lavan. It's like fresh white wool of an animal. Shni Allah, what's the subcategory of that? The Krumbetza, like the membrane of an egg. That is not like the egg shell, but this is, when you break an egg, you'll notice inside the eggshell there's a lot of membrane. If you try to make an egg for breakfast this morning, if you get membrane out and leave it to dry, you'll see it dry in color. So that's what that's talking about. But that is the lower of white. In other words, the brightest white is snow. the non-brightest white, I'm not sure how to say that. Brightest white is going to be the base, the membrane of the egg. Now, anything which is less white than the membrane of the egg is called bohak, as the pasuk describes it. Bohak is not white enough, and it is tahar. These four categories. I'll just explain it very quickly. What we're saying over here is you have snow. The order of whiteness is snow, wool, lime, egg. So snow, wool, lime, egg. Now it's listed in our group differently because you have snow, and then the subcategory of that is lime, and then you have next category, which is wool, and subcategory of that is going to be the egg. Because again, the two in the top are going to be the two right. Category is going to be underneath it. So essentially, you have snow, wool, lime, but it's listed as snow, and the subcategory of that is lime. And then you have wool, and subcategory of that is to be the egg. It's very important for the Gemara that order. Amar Kanina says, Tana Maris Nagayim. Who's the time this? Maris Nagayim. People like to keep the cat here with people. What you Kiba, this would be the Kiba. Kiba the Amzul Malani Zoo, Zoo came to heart to save them with that. He says that whenever the colors go exactly as I told you, in other words, the order of brightness is going to be snow, wool, lime, egg, and that's how it goes. What happens is you have a problem combining the colors. Why? You have to have a risk worth 5 piece for it to be coming. If it's not going to be the size of this grist or this barley, it's not going to be coming. Now, what happens if you have a half barley which looks like Sid Hakel, like the one of the Hakel, and a half looks like another color. So technically, it should be able to be combined. However, there's a problem. We're explain right now why it's not going to work. Why? Because how do you not which one can you combine the Sid Hakel with? Let's start with the Behara. You want to combine it with Behara. That's the problem is as we explained, Beharas is the snow. Se'es is the wool. And the subcategory of lime. Now, if you're one spot, which is partially snow and partially lime, you can't combine those because you're skipping the color. You're skipping the color wool in between. You can't do that. Now, according to the color order, you have the se'es, so you can't combine it. So then what do you want to do? Let's talk about this se'es. You want to combine it with the color of the wool? You can't do that. Stop coming today. As we just got finished explaining, it's not the subcategory. You can only combine subcategory with the main category. But in this main category, it's not going to be connected. Because again, the main category of lime is the snow. So technically, lime and snow are the only two that can be combined, but there's a brighter color in between that tells you can't combine. So therefore, you're stuck. What's talking about this is not totally different. You have to use the lowest category, which is Kurvetza, comes to the egg membrane, on the surface. What will you combine that with? Let's talk about this. The problem is, have the sid of the is the wool color. You have the sid, which is higher than the egg membrane, skipping one in the middle. Let's talk about the sid. You want to combine it with sid. The problem is, it's not with new category because it's a subcategory. So you go to the top. Oh, so almost. So that's not a problem. What's going on? There's no below sid. You wouldn't have it in there, so then you put some Hakel, so not have a problem of the egg membrane. No, even though the egg membrane is the least bright white, Tapai, the se'es, still you could say Rahmana Omar, and so Papas is filled Afagav, the Manaf. In other words, if you only had those three, you only had the wall. And Kron Bates, you could say, listen, the pasuk says, which means that there's a low category. To add it in, I forgot to not to, but Sidhefa is going to be a problem because that gives you an issue with combining it, and therefore erase it and write it out. It can't be that our Mishnah follows the in of Rabbi Kiva. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful day.
Because that's the last time you're ever going to be able to walk through a casino again.
Have a great day, Kevin.
You went out of the gate, huh?
You went out of the gate, and how you...
That's amazing.
I was in this for so long, and I struggled for so long to go crazy when I was maybe, 33, different crazy. I'm drug crazy at that age, but I always knew what I wanted.
Sponsors for this morning's share today. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson, the all the Shemit Roshos, this as a Zichus for the service for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Haramim with Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, Mr. Diablo's father, Mr. Leonard Karatkin, Lipa Ben Yecheskel, Akoni Ziponi Bracha, Anthony Levi Mishmas, Baby's mother, Rachel Leah Merit. Other all of the Sham Sabra families in the Shalom. Baruch Hashem, home all of our hostages and the Karov and our home soldiers should be successful. The whole and Masay UK. Let us begin. First, this Shkoyach and Mazel to everyone participating in this. Last night became a very special family for hosting us a beautiful and elegant and uplifting the Yashis and alignment. And that should be so very beautiful and holy and spiritual together. Listen, that let us begin. Today's is Daf Dal. We're really being Daf ahead of us today. We are picking up in Yetz Hashem on the bottom of Gimel. Basically, good headway yesterday, 2 lines up from the bottom. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's Daf was really quite fitting and riveting because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what's happening in our mission, the things that we strive to put towards to a authorship. The way that we're kind of hoping right now is that the mission is reflective of the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the Mishnah refers is his malchus. Malchus lashes liability. So we find good. You might have been saying, here is the only problem that created. Was remember again, what is the opinion that now again, the Zachar Mishnah based on that is that Rabbi Yishmael lav she'in b'maiskin Allah. Again, that was the voice of our Mishnah. But even lav that doesn't have an associated, you get no to that. What was the problem? The problem is Rabbi Yochanan. Not Rabbi Yochanan is a problem. The positions discussed Rabbi Yochanan created a little bit of an issue. What was the issue? So Rabbi Yochanan holds that Allah was like a standard Mishnah, which means our Mishnah is a standard Mishnah without actually based on that. Okay, so whatever you fill in the blank, right? The type of example, it's, offering me for that shame on myself was kind of an example. No, sir. Right? That's the example that keeps coming up over and over and over, right? The cover Pesach, and we've overcome the Pesach. I don't go ahead and flash you to this. That's one of the examples. Myself, you get nothing. So Rabbi Yochanan follows our style. The problem of Yochanan himself hold is on record as saying, "Laughing myself ain't looking alone." So therefore, what we're trying to figure out is how do you align those two? How do you deal with two shitos of Rabbi Yochanan? To which we pick our Gemara. Another stam Mishnah, and that other stam Mishnah supports this approach of Rav She'in B'Maisa Ein Lokin Alav. Okay, what's the other stam Mishnah? Here we go. Shua Shelo Ochal Kazu Shua Shelo Ochal. So So here we go. So a person goes in and says like this: 2 shvuos that I swear that I will not eat this loaf. I swear that I won't eat it. Now, we're actually, if you notice over here, we're going to do this case in Eretz Hashem on Chaf Aleph on Aleph. So in a couple of weeks from now, we get to this case. So we're delving into the Shavua intricacies, because remember, it seems like duplicate Shavuos, but the way we'll see is the about Shavua Chal evolve upon another Shavua. We're not going to get into that now. The point over here, I'm making what appears to be on the same loaf. 2 Shavuos on the same loaf. So I'm not going to eat this loaf. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? Okay, I eat it. Sometimes I should be take not to eat something and are eating it. So let's talk about top of dollar with dollar. I'm only chayiv once. I'm only chayiv once. Allah achas, as she says, achas shenishpa alov shona ne'asra alov. I should eat this little of the mechanics over here. Since once I made that first shvuah, I swear I won't eat this loaf. Once I made that shvuah, ne'asra alov. The loaf, give it to me. So I said, this is, like I said, I'm not going to do justice today because we're going to do this sugya together. But listen to how fascinating this is. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kikar, okay, so then the shvuah works, the kikar the loaf becomes prohibited to me. All right, fine. Now when I make the second shvuah act fact. Why? Because again, Rashi says over here, because we'll say essentially that second shvuah is viewed as swearing bill a mitzvah, which means taking an oath to do something which you are already obligated to do. And when you take an oath, when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, Rashi goes over the Gemara, kind of mitzvah, pater mishvuas kar. The halacha is that you swear to fulfill a mitzvah. Now, mitzvah in this context means something. Swear to do something you're already obligated to do. Halacha that shvuah doesn't depend upon you. Therefore, addition of that shvuah also generates liability. I want to say we're going to have fun with this case. I'm going to mean like legitimate kosher fun. I want to say so. Everybody's looking for hours like that. I want to say so. Again, I think the perfect example is, and this really, I swear I'm on soul today. I swear I put it on soul today. And if I don't put on soul today, so what's happening? So basically what the Gemara is saying is when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, that shvuah has no room to vest. You know, it has to take hold because what's called mishvah ba'omed, already obligated. And therefore, again, because the shvuah effectively is meaningless. Now, Shav, or like that we saw in yesterday's,
how are you?
I swear in this loaf.
Yo, how'd you find out about me, friend? Mothers.
I don't judge people, drug aspect. I don't care if they do drugs. These games and shit. Yeah, no, those people are just doing the mental bring the fuck out of my face. I don't think it matters. And I only have to bro. Yeah. And like this guy rubbed me. Like to help me, you know. And that's why I run this way because I have to deal with family. Yeah. I have to talk to people. You know, I got to do 200 people. We're going to take a picture.
Okay, after that shvuah, essentially, what's my relationship to the local bread? What's my relationship to the kikar? Can't have it. Not only can I not have it, there's a mitzvah for me not to eat it. Right? I shvuah, there's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath you take. Most of us whether it's a shvuah or not. Right? So therefore, again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that loaf. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath, I swear I won't eat it. Essentially, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. And therefore, again, if it turns out that I eat it, and I was violated, how many times am I chayiv? Only once. Only once. Because again, I'm chayiv the first shvuah, not chayiv for the second shvuah. Okay? Beautiful. And I both said, by the way, these are the nuggets and morsels of beautiful information. This is what's the most exciting thing about Shabbos, even like our primary topic right now. Like the Gemara often like drops like breadcrumbs here and there. Our job is to pick it up, take it, to absorb it. And you'll see that when we get to Chaf Aleph, in a couple of weeks again, we will already have so much beautiful information. Now, why is this important for us? And the Gemara says this is the paradigmatic example of Shvuas Bitui. So remember again, Shvuas Bitui, that's the Shvuah. Remember, we didn't really do too much delving into Shvuas because we really spent the bulk of the week dealing with Tuchman Tara. But the Gemara says now here, this is the paradigmatic example of a Shvuas Bitui. What is a Shvuas Bitui? A declarative oath. A declarative oath, where I make a declarative, definitive statement. The Gemara says this is the example of a Shvuas Bitui, where if I unintentionally violate Chayiv Malchus, and if I intentionally violated a carbon ola rate. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat. I end up eating the loaf. If I violated unintentionally Malchus, intentionally carbon ola viole. Now the Gemara says the makes a very interesting deal. Like this is the example where if I willfully violate this Shvuas Bitui, I chayiv Malchus. What can you infer from here? Aval ochal the low lucky. So if you notice, if you again, what type of business? What type of case is this? This is a lav shish b'maisa. Right? So again, I swear I'm going to eat it, and I ate it, So I did something dynamic. I ate the loaf. Which is a Shvuas Bitui, where all again intentional violation, carbon all of it. Ooh, interesting. That case. What if you flip? Right? I swear I'm going to eat the loaf, and I don't eat the loaf. It sounds like based on this what? That I would not be in violation of Malchus. So actually, I would not be in violation of the Shvuah. Right, for unintentional violation, not be chayiv Malchus. I would not be chayiv Malchus. Now we'll say, now why not? Well, based on why I be chayiv Malchus for that, why not? Because the Tashma is a lav she'in b'may. Because failure to eat loaf, okay, got it. I'm in violation of the Shvuah, but it's a passive violation. It's a lav she'in b'maysa. So because it's a lav she'in b'maysa, again, I don't get Malchus. I will say, what do we just see over here? Okay, Avi, I'm told you serious to Joe Markowitz over here. What about the holy schools involved with? Right? He's good. You got this? Excellent. Good. Joe, you have any problems? Are you sure you don't like the coffee? Avi. All right, he's your guy. He's your guy. All right. So now, Simon says as follows. Or Jeremy last week. You can remember Jeremy there at yourself, right? What? You don't need to do anything. Wasn't Joe your son at yourself? Oh, Michael, no, right. That's Mike, right. Sorry. Right. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. So it says, Salach al Maisa. The Gemara says, what do you see from here? A stam Mishnah that at the end of the day says, a stam Mishnah that says, Lav she'in bo Maisa, ein lokin alof. That's what's happening over here. Incredible. So it says here it is. Rabbi Yochanan has now a lav she'in bo Maisa, a stam Mishnah, lav she'in bo Maisa, and you get Malchus. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. Mirdi. So the Gemara says, hi, so we'll say, it sounds like at least for this moment, the Gemara is in perfect harmony. So look what we have. We've got attribution of Rabbi Mishnah to Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael happens to hold lav she'in bo Maisa, lokin alof. Okay, keep it over here. Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha follows the stam Mishnah, but holds lav she'in bo Maisa, and lokin alof. So what does the Yochanan do with the fact that our stam Mishnah says lokin alof? No problem. Rabbi Yochanan found another stam Mishnah. So Rabbi Yochanan has got his stam Mishnah, Rabbi Yishmael has got his stam Mishnah, and everyone is happy. The Gemara says, okay, Nifty, high stomach. So the Gemara is now the Gemara is faced with a bigger problem. I don't understand how you have two stam Mishnayos that have the opposite conclusions. In other words, that totally undermines the notion of a stam Mishnah. Right? The whole concept of a stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, we call no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnayos without attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then how does that work? Where it says high stomach. So therefore again, Shvuas right? Our Mishnah over here, we have Mishnah, ultimately, again, was a Stam Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My Chazid, the Ovid Ki Hai Stama, the Ovid Ki Hai Stama. I don't understand. How do you think that you should be asking much more, even on Rabbi Yochanan? Like, Rabbi Yochanan, how do you know it? Rabbi Yochanan says that Halacha falls a Stam Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan, how do you know that the Halacha falls a Stam Mishnah you just quoted over here? Why not say the Halacha falls a Stam Mishnah on Shavuos that pays Medallah? In which case, again, the Stam Mishnah over here is about so the catch-up, make this about Rabbi Yochanan. This isn't about Rabbi Yochanan, but Tanech. Rebbe Ufei, Haki Stam Lon Haki, Vahaka Haki. Now you want to ask some bigger question. Rebbe, listen, this is like big. Now we're kicking this all the way up the chain over here. Rebbe, how did Rabbi Nasi, the great codifier of the Mishnah, how did you codify two contradictory Stam Mishnahs? Right, we'll see. This is where I said this is not a Rabbi Yochanan issue. This is a Rabbi issue. This is a Rabbi issue. Rabbi, how are you going ahead and codifying two Stam Mishnahs that has two opposite conclusions? So we'll say this is incredible. And this, I want to think it's what's happening right in front of us over here. This is a historic Gemara. I mean, obviously, every Gemara is like Gemara. But this is historic Gemara because Gemara is a window into the mechanics of Rebbe, into the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, you highlight over here the power of a Stam Mishnah to tell me that if it's without attribution, means everyone holds of it. The problem is I have two non-attributed Mishnayos, which show two different conclusions. How did you do that? How does that make sense? You want to say, get ready for it? Allah, Meikara Savar Love. Ustama or Visasma was his incredible. Originally, Red Macha was, Lav Shema myself felt that the conclusion was a lot of Maisi get Malchus. Like Rabbi Shmuel, like he had in the beginning of Shur's page. Then what happens? Fahat Savar, Inoki Love Visasma. And later on, he changed mind. And he said ultimately, "Man, Lav Shema myself, Lokin Allah," and therefore his second Stam Mishnah. So why not go ahead and redact the first? Why not redact the first? Mishnah Lo Zazim, but the Mishnah did not move. Now what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Mishnah Rishona, Afa Pisha Chazabal. Even the Rebbe himself changed his mind. And ultimately, again, both like that first Stam Mishnah. The first one is our Mishnah and Shavuos. Right, then we get on big knowledge. But last shame by myself, so Rebbe changed his mind. Nevertheless, may Achar Sherov HaTalmidim lo Yochlos B'Go Sha'achar Rebbe L'Shita Chamem U'Lebatla Nebeis HaMetrish. It was already ingrained. It was already learned. And once it was already learned, ultimately again it was impossible, unable to unlearn it. As Shtehan, ultimately therefore both Mishnah remain. Shachrone, a current concept of Mirage shown up. And the mask, again, if you understand, right, and you pay attention, so you'll recognize that ultimately, again, the second one is the authoritative one, i.e., the one that says, La Shane Bomaisa, Elo, Mokin Alov. The one that it trumps the first one. Incredible. So I'll say there's so many fascinating things that come out of here. So one of us like the power, here, Rebbe wanted to redact it, or it was, but he couldn't. It was only sealed here, by the way, just the danger again, like lahavdil, but you just understand that what I think is the most fantastic of this lahavdil, the danger of reinforced behaviors, right? How some times in life, I know that something is wrong. I know that something is wrong, but yet I keep on doing it over and over and over. And we know this. We all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do it, even consciously, I know that it's not the right thing to do. The more it's done, the more ingrained normal it becomes. The more ingrained and normal it becomes, the harder it is to forget it. The harder to do it, the harder it is to stop it. It's such a tremendous Musar Haskell. Which is why when we know that there are things that have to be fixed within our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity now and not to it. Because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes. The more difficult it becomes to change it. Incredible. That's Musar number one. Musar Chalasai, which is one of my favorite pieces of Musar. The Gemara tells us so often is that halacha is okay to change your mind. That so often in life we become and we think a certain way, we live a certain way, we behave a certain way, repeat those behaviors over and over, and we close ourselves off to the possibility of truth. To the possibility that I can think, I can behave differently, I can act, I could become a different person if I choose to do so. You know, the Gemara gives us this entire, this is Rabbi. Rabbi Huda Hanasi, he literally codified Amra with one way of thinking, and then at some point in mind, but at some point later on, he's like, you know what? I changed my mind. It's okay to change your mind, to change yourself, and it's okay. We have so much soul in the personalities that we, and then we have those cynical moments when I recognize the personality I create for myself at one stage is not the right one to guide me through the stages, but we're so stick in it that we can't to change. If Rabbi can do it, so can we. So now, let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. We established according to right, which meant two things. Lav she'in b'maisa is lokin above, but we'll say what it also did was as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Shmuel, it also has something about what? Malchus and not a carbon, right? Because you remember again, the issue we had with Rabbi Shmuel is that Rabbi Shmuel was going to say that by a shvuah's bitui, you're not chayiv for future shvuahs, you're only chayiv for past tense shvuahs. The problem is that they didn't thing with the Mishnah. So the way you reconcile that was to say what? Rabbi Shmuel says you're not chayiv a carbon, no carbon all of the only for future shvuahs, but you're chayiv malchus. Okay? So now we've established as author is Rabbi Shmuel, and ultimately again the punishment that we're dealing with over here is malchus. Rabbi Shmuel ula malchus, maros my malchus sika. Here's the issue: what malchus do you have by tzaras? I understand malchus by some of the others. What malchus? How do you come up with a malchus case? What can you do by tzaras that will make you this? So we'll say it could be a case of where a person cuts off my skin. And again, I'm not sure, is it saras, is it not saras? And I cut that act of saras, removal enough is a lot. So you might say, Rabbi Avin, Amr, Komakum Shanamar, Hishamer, Pen, Baal, whenever you see the lashon of Hishamer, Pen, and Al, that's wording that tells you there's a lot. So we'll say saras, you might understand over here to mean, if you have a saras, maybe saras, or it is saras, not cut it off. You might think that, like, you're just going to be, laser saras. Right? Salo Kalamaisa, that's it. You're not allowed to do saras, and therefore getting worse. Ultimately, again, would be malchus. Okay? Yitzias Shabbos my malchus. Where it says, what about Yitzias Shabbos? Now again, I will say, in order to make this whole attribution of the Mishnah work according to Rabbi Shmuel, you need to come up with malchus in all of the cases, not just by shvuahs. Right? So again, so now I've got this by saras. What you come up with in the case of Shabbos? So the case of Shabbos, the case of Hotzah, two cases of moving an item from Shrabbim to Shrabbim, and two moving an item from Shrabbim to Shrabbim. So what's the Umar says? I don't understand. Lav Shas Haris Misas Basically, this is remember this is Misas. This is a law that ultimately potentially punishable by death penalty. The Kol Lav Shnitan as Haretz Misas Beis. And the general rule is that any lav that is Misas Beis Din generally not get Malchus. Malchus case by Shabbos, which the Gemara says, Mishchi Kamo Minor Rabbi Yishmael. The Amar says Beis Din Lokin Alav. Oh, fascinating. Who knew? Rabbi Yishmael happens to that even a lot that is punishable by a Misas Beis Din is also checked to Malchus. So, by the way, you begin to see, it's fascinating to see that Yishmael has a lot of these very ancient, right? Lav she'en bo ma'isa lokin alav. Lav shenitan as haras misas beis din, right? A lav that is punishable by a death penalty lokin alav. Okay, fascinating. Ha lav hachi. So most of the Gemara says ha lav hachi. Now, interestingly enough, if you were not able to go and answer for all these questions, what would you say? Kaima, Rabbi Akiva. You would have said it to Mishak Rabbi Akiva. You say, what was the problem? Remember again, according to why did we shift the Chalamaysa? There's in the Tuma case, remember again, what was Rabbi Akiva's issue? Rabbi Akiva said, there's only liability in the case of Hell on Tuma. Only go ahead and eat that your Tame, and then into the Mikdash or consume Kodesh. That is the case of what? Forgetting Kodesh or forgetting the Mikdash, and ultimately again becoming liable like that. So therefore, again, the Mishnah couldn't be Akiva. Now the Gemara says, were it not for the fact that we were able to align it like Rabbi Shmuel, we would have gone with Rabbi Akiva. So Gemara says, here's the problem. It's not true because again, remember, can you align Mishnah like Rabbi Akiva? So you just mentioned Rabbi Akiva only holds a Helam Torah. He doesn't hold Kadasha. To which the Gemara says, Lav Amrit, Rabbi Ulam Malchus, Rabbi Akiva not. No, you can do the same thing, the same way that you set up the Mishnah. Right? Say, remember again. There's a lot of back and forth over here, but actually, it's really just the same steps back and forth. So let's remember again. How did we make the Mishnah work? It's according to Rabbi Shmuel, and it's things of Malchus and not things of Karban. That's what even according to the whole that Shmuel must be to you only chayav for past tense. Not chayav for future. We said, it means Rabbi Shmuel would agree that if you make a shvuah speak to a future tense, you're chayav malchus. You're chayav malchus. So same thing by Rabbi Akiva. But Rabbi Akiva holds that only thing you're chayav karban in a case of tumah where there's a lapse of awareness about the tumah itself. But even in the case where you forgot about the mikdash, you forgot about kodesh, he would still agree that what? That Shari is chayav malchus. The seventh Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva, yes, right, Gemara says, so Rabbi Akiva not even malchus. Here's the problem. If that's the case, by the way, that the whole Yedios, why does it say Russian ultimately again of Satuma? It should say instead what? Asros. Yedia, that Russian of like lapse of a way is much more consonants when you're dealing with Kadari. But if at the end of the day I'm dealing with Malchus, then it should say a warning. You must halokasha tnan Yedio Asros. Okay, interesting. The way to read the Mishnah is not just Yedios, but Yedios Asros. All right, Ihaf, Shtaim Shein Arba, 13 Tahabian. But if that's the case, there are 4 cases. There's just 2 cases and a 4th. Rashi says already, last short line. Rashi is starting with the Habion, the Ein Malchus Ela Im Kenes Kila Kodesh, Ores Atuma Bahamdosh, the Tarti Rudika Malchus, the Kodesh or Malchus Lamikdosh. The Gemara says there's really only 2 cases, because remember again, in order to be Chayav for Malchus, you have to have a Hasra. To have a Hasra, there has to be important about the Tumah. So there's not 4 cases, there's really only 2 cases. Each by Yedia, Betila, Yevahelam, Beisayim, Alama, the Malchus, Maya, the Furthermore, they also say, generally the mission is structured, right? In this case of Tumah, there was awareness in the beginning, there was a lapse of awareness, and there was awareness at the end. They must say, what does Malchus have for awareness, right? Malchus is very simple. How do you get Malchus? You're about to do something wrong, you get warning about the wrong act, and you still do it. That's it. That's the totality. There's no lapses, there's no hell. That's all the shonos. That's all wording and verbiage that would be used by carbonic liability. To which the Gemara says, "Hello, Malchus Ma'avid." It says, Furthermore, again, I will say, to understand the Mishnah doesn't make explicit mention of an old Rabbi. Right? So to go and set up all of these cases like this seems to be a little bit disingenuous to the way the actual text of the Mishnah itself reads. To which the Gemara says, you're right. So let's say, so now we are about to do a 180. Well, not a total 180, but a pivot, a little bit of a pivot. So remember again, essentially what we just saw happen right in front of our eyes. We worked so hard over the course of yesterday's daf and the beginning of today's daf, set up the Mishnah according with the position of Rabbi. Cracks began to develop in the facade. Right? And the Gemara tried to reintroduce to understand the Gemara really says, in essence, according to either of them. Because according to either Rabbi Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work according to those opinions is how? Go ahead and to go ahead and set it up that is dealing with Malchus. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really read that way. The Mishnah really is focused on carbonic liability, at least in the case of Tum and Tara, for sure. And certainly, and it sounds like Shavuos also. So therefore, it doesn't work. So therefore, we'll say, and you pivot. We'll say, by the way, there's a tremendous amount of haskellness also. Sometimes, you see, what was the Gemara trying to do? And it's quite fascinating. The Gemara was trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So let's say, and we do this all the time in life, right? In other words, I have a certain opinion, I have a certain halakha, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. Hey, sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't, especially if my opinion is wrong. Hey, so people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and kind of conform the reality to fit their own ideas, isms, outlooks, shitas, hashkafas, instead of taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinions and understandings based on objective reality. So that's what just happened over here. Gemara tried so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that neither worked for the whole Mishnah. No, I love Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef says today, Rabbi, the truth is, the author of Mishnah, okay, this is not a finish, is Rabbi. And let's say I watch this. Rabbi is adopting different opinions for different topics. We go. The Dios, Nosef Rabbi Shmuel, Dios Atuma, right? He holds like Rabbi Shmuel. Now, Rabbi Shmuel holds that there are two cases of tumultuality. What are the two cases? Either where you forget, I forget Tameh, and I enter into the mikvah or consume Kodesh, or I remember that I'm thinking, but I forget that it's a mikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm consuming Kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases for. And the Shavuot comes to Shavuos, Nosef Yakiva. Ultimately, again, holds like Rabbi Akiva. We'll say, what is Rabbi Akiva? Is what? For tense and past tense, beautiful, because the Mishnah does not work. So what does Rabbi do? Rabbi in cases. So in the case of Tumah, he'll hold the Rabbi Shmuel, and in the case of Shavuos Itui, he'll hold the Rabbi. Incredible. Amar Rashi. Amrisa Shmei Kamar Van Gatana Amar Lotima Rabbi Nasra Gitanoi. So they Sirale Ela Rabbi Tame Nafshe Mifarish. So this is kind of this analytic nature over here. Don't think that Rabbi was also other people's opinions, but he himself didn't hold that way. Happening here, Rabbi says Rabbi is aligning himself, or is aligning the Mishnah with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuos, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. But that's also because this was Rabbi's personal position. Right? In other words, Rabbi's not only trying to frame the Mishnah, Rabbi himself is also espousing his opinion through the Mishnah, because Rabbi himself holds like Rabbi Akiva Shulas Bitui, like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. Here we go. It says, how do you know that in the case of Tumah, if there was Tumah in the beginning, then you were coming. Forgot that you were coming. I was like, when I said forgot that you were, remember that you're coming, entering into the know that in the case of Tuma Ladi, for carbon all of the Oreg, there's awareness, lapse of awareness, and then secondary awareness after. How do I know that that's piece of carbonic liability? Rabbi gives his sources twice. Twice. Rabbi says, no, you don't even need that. You don't need that, Josh. I'll tell you. Hareku Omer, it says most on the days, Hareku Omer, Vinel. So the Pasuk says, Vinelon. Literally, again, it was forgotten. Now, what does this mean? Niklav Biyoda. Right? Obviously, in order to forget something, what has to happen? What has to first happen? You first have to know it. So Rabbi says like this. So the person talking about someone who knew that they were coming. They knew they were coming, and then they forgot their tumah. Right? So therefore, like the word Bene'elam itself indicates to me do something at a certain point. Right? I forgot. I knew, then I forgot. V'hu yada, but then the pasuk also says v'hu yada, and he knew. So if you notice, by the way, what's happening over here? Awareness is really mentioned twice, right? So very interesting from the word Vinela, and he forgot, that means he knew at one point. And then the pasuk also says he knew, but he knew. So the Gemara says, Hare Kai Shtei Yidios. There's awarenesses over here. Two awarenesses over here. And they matter. Vinelam. Ultimately, again, if there are two awarenesses over here, then why does the pasuk need to indicate? Why does the pasuk need to say forgot twice? Vinelam was forgotten from him twice. L'chayiv al helam tuma v'helam mikdash. Beautiful. To teach us, says Rabbi, that there's two different types of lapses that can generate liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number one, I forgot that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. I forgot. During that lapse of awareness, I didn't want to A, enter into the base of Mikdash, or B, consume kachim. Then afterwards, what happened? I remembered. Right? I remembered that I was coming, and if I did all the things, covered all of the old. What's the second case? Remembered that I was coming. Never forgot that I was coming. I forgot that I was entering into the Mikdash, or I forgot that I was consuming Kodesh. And therefore, again, afterwards, I remembered what I did. So it says, what do you see from here? These are two cases of Rabbi. Now, this is Rabbi himself. Like, this is Rabbi himself. But just when putting together the Mishnah, Rabbi finds a Kana. Like, when Rabbi finds a Kana, ultimately, to hold this same way. Who was the Kana who held this way? Rabbi Akiva. This is Rabbi Akiva. Right? Rabbi Akiva held this way, and therefore, like, all of Kahana, all of Kahana's coming is saying is, see, the way Rabbi Yosef made it sound is Rabbi set up the Mishnah, and when setting up the Mishnah, Rabbi found different Tanaim who held different ways. But by the way, just understand, it's not just that Rabbi found these other Tanaim also hold the same way that Rabbi himself holds. So Rabbi's own personal shita was like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah, and therefore again there's liability both for forgetting your Tumah status and for Kodesh. Incredible. Shavuos. So again, what about in the case of Shavuos? Now remember again, it wasn't before. Who does Rabbi hold like in the case of Shavuos? Who does he hold like? Akiva. Right? Because remember again, Rabbi Akiva holds that by Shavuos between you're chayiv what? Whether the Shavuos future tense, right? Or past tense, Achalti, the show hold that way as well. Where do you see that? Shavuos, the instant time they have Rebbe's personal position here as well. So ultimately, again, it's a case. Apparently, so what does that mean? You know, I suppose there's a different lotion. Ashkefan b'yedikiva minalon svar. So we'll say it's a svar. That Rebbe himself holds this chayiv not only again for past Shavuos, but also for future tense. Now, what does that mean? It's svara. So we want to Rabbi Akiva come chayiv with Shavar. Say, why does Rabbi Akiva hold chayiv for a past tense? Well, why is that? Okay, so let's say, get ready for this. we're going to see. Now, here's what's interesting. It appears, based also in the Mishnah, the paradigmatic case Shulas Bitui is actually future-oriented, right? The paradigmatic case, right, of a declarative Shua is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I won't eat, okay? The drush is because that's how the Mishnah the two biblically paradigms of Shulas Bitui were future-oriented Shulas, which can yield the second to for what? Past tense, right? Shvua sha'achal, shvua shala'achalti. Now watch this. Where does Rabbi get all of this from? He dashes read boy umiuti. Now let's say this is really exciting because remember this gets to the core of what we call our exegetical principles. Remember again, let's say there are different mechanisms through which one to the Torah. Now again, obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide exegetical principle you use, right? That's not us. Halavai, that's what gets you up in the morning, right? Zachisa, right? But Lamaisa, what we're talking about over here is these sukkim are dark through 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different Tanoim had different solas. They had different traditions from Rabbi and going back all the way to Moshe Rabbeinu about how to get from different sukkim. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately again darshan through Re'umedute. Okay, now we're going to see how this plays out in just a moment. Rabbi, Nami, daughter Shri and Rabbi also generally used that same exegetical principle. So I'm going to and Rabbi used Riboy Umiyot, and Rabbi also used Riboy Umiyot. It is logical to say that Rabbi held like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little bit more meat on the bones here. Here we go. Rabbi Omer. So first, just an example over here of how Rabbi darshans Umiyot. Okay, here we go. Desanya. Rabbi Omer. Holding Bachar, don't put Ashtaris. Very interesting. But I will say Pidyon Bachar, son, firstborn son has a teeth, and the halacha is called Pidyon Aben. Pidyon Aben, what's the process of Pidyon Aben? You go to the coin, I give the coin, or the coin asks you, what do you want to do? Do you want the kid to attend his kedusha, or do you want to redeem him? Do you want to redeem his firstborn sanctity? I want to redeem the firstborn sanctity, so the sanctity on 5 slot. 5 slot. So what says follows. The one says already, you can redeem this born child on anything with the exception of documents. What does it mean, a document? Again, I have a firstborn. I want to redeem it. I happen to have it in my possession that says Ruben owes me 5 slot. So I don't document, and again, it is worth 5 slot. So I say to the coin, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead. I'll give you documents, in lieu of actual cash, and you'll use that. So Rabbi said, it doesn't work. You can hold it pretty much with anything except the document. Rabbana Amrei, Bakol Poldim Bachar Adam, Chutz Me'abodim, Tzvekakos. So Rabbanan say, in general, it's born with anything, with the exception of slaves, stars, documents, and karka. I'll say, what's the machlokes over here? My time with Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? Darish Riboy Umeut. Rabbi in general darshans are Riboy Umiyot. What's Riboy Umiyot? Here Resh. So we'll say the pasuk says you deem him. Now Peter Yav is a Riboy, which means you could redeem him with what? With what? With anything. With anything. Okay. So the Gemara says Riba Becha Kasef Hamish Shkalin. But then it says again with a value of something that is 5 shkalim, right? Silver worth 5 shkalim, mi'et. That's it, right? Again, I will say, riboy means, right? Again, like including everything. Now here there's a meal that is 5 shkalim, so 5 silver shkalim. That's a mi'ot. Tifti shall be redeemed. Then riboy again. Riba. So what do I have over here in this pasuk? Riba u'mi'et v'riba. So boy, right? There's a riboy. Kuduyav. There's a mi'et. There's a mi'ut. Be'er kesef chamesha shkalim. And then there's a riboy tifta. And what do you do when you have a riboy, a mi'ut, and a riboy? What does that do? So the Gemara says riba hakol. In general, the result of a riboy, mi'ut, and riboy is ultimately everything is included. Riba call mi'ut. I will say, but it includes everything with a carve out. With an exclusion. With an exclusion. What's the exclusion? My mi'et shtaros. Right? It includes everything. It includes everything. What does it exclude? It excludes shtaros. Now, why does it exclude shtaros? Why does it exclude shtaros? Because ultimately, again, a shtar does not have an inherent value. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, "Chutz min hashtaros, hayachayev la'adam b'shtar heislan v'noselo also shtar you're in open about." Good. Rashi says over earlier. Don't say why, because the shtar does not have an inherent value. Right? The only, in general, the only value a shtar has is what? What's the value of a shtar? The value of the pay, right? The Gemara often uses the expression, what is the shtar good for? A bottle stopper, right? A bottle stopper, that's so there again, because it has no inherent value, therefore, halacha l'maisa, you cannot use it for pidyon aven. For Rabbanon, it's supposed to use ultimately again through a ribu. On the other hand, for Rabbanon, that shiklali uprati. Rabbanon don't use ribu in it. They use klal uprati. Now watch this. Rabbanon klal uprati. Upidyon iben chodesh klal. You shall redeem him from the age 1 month. Klal. And then it's a general statement. Then it says you shall use silver of 5 shkalim. That's ultimately again you shall redeem him. Chazav kala. Listen, just do you see what's happening over here? This you don't often see it like this. Your dash words, right? Literally again, it's the same exact words, right? Just right. Shkalim, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Same 3 phrases, same 3 words. Rabbi's darshaning through the prism of riboy, and Chazal and Rabbanan are darshaning it through the mechanism of cloud, uprat, uklal. So the Gemara says, so Chazal cloud. What do you do with the cloud to cloud? So just remember again, here's the difference between a riboy, a miut, and a riboy, and a cloud uprat. In a riboy, miut, the result is included, with the exception one item. There's one specific thing that is excluded. So therefore, in Rabbi's riboy, miut, riboy, you could do that with everything except for shtaros. Shtaros is the one except that in klal prato klal, which is like this. Everything is included, right? But prato klal says like this. It creates a paradigm, right? But there is a whole category exclude paradigm. Riboy excludes one thing. Klal uprat klal creates a rule, but it usually excludes category of things. This distinction, now watch this. Therefore, according to the Rabbi, category that is excluded is the category that conforms to the details of the prat. So let's say the prat. What was the prat over here? With silver, right? The chamesh, right? The 5 shkalim. Now watch this. What's unique about the gufa mamon? So let's say the prat. Silver is number 1, movable, right? Movable and inherently valuable, right? So therefore, let's say essentially, to say a little bit differently, defines The prat defines the klal item, the specific item, the klal, and by definition exclude the entire category of things that into the klal, right? Sibui, miut, read, ultimately again. So this, the excluding defines that which is included, and ultimately again in the reboy, essentially what's included is anything that is something that is not inherently valuable. What's the item that's not inherently valuable? Shtar. In reboy, so sorry, the cloud. So ultimately, again, the prat defines the colors of the cloud. Speak about the prat in this case of silver. Number one, inherently valuable. Number two, movable. Therefore, I will say, what does that do? This is incredible. Therefore, again, for people, you can use anything that is and ultimately movable. What does that exclude? Yatsu karkol she'in metalin. Ultimately, again, it excludes karkol that is not movable. Yatsu avod shukshul karkos. It excludes avodim, which are compared to karkol. Yatsu shtaros sha'af api shemetalin gufa mamon. Ultimately, again, it excludes shtaros. It excludes shtaros, which are not inherently valuable. So one side. So watch what just happened over here. So remember again. Don't say. So we're gonna pause here for just a second. So just understand what's happening. Just good news. We know what's going on in the Mishnah. Right? The Gemara is now suggesting is the Mishnah. Up until now, we're focusing on the Mishnah line with Rabbi Akiva or Rabbi Shmuel. Now we're saying what? Both. Rabbi picked and choose. Pick and chose. Right? Chose. Right? Sorry. Right? He went. Right? It's fault. Right? He went ahead. Right? Say he went ahead and he chose the means for them. So he's holding both like Rabbi Shmuel and like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva ultimately again by Shavuot, and like Rabbi Shmuel ultimately again by Tumah. Established how and now he said, by the way, these are Rabbi's personal opinions also. We prove that by Rabbi Shmuel and Tumah, and now ultimately again we prove this by Rabbi Akiva, and that Rabbi himself holds like Rabbi Akiva. Akiva characterized with the mechanism of rebui and trying to show that Rabbi uses that same exact for his drushes as well. Not quite finished with here. We'll stop over here for here. We'll say Shkoyach. All right, so everyone's a great day, everyone. Our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual so dedicated in all the German drushos this year as a zechus for Mishnah troubles for Am Yisrael. Sponsors for the month of year have other Shmuel Rabbi Karakin, mention of the architect of Shmuel's father, Mikvah Ben Yecheskel Akonzikon. Our week of learning sponsors, Ari will be lifting the Nishmas Buddhi's Rachel, Leah, Bas, Ruben, Nair, Zakon, and our Dami sponsors for today, for our Mother Birnbaum, in memory of our grandmother Miriam Bassis, for the Fuhr Shalim War, our brother Chaim Shlomo Malka, Tachol Yisrael, and for the Ketav Yisrael, the safe return of our activity, and that's for all of our holy soldiers. And we'll say Hashem with another dot ahead of us today, do the Mishnah, and begin the new Masech Gemara together. So we are picking up today's dot is dot Gimel. A welcome to all of the Newton as well as online. A great is the first one. So we are picking up at the Gemara on that base, to be 2 lines up from the bottom. Nifty. So I remember again. So the Mishnah was really, as far as the Mishnah goes, it was excellent. I think that was like a 10 out of 10 for that Mishnah, right? Anything and everything you wanted in Yikite, you had it, right? We had Shabbos, we had Shavuos, we had Seder, we had buckets of goat buckets. We current term yesterday, right? And everything you could possibly want out of a Mishnah. Baruch Hashem, we resort to be able to find it. So now the Gemara wants to unpack the Mishnah. The Gemara says as follows: Michti, Tanami Makos Salek. We read that phrase so longingly. We just finished with Makis. We just finished with Makis, right? The words Chabachok, Tzadik, Demunah, Yichya, the words of Rabbi Akiva Nechem, Akiva Nechem are still ringing in our ears. They see them tonight in Yetz Hashem. They give us 6:45, and with Mincha, they see them at 7 o'clock. There is time. There's still time to register. If you would like, you won't get food, but you can add. But you add. I'm just kidding. You won't get food. Just plenty of food. You'll get food. And that says a beautiful event at the home of Kili and Julian Goldberger. So if you would like to come, just private message me, and we'll get to it. So remember again. The Gemara says we are finishing up on the Sechus Makos. So telling me, Lashana Makos Salik. My shtuk is Shavuos. Yeah, why Shavuos? I was like, Mesechtas are linked. But why are we going from Mesechtas Makos to Mesechtas? So it's very simple. Mishum Tani Chayiv Al Harosh Shtayim Achas Mikan Ba'achas Mikan Tap of Gimel Valazakon Shtayim Mikan Ba'achas Milamata. So remember again, one of those sugyas that we had in Mesechtas Makos was the halachos concerning shaving off your payas. So remember again, what was the nature of shaving payas? So the Mishnah said, Chayav, you're obligated for rounding out the corners of your head. One corner here, one corner there, right? There's two prohibitions. And for the beard, that's right. Remember again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? The Gemara says, what's unique about this is one prohibition, right? It is a prohibition not to destroy your beard. There's a prohibition not to corners of your head. So it's one prohibition, and it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions, right? In other words, if I go ahead and I wrap both corners of my head, it's one, right? But yet I'm chayiv twice. The razor, is at the end of the day, again, it's one line, yet it has five times. So you understand this halakha that it dealt with, the concept of love that could ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. So therefore, we'll say, what was our Mishnah and Shavuos, right? Our Mishnah and Shavuos was Shavuos Shein Arba. All of these examples of Shein Arba, two biblically paradigmatic, ultimately again turn into 4 cases total of liability. So essentially, the Masechah Shavuos is really just picking up on that same set of 4. One that is 2, right? One is 5, and now 2 that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, beautiful. Okay, so now we understand the connection between the Masechah Shavuos and Masechas Makos. Beautiful. Maishna Hachav, Tana Lekulu, Maishna Gavivsias Shabbos, Umaras Negoim. Let's remember again in our Mishnah examples of Shtayim Shein Arba, 2 biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately again birth 2 additional cases as well. Number 1 was Shavuos oaths. Case number 2 was Yedias Hatoma, right? Ritual purity, impurity. We spoke about again. We'll talk about today. Purity, and then number 3 is let's shut 4 cases. We're talking about all 4 cases. Yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara says when it comes to Shabbos, and by the Mishnah of the Saras, in Shabbos only quotes the cases of Shabbos, and by Saras it only quotes the cases of Saras. The Gemara is asking just like a textual question. Why is it here by Shavuos? We quote all of the cases of Shein Arba, and yet in those other places, specifically by Shabbos or by Saras, the Shabbos only quotes the case by Shabbos, doesn't quote the other cases. Saras only quotes the case by Snegar, only quotes the case by Saras, and not the other cases. Okay, so it's not a realistic question. I'll tell you, on the Shavuos Atoma, the Gabe had exceeded, the Daniel had done the carbon over the Levu got Tony Levu. Let's listen to this. Out of the 4 overlap, what are the 2 cases of overlap? The case of Oaths and Toma both have the same overlap. They are written next to each other in the Torah, so that's number 1. Right there, they're juxtaposed. They both share the same ability of a carbon Olevi. Remember, you as well, this yesterday. The carbon oleoic is the sin offering that is dependent on your financial station in life. And on brings one carbon, an usher brings a different. That carbon applies to both cases, Shavuos and Tumah. So because number one, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number two, they share the same carbonic liability. Therefore, again, they're mentioned together. Now, that's why in the second Shavuos, we're automatically going to also include Tumah, because again, scriptural juxtaposition and shared carbonic liability. Once we're mentioning then what? Once we're mentioning, the Gemara says, Tani Kulu. Once you've mentioned out of the four cases of Shtayim Shein Arba, then what? Then you might as well go ahead and mention. That's the style. Say I just understand what we have so far. Now, number one, I understand why Shavuot is not ended off with the case of one lab that results in multiple layers of liability. So Shavuos picks up with the case of Shtayim Shein Arba, two biblical. That's the progression. And number two, all four mentioned here, yet in other circumstances, particularly relevant cases. Because one's going to mention Shavuos, one's going to mention Tumah, because scripturally and carbonically, so you're mentioning too, what? You might as well mention the other. Beautiful. The Gemara says as follows. So, there's a tremendous amount of hassle in this also. In a series of, I understand that once I mentioned three, some mentioned the fourth. But it's like, once you mention two, you can go either way on that. There's a tremendous amount of hassle trying to teach us. I was talking about doing the second Shavuos. The person did knock us with us. And then I said, oh, you continue with Shavuos. No. I said, why not? I said, because I'm just going to do Marcus. I said, but why not? Like, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I promise you, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos, I'll leave you alone. Like forever, right? Right, I'll leave you alone. But if you just saying, no, what is that? I'm learning 14 of the Masechtas. I don't have time for sure. All right, fine. I'm I don't know, like, but just like, nah. At least use a proper English. That's number one, right? No, it's not some type of glut. No, I'm not doing it. Why? So many beautiful opportunities that themselves in life. Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of all of them. And that's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate reason not to take advantage of an opportunity, of course, no one can take advantage of life. It's just like, it's just like, no, I'm not doing it. And stop coming along and saying, oh, yeah, you already have 2 cases. What's your floor? You finished Marcus, why not do Shavuos? You finished Shavuos, why not do Avodah Zarah? Right? In other words, why not? If you already started down a path in life, right? If you already did something, unless there's a compelling continue forward, why not? Incredible Musashkin and everything. Let's go back there. It says as follows: Plus of Shavuos, which should be a Satumah. Now the Gemara has another study. So a lot about. The Mishnah went in a very strange way. The Mishnah quoted the four of Shtayim Shein Arba. Begins with right, so it goes Shavuot, Shabbos, Sarah. Then the rest was about what? That's the Mishnah was about. I'll give you a hint. We did it yesterday, right? The entire share was just the Mishnah. The Mishnah was about. Let's just turn the page back. Okay, is again. So the rest of the Mishnah, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. If the head is Shavuos, right? Head is Shavuos. You mention Shavuos, then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah. The rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the pshat? This is very interesting. So much I don't understand. You opened with Shavuos, but you went ahead and spent the rest on Tumah. To which the interesting idea. You like Pasik Sharilu, the 100 ton Shavuos that Ishimilayu. It's very interesting. So stylistically, the Gemara says like this. Actually, fascinatingly enough, the laws of Tumah, at least in this regard, of the Shtayim Shein Arba, like this type of Tumah liability, is relatively succinct. Succinct is relative, right? But it's relatively succinct. Versus the laws of Shavuos, which are much more complex. So therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to essentially let's the laws of Tumah. We mentioned one of the laws of Tumah because you're more self-contained. We finish that, and then we'll drop the conversation about Shavuos, which I will say is also a tremendous aspect of think about it, because in life there are different ways that a person should approach accomplishment. Like we all want to accomplish in life, and therefore we all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So in general, there's this type of tension I think that we often encounter about what type of objectives and goals should I set for myself. Is it more important to focus on like long-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals? Should I put my energies in like, okay, I know where I have to get my life ultimately, get myself ultimately. That's for my goals, or maybe it's what you guys sometimes try to rapid short-term wins, right? Just some short-term goals that maybe aren't necessarily global, but right now they're good and they give me those wins. And so those short-term wins, that gives you like a lot of wind in your sails. That gives you some good feeling. So it's interesting. There's no right or wrong. Different things work for different times. But it seems to be here that the game is favoring, at least in this moment, the latter approach. Let's move on. Right? Like, let's do that right now, because it's right here. We can get a handle on it, we can start it, we finish it, and then we can move on to Shavuos after. Isn't it so like this? That sometimes in life, it may be kedai to be a little less long-term focused, short-term focused. Some wins under your belt, right? Get some positive momentum. Move yourself forward, get in a good place, and then in your session, you're even more empowered to engage in that long-term personalistic planning. Incredible. Okay, Shavuos time, Shein Arba. So as I said, now, interestingly enough, we spent so much time in yesterday's Mishnah explaining all the cases. It happens to be the Gemara now goes through them. Again, not in longhand, but just explain those. So remember again, and there's also good chazak from Mishnah. First case from Mishnah, Shavuos time Shein Arba. In case of oaths, there are two cases. Please do two biblically paradigmatic cases. What are they? Shtayim. So let's say, so what are the two biblically paradigmatic Shavuos? None, right? We'll only get to it. But remember, as I mentioned yesterday, this is calling is a Shavuos, is an oath, a declarative state. Okay? So the biblically paradigmatic cases are Shtayim, Sha'ochal b'sha'o eat, or I won't eat. Okay, that's Shavuos b'itoy. Now those are biblically paradigmatic cases. What I was making now is the biblically paradigmatic case is a future tense Shavuos. I swear I will eat something. I swear I won't eat. And as I mentioned yesterday. It's not just eating. In other words, it's in. I swear, I'm going to you can fill in whatever you need. An example of eating. Feud oath about something I'm going to do. That yields. And the traditional cases are same oath, same Shavuos b'itoy, but what? Past tense. I swear I did eat something. I swear I did something. Okay, so that's the case. That's the case of Shavuos Stein next. Yedias Tumah Stein Shein Arba. When it comes to Tumah awareness, there are two cases that are formed. So the biblically paradigmatic case is Stein Yedias Tumas Kodesh. Stein Yedias Tumas Kodesh. Yedias Tumas Mikdash. So what are the paradigmatic cases? So we'll say, so the case over here is like this, that I was coming, right? Now again, remember this says, you saw in yesterday's Mishnah, without all the cases again. In order to be chayav carbon ola v'yored, what do you need? You need awareness from up at some point. So the case is, I knew I was coming, I happened. Either I entered into the Mikdash without awareness, or assumed Kodesh without awareness. And then I subsequently become of what it is that I did. Okay? So that's the cases where the lapse of awareness was about Tumah. I knew that I forgot what I was telling Mikdash. That yields two more cases. Shein Kodesh and Mikdash. What are the two additional cases? Cases was I didn't forget that I knew that I was Tameh. What did I forget? I forgot walking into the Beis Hamikdash, and I forgot that I was consuming Kodesh. Good. Those are the 2 cases. Those are the 4 cases. Next, Shtein Shein Arba. The cases of Shabbos Hotzah, which is transferring an object from one domain to another. 2 cases that are really 4. The 2 primary cases. Shtayim Za'ad Da'ani V'ad Balabais. So once again, we mentioned it's all good chazar. The biblically paradigmatic cases of Hotzah are what? Transferring an item from a Rishus HaYachid to a Rishus HaRabbi. That's how it works. And I want to point out why is that the biblically paradigmatic case. The Malachos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishnah. Where was Hotzah done in the Mishnah? Potentially the removal of the boards from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves are a Rishus HaYachid. Moving them would be into Rishus HaRabbi. So the biblically paradigmatic case of Hotzah is 2 ways you can move it from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. From Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaRabbi, right? Case number 1 is, let's say the guy in the house takes the item in the house and goes ahead and he transfers it out. Case number 2 is how the guy standing in Rishus HaRabbi puts his hand into the Rishus HaYachid, lifts the object and pulls it out. So those are the 2 biblically paradigmatic cases. Those 2 more cases. Shein Arba. Hachnasa da'ani v'achnasa da'balavayis. The additional cases are what? Are transferring an item from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. And that occurs in one of 2 ways. The guy in Rishus HaRabbi takes the object from Rishus HaRabbi, puts it inside Rishus HaYachid, or the guy from Rishus HaYachid extends his hand into Rishus HaRabbi, takes the object and pulls it into his domain. Beautiful. Maros the guy. That's the 4 cases. Right? Shtein Shein Arba are 2 cases that are really 4 cases. What are the 2 biblically paradigmatic cases? Seis u'vaharas. Seis and vaharas. So those are the 2 primarily identified from Tzaras. Shein Arba. Seis v'toldasa, bares v'toldasa. So what's going to say here? The Gemara doesn't really do this more, but we're going that there is a tolda, there's an offshoot of seis, and there's an offshoot baharas. Okay. Chazara, we've gone through all of the cases in Mishnah. We're coming out. Each of these cases have 2 biblically paradigmatic cases, which yield 2 more cases. To which the Gemara says, Mani Masnisin, does the Mishnah reflect? Or Rabbi Yishmael, or Rabbi Akiva? Not Rabbi Yishmael, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on over here? He's Rabbi Yishmael. So we'll say Rabbi Yishmael, Omar, Chayim ala Asid Lavo. This is very simple. So I think obviously we're going to get into all of this in there. Hashem in the coming datas. But Rabbi Yishmael holds that for Shvuas Bitui, you are not chayiv ultimately again for a future oriented oath. You're only chayiv for past tense oath. So if I can Rabbi Yishmael, I can be chayiv. Shvuas Bitui would be I ate or I didn't eat, but I will eat or I won't eat. That is Shvuas Bitui. No problem. The problem is our counts by Shvuas Shein Arba. The additional right according to the Mishnah, the biblical future-oriented oaths and the additional ones are past. But obviously, that's in kind of Rabbi Yishmael. So our Mishnah can't be more. Rabbi Akiva, ha'amar al helam tul chayiv ve'ino chayiv helam mikdash. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the cases of Tumah, you're only chayiv carbon over the Yorei if you forget that you're right, and then enter into the mikdash and soon kodesh. But if you remember that you're tummy, but you forgot that it was the Beis Hamikdash, forgot ultimately again that it was kodesh you were consuming, you're not liable. Well, that also contradicts distinction to our Mishnah. I will say, just by the way, as an aside, and I see these, like, how does that work? What did you think? You 7-Eleven? Like what do you do? Well, say, but you see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day, at a certain point, novelty wears off, right? Novelty wears off. It's I tell you like this. I made a big question in the show. That people shouldn't walking with cups of coffee. Just for davening. I don't mean here, they said shit burning is different. But just you go into davening, you really use that shul, that name is for davening. Like, don't walk into davening with a cup of coffee. There's something so wrong about things on so many different, like it just presents like you would think of Chaim Kanievsky's Yevich Raha. No one walk in with a huge mug or seltzer or anything else. Like you just went, oh, I'm really thirsty with Chaim, do it. Right? No. It's so interesting. No one would dream of bringing something to drink in if they would go, I like to stay hydrated. I'll keep it. No one would do it. No one would do it. And yet I come into the Beis Hashem and somehow, now again from a bad place, Chas Shalom, from a certain sense of regulus. It's just when you become comfortable with something, often like it just takes certain liberties with things that you become comfortable with. The sense of awe and the sense because we haven't had it for 2,000 years. But the unfortunate reality is that once you have something for long enough, you just begin to take it for granted a little bit. And that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life, right? It's one of the key things you have to work on in marriage, a sense of hischadshus in marriage. And no matter how long a person has been married, whenever they see their spouse, there should be a sense of excitement and a sense of love and a sense of newness that's there every single time. It's the same thing in our Yiddishkeit. Like, what does Rashi say? The whole of Yiddishkeit is that every single day it should be new. To me, like, you ever watch like a bar mitzvah boy when he's putting on tefillin, right? And like, he's fumbling around, like things like he doesn't like move his head because he's scared the shalosh is. But then once he settles into it, there's like that excitement that's there. I don't know. I always look very longingly at those bar mitzvah boys because I actually remember what that was like. And to be honest, I feel it. You know what I feel it? I feel it like it's after Pesach. When I haven't been on tefillin for a week, there's like that excitement of doing. But it's hard. Like it's hard to generate it day in and day out. And that's the most hustle on this, right? You can have a guy, and there's this when he said, like, right? Who knew? Who knew that I was standing there every day saying because anything that comes with the Gilus, person he has to work on first. All right, then the Gemara says as follows. So therefore, whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? Right? It doesn't reflect Rabbi Yishmael, right? Because Rabbi Yishmael holds that for Shmuel's given utterance, you're not tied for future oaths, and our Mishnah clearly says that you are. It's like Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva says you're only tied for a lapse of Tumah awareness, not for a lapse of Mikdash awareness. So what's going on? The truth is, we can set this up in accordance with both of them. How so? Like if you say that it's Rabbi Yishmael, mehem lechiyuv or mehem lechlit, we'll say maybe the Mishnah read like this. By what Teshuas, there are two cases that are four, but you're not necessarily liable of those cases. In other words, there are four of Shuas between 2 cases of future tense Shuas and 2 cases of past tense Shuas. For some of them, liability, for some of them, not liability, and that can fit beautifully with Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately, there are 4 cases of Tumah or lapse of Tumah awareness. Some of them liability for, when you forget that you're coming. Other cases, there's not liability for, when you remember that you're but you forgot that it was Kodesh HaMikdash. I mean, that's the way to reconcile it, to which you might as well say other days. That doesn't work. So remember again, I mentioned together. For example, for Tzara's case, so again, Shat Tumah and Shuas have to be comparable to the Tzara's case. By the Tzara's case, it doesn't work. Just like in the Tzara's case, all 4 cases are liable, right? All 4 cases, you have Seis and Tzaras, which yields 2 more capability. Just like in Tzaras, all 4 cases are quote-unquote liable. So to all, it has to result in 4 cases of liability. So to create this model where for some you're liable, for that doesn't make sense. Okay, Gemara goes back. So I'm trying to do over here. All right, what's our goal? Our goal is trying to figure out the Mishnah, right? Remember again, we without attribution. So figure out who is the Tana of our Mishnah. We made the Gemara start by almost by process elimination. We seem to eliminate Rabbi Shmuel from the running because of their previously held positions. To which the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Shmuel. Why did we initially accept Rabbi Shmuel? Because Rabbi Shmuel, by declarative oath, he holds only past tense shvuas, not future tense shvuas. But maybe Rabbi Shmuel also. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel, about Malchus Chiyuv Mechayev. Oh, okay. Rabbi Shmuel. When did we say that Rabbi Shmuel said that you're not chayiv for a past tense shvuas? The card. But what are you chayiv? You're chayiv Malchus. Chayiv Malchus. So Mishmar doesn't mean to say you're not chayiv. He means to say you're not chayiv a carbon, but there absolutely is still liability. So the Gemara says, "Ukava." The Amar Rabba, the Torah Shvuas Sheker, Junior the Shvuas Shad. So we'll say Rabba like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in vain. Now we'll say, now this is very interesting. What is the difference between a Shvuas Shad and a Shvuas Sheker? So if you look at Rashi, so actually, if you go see the Rashi, the Rabbi that Divrei Amasa is the last white line in Rashi. You see that? So go into that Rashi. 1, 2, 3, 7 lines in. You're not counting. You're not counting. Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me? Right? 7 lines down in the Rashi. Rashi, second word in. This is very important. Rashi. Rashi says, it's very interesting. What's the Shvuas Shad? Or it's a little bit differently. If you see around Gemara, it's right across the Rashi. Right? It's right across the Rashi. Rashi says, what is a Shvuas Shad? It's very important. Definition of that. Hu nishpa l'shanos es hayadua. A Shvuas Shad is when you swear to change something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example, Kegon al ha'ish shehu isha. Rashi says, again, political commentary. I promise. I'm just reading Rashi. Right? Rashi says, hey, I swear that the man is a woman. Right? Rashi says that Shvuas Shad. A man is not a woman. You feel it doesn't matter how you identify. It doesn't matter what box you check off. Right? These are anatomical and physiological realities. And no matter what you think, you cannot change those realities. So that is what's called a Shvuas Shad. It's interesting. That's not called the Shvuas Sheker, right? That's not called the false oath. That is called the name. So in other words, when I swear about something visible and certifiable, and I swear to the fact, that is an oath in days. Look at Rashi here. So he says, swear to change established fact. Right? That is called Isha Vala Ebezaj. Or there's a stone. I swear this stone ultimately, again, is. So these statements are absolute. You can't swear to change realities. That is called the Shav Mash Davar Shena Klum. There's also the Lashon of Shav. What is thingness? So to swear and to say something that is an absolutely utterly meaningless state. Is it a false statement? We're going to see plus sheker is something different. A Shvuas Shad is Nishma Shanas es Hayadua. There is an established fact. You change that fact, but you're wrong. It's called the Shvuas Shad. What's a sheker? Look at Rashi. Shvuas Minalan Shvuas She'ino Nika in MS in love. A sheker is a case where the time it goes, I have no idea about if you're swearing about or not true. I swear, Ruben entrusted with his computer to watch. Swear I did not misappropriate it. I don't know. Did you? That's not the Shvash Shulman. But John said he may be lying. I swear I my debt. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. If it turns out later on then that I'm lying, that's then called the Shvuas Sheker. So we'll say again. We're going to spend a lot of time on these things, but really quite fascinating. All right. So the Gemara goes like that. So the Amar, so the Gemara suggests maybe our Mishnah is really like Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no ability for a past tense shvua, for a past tense shvua speak, he meant there's no carbonic liability, but there's still liability. You still get malchus, like Rabbi. What did Rabbi say? Rabbi, the favorite strips, the Torah shvua shaker doing the shvua shaker. The Torah itself equates the Shvuas Sheker with the Shvuas Sheker. So, Shav l'Shadar, Av Sheker Nami l'Shadar. They both say by definition, a Shvuas Shav is always a retrospective Shvua, right? Because a Shvua is taking something that already exists and trying to change it into something else. So therefore, again, a Shvua Shav is always retrospective, right? Is always the shavar, is always past tense. So therefore, sheker is also for something that already occurred. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, in a way, and for both of them, this Chiv Malchus, maybe Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not fighting for a past tense shvua speitui, he meant the carbon. But absolutely, it's still liability in the form of Malchus, in which case, the Mishnah could still work according to him. So the Gemara says, all right, let's analyze this. So I understand. Where I ate the challah, or I didn't eat the challah. Okay, so that case could work. Why? Because I will say again, violation of that oath. I'll be malchus. A retrospective shvua that certainly fits the paradigm of a shvua sheker or shvua shav. Okay. Shalo ochal ve'achal nami lav shiush b'ma'isa. Similarly, again, if I swear, I will not eat the challah, and I do eat the challah, there's also liability for that because that's of shiush b'ma'isa. Again, I violated something. Listen to this. Ela ochal v'lo achal amah. I will say, what about the case? Now, we're getting a little bit technical over here. What about the shua speeches like this? I swear I will eat the challah. And then what happens? I didn't eat the challah. The liability in that case, la b'ma'isa. I will say, back to Makis days, is la shema ma'isa. You see the ship what was the what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Shema ma'isa. I'm looking at Allah. So again, why would I for this type of shvuas beat? Okay, so that's a simple answer. So Rabbi Shmuel holds that was Musafis. Not everybody is principle. That principle of Lamaisa, right, is subject to dispute. Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that Allah she'in b'may. Lokin Allah. So just the way we're setting this up over here is we're looking to hitch our Mishnaic wagon to a bit of tunnel. We kind of missed Rabbi Akiva out of it. The Akiva had an issue over Tumah, certain types of so that wouldn't work. Now we're hitching our Mishnaic into Rabbi Shmuel. How about the fact that Rabbi Shmuel said that there's no such thing as a past tense shvuas. So we're trying to say here, no, what he meant was there's no carbonic liability, but there's absolutely malchus liability. But in general, how could there be liability for a future tense of shochal? I will eat and don't end up eating. How could Rabbi Shmuel hold this as lav shema ma'isa? Which the Gemara answers Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're loka for shema ma'isa. Okay, here's the problem. Now, Kashya to Rabbi Yochanan is if we go this approach, we have a contradiction between two positions of Rabbi Yochanan. If you take a look at Rashi, it's in the wide lines, about 5 lines in Ihachi. There must be some, but at least in certain cases when the Mishnah says you're liable, liability doesn't mean a carbon, liability means this. That's what we're suggesting over here. And that's the case that the Mishnah is talking Salokin Allah, Kash Rabbi Yochanan. Now we're saying let's go first Malchus. Now we've also established is that you get malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Those truths, if those two things, now we have Rabbi Yochanan. Why? Here we go. On one hand, Rabbi Yochanan, Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha is like a stam Mishnah. Again, our Mishnah is a stam Mishnah. Doesn't mean the halacha follows our Mishnah, which then also means what? Lav ein bo ma'isa right? Again, if you hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that halacha is stam Mishnah, we have a stam Mishnah. The way we just established our stam Mishnah is like Rabbi right? And Rabbi Shmuel holds lav she'ein bo ma'isa lokin alav. That means again the takeaway message from Mishnah is that you get malchus lav that doesn't have a ma'isa. Okay, here's the problem. Ve'itmar shvua she'ol hayom v'ayom v'lo achra yet to this halacha. This halacha. I swear that I will eat this loaf today. I'll eat this loaf of bread on Sunday. And what happens? V'avra hayom v'achra. And yeah, again, the day goes by, and I didn't eat the loaf. What's the halacha? Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish both agree, I don't get malchus. But they agree for two different reasons. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, Rabbi Yochanan says I don't get malchus. Why? The haba lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds ultimately again, it's a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. It's lav she'ein ma'isa, and therefore what's the lav she'ein bo ma'isa? So by the way, that's the contradiction here. You see it now? See, before we even go on, see what just happened over here? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the halacha follows the stam Mishnah. That's not just here. That's the general rule. Rabbi Yochanan says whenever you see a stam Mishnah, the halacha is always in accordance with that Mishnah. So that's number one. That's number one. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Lav she'ein bo ma'isa. That's from our Mishnah. Yes, Rabbi Yochanan himself is on the record as saying what? Lav she'ein bo ma'isa ain't lokin alav. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf on Sunday. Sunday goes by, I don't eat the loaf. Rabbi Yochanan holds, I don't get malchus. Why? Lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Contradiction between Rabbi Yochanan's own personally held view, the idea that Allah always follows the stam Mishnah. Reish Lakish is in a loka hasras safek. The hasras safek right? This is what's called the hasras safek. Why is it called hasras safek? Because you want to say essentially, in order for what has to occur, there has to be a certain level of immediacy. Everything has in this case over here, and this happens, right? Again, I swear, you better eat the loaf today, because if you don't know this, okay, but I have the whole day to do it. So because this was called the hasra safek. So again, we're left with a contradiction. Rabbi Yochanan on one hand holds halacha kistam Mishnah. Our Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and the way we establish is dealing with malchus, and Mishnah says lav she'ein bo ma'isa lokin alav. Yet Rabbi Yochanan himself just said lav she'ein bo ma'isa lokin alav. How do you reconcile this? Tushma says, not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan stama achri me'ashkach. Rabbi Yochanan found another stam. You think there's only one stam Mishnah in the world? Right, so he's found another stam Mishnah, and apparently again in this second stam Mishnah, the second stam Mishnah, lav she'ein bo ma'isa ein lokin alav. What's the other stam Mishnah? Hey, stama. If you want to say that it's the following Mishnah, this nan achol hamosir. As well as like Karban Pesach. So isn't this Mishnah? Person most person leaves over from the Karban Pesach. Talking about a tar Pesach, right? The proper Karban Pesach is over Nosa, or Churbat the coming, or what's the bone of a Karban Pesach coming? And what's the halacha? It's hard boy. You don't get malchus fractions. Now why not? So Rabbi Tamei said that it's a location, love of us. So remember, the halacha is, by the way, you have to break the bone by the Karban Pesach. This is, I think we spoke about this. Because in Marcus, you always have Karban Pesach a number of times. I think I quoted the right step. I think it brings down. I mean, why are you not? So in general, why would you want bones? Because like you want to suck out the marrow. So the Sifra kind of says that the whole idea of Karban Pesach is malchus. So royalty doesn't suck Royalty doesn't suck on bones, right? Royalty has more than enough food, more than enough to eat, and we'll eat around the bone, and that's it. But they don't break bones. They're supposed to conduct ourselves. But I will say, interesting enough, the prohibition of breaking a bone only applies to a common Pesach that is consumable, i.e. tar. If for some reason the common Pesach becomes tamei, there is no prohibition of breaking the bone. Okay, the gotcha muscle. My timer. But I will say ultimately again, if you leave over no sar. Why is there no malchus? You're not supposed to leave over the common Pesach. If you do so, ultimately again, why are there no malchus? My timer. Lad mishum da Lashim Maisa, the Lashim Maisa, ain't no. Oh, what's the answer? The answer must be because leading over both sides is the Lashim Maisa, right? The act of leading over is what? Inaction. I didn't eat everything. Don't say, remember, how do you have leftovers? Like you have leftovers if you didn't consume something. So this is a lava. And what does that what does it say? What does the Mishnah say? You don't get malchus. So again, Mishnah that lines his personal position. Like Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record.
How are you?
For a lav myself. And now there's a Mishnah.
You ready for Thursday night football, Brandon?
I want to be a football. Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
I want to be basketball.
I didn't see them. How'd they do?
Come here, Rabbi. Let me go toilet and get that fucking stuff. I'll be right back.
Okay, you do what you need to do.
Come on, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
What did you think of the Clippers?
I didn't see them play. Did they do well?
That was the upsetting game.
Oh, cool.
What'd you say, Thursday night football?
Thursday night football tomorrow night.
Who's playing?
The teams that are playing are the Chargers versus the Vikings.
Who's playing in the 8 tomorrow?
I don't know who's playing in the NBA.
I like all the sports.
Excellent, big dog.
I love them all.
To hear.
I was going to share everybody who should get mad at me for doing NBA sports.
No, feel free to share the NBA. That's fine.
I think I'll take the stream because I can't get the other one to work.
You want me to help you?
I can't get the other one to work.
Okay. You want to try it?
VIP Road?
Yeah.
I can't get that one to work.
Try to fix it.
So if I go VIP Road and click on this, I go to, let's see, I go to VIP Road Sports. I go to basketball. I clicked on this.
Okay. Okay. Don't do that yet. Make it full screen.
Screen?
Yeah. Okay. Now hit
Okay.
refresh.
Okay.
There you go.
It's not.
All right. What?
Well, I was trying to basketball.
All right. Click basketball. Okay. Well, there aren't any.
Basketball?
There aren't any games right now.
Is everybody's going to bed?
Yeah, I think they're all.
They're all done?
I think so. Let me see. They should be.
Oh, there's one game going.
Okay, which game is going?
Right. The game is signed in the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
It's what I was telling you. Charles, click the button icon in the browser door. Oh, it's online. Don't turn on pages.
Okay.
Refresh.
Refresh the page.
Okay.
Okay. So isn't it playing right now?
Where's the light in your eyeball?
Okay. In the upper right corner, where you have your ad blocker, yeah, turn it off.
Okay.
And then refresh.
You blood that has to buy your phone.
Right. That's fine. Okay. Now, see, it says the click in the middle. That's okay. Hit play. There you go. So there's the game. There you go.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, big dog. Anytime.
Very online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. And now is the time to find out how low your Upstart rate can be to help pay off high interest credit card debt. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your education and job history in the form of a smarter rate. You don't need a degree or a diploma to apply, though. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans from $1,000 to $50,000, so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed rate payment. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check your rate. Since it's just a soft pull, it does not affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept the rate and proceed with your application. And the best part is if the loan is approved and accepted, most people are getting their funds the very next business day. Over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Free yourself from the burden of high interest credit card debt and get back to using your money your way with Upstart. See why Upstart has a 4.9 out of 5 rating on Trustpilot, and hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is Manscaped. Now listen up, fellas. We have a new Manscaped product to look. Manscaped just released the Weed Whacker, which is a nose and ear hair trimmer. I want you to take a look in the mirror right now, and I guarantee you're going to see some hairs sticking out of those holes. It's time to keep your ear and your nose hair looking as nice as your clean-shaven pubes. I don't know how many of you ever had that hair sticking out. You wish you had something. I'm using nose hair trimmers that suck. Pop that thing out, your eyes start watering, you
get that one weird, like, ear hair. Manscaped is forever changing the grooming game with their weed whacker. Their nose and ear hair trimmer provides proprietary skin-safe technology which helps prevent nicks, snags, and tugs in those delicate holes. The premium Manscaped weed whacker uses a 9,000 RPM motor-powered, 360-degree rotary dual-blade system. Its intelligently contoured design enhances the trimming experience, and it is waterproof, which makes for easy operation and cleaning. The only nose hair trimmer on the market with a powerful and rechargeable lithium-ion battery that lasts for up to 90 minutes of use. You ever try to pull that nose hair out with your fingers? Yeah, that's going to hurt worse than nicking your balls, okay? Manscaped is making whacking your weeds a time to look forward to, delivering maximum confidence while providing hygiene. Look, fellas, 79% of plumbers polled admitted that long nose hair is a major turnoff. Okay? It's time to upgrade your Manscaped routine with the Weed Whacker. Get 20% off shipping with code HONEYDEW at Manscaped. Thank you, Manscaped. With our pubes trimmed and our hairs and our holes. 20% off and free shipping with the code HONEYDEW at Manscaped.com. One more time, y'all. 20% off with free shipping at Manscaped.com and use code HONEYDEW. What are you waiting for? Go whack your weeds. Now, let's get back to the dude. You had 20 minutes to go to the store and back, and it was a 5-minute walk. So basically, you had 10 minutes to go into that store, buy ice cream, potato chips, milk, whatever you wanted. So I figured out something. There was a little Chinese joint next to the joint. I used to ask you, you ever get Chinese food out comes? So I said, you don't have enough time. No, you guys got to call in. So I started calling in, like, there's like fried rice, like, shrimp fouillon, egg fouillon or something. And I would get there, the food would be ready. I'd run into the bodega, get the things of Coca-Cola, and I'd run back. So I was eating Chinese food in jail. It wasn't the best Chinese food in the world. But at least gave me a little bit more value. Me and Tony Piles, we loved the pork fried rice at that place. And he loved the chicken wings, so I would get the fried chicken wings. So sometimes I would run over and get fried rice, and then Ray would go over and buy like 300 fucking chicken wings. Like it was like 6.95. He would get like 50 wings. The prison didn't know he had that bag. Right. It was great. There was no liquor store around there. So they really wouldn't look in your bag. And you could see the store from the guardhouse. So you could see somebody begging with the drugs. So they didn't really watch. After the first time I walked back with Chinese food, many of the fucking things nobody has ever brought back. And I don't plan that. I called back before I could get over it. So it actually sat 10 minutes before I could get there. But there was AIDS was big then. AIDS, people didn't know how to AIDS. So they did the special barracks guys who had HIV. And they only had 3 or 4 guys who had HIV. I can still see their faces. That's how much I hung on the HIV unit. Because the HIV unit had brand new TV, brand new refrigerators, brand new stoves. They could cook their own food in there. So we all figured out a way to food in, cook for the HIV guys. They were us hanging in that thing. They weren't another, or they were all HIV because they were intravenous users, I think one guy was gay, but nobody ever gave him a time. We just wanted the guy, And what happened on Sunday nights, going over and watching Married with Children and Cops. That was our shit. Yeah, Cops on we were going for Cops Sunday night with Living. For Cops. But something interesting happened to me in there. And this is where everything changed for me. Since the minute I got in there, people would always ask me, hey, did you pay your paperwork from the first portion? I called it the first 2 weeks before you went to prison, before I went to the camp. I went to that place. Do you remember what I called it? The first 2 weeks, whatever it was. I can't remember. You're getting double time. You're getting
time out there. No, that's Cal. But when you got into, what did you call it?
It's called something because when you go there, that's when they determine how many points you're at. How many points you have, whatever what you call it, but where you're eligible to go to. You know, whether you have a driver's license, whether you had a job at the time of your arrest, whether you had a high school diploma, all these things counted. You would go. You would go to a prison. You know how many points I had? Minus 1.5. So how did you lose this point? So I was eligible. I was eligible for a halfway house. Right off the bat. Eligible for it. Remember, my sentence was 48 months. But there was a House bill. House Bill 1200, 1204, 1200. That if you were a first-time offender and your sentence, not what you were arrested for, what you got convicted of was non-violence, your sentence would be cut in half. So what I did was, one of the guys got out, he was the house clerk. So for 3 or 4 weeks, I studied really hard. I got a book and I studied all the laws. I became a long-time clerk. I was fucking the guy who drove the sandwiches. I was also in prison. So when somebody got a write-up, I would argue with the guards and get this.
Did like the shop start of the union for the prisoner.
Right. So I became that guy. I fucking won every case.
Did you win them all?
Oh, I won them all. Dirty, clean, whether I got to them on the side, talk to them. You know, I would talk to the guy who wrote the fucking report and nail him down a little bit, throw him off. You know, I got a relationship with a lot of those guards. There was some guards that were just disrespect. But a lot of them, they were human beings. And I knew how to tap into that side. You know what I'm saying? So they were okay with me. But the guy I never won over. I won him over slowly. The guidance counselor I had, Mr. Blue.
I was about to ask, the one that is like anybody.
So I got there probably the beginning of September. By November, I had softened them up. By November, I had softened up the whole place. I'm not going to look you in the eye and tell you I was running the place. But off the record, I kind of was. Because I was running the gambling. I knew where all the dealers were. I knew where they were hiding their stash. I didn't mess with their stash. I was always respectful. I charged them a nice amount. That was fair. I also told them what to eat, what not to eat, which they really appreciated. You know, if I knew a guy was a bodybuilder, I got him extra milk. And I give him the nice cuts of meat so he could cook them on his own. I learned how to, you know what I'm saying? I learned how to take care of people. So now people took care of me. Now I did it on the Rogan podcast once. If the food, if they would serve you shit on shingles, what is that called? Do you ever hear that expression? It's called,
Like hash or
not corned beef hash. It's beef something. But what it's called in the Army and all that stuff is shit on shingles.
Yeah, my dad taught me that from the military.
Yeah, it's shit on shingles. So, shit on shingles, whenever they serve that, I would sit behind like, that G. This is his tall, skinny brother, 3. He was like a junior at one of the colleges. Wide receiver, Michael Leonard, and look at all American, and he went out to a bar, and won some guy, and I died in the hospital. That's why you gotta be careful with your hands.
Yeah.
Okay? And so you had Angie, and then next to Angie on the line was this other dude, and he was a bank robber. All right, he was a professional bank robber, and him and his brothers were all bank robbers. They were black. They were African American. But he was funny because his job in the kitchen was part-time. He only worked the night shift. But the day shift, he would be there for lunch. And it would be a smaller crowd because the other half was out working, picking up papers. So he would always come up to me and go, Cuba, let me holler at you for a minute. And I would go, what? I go, what's up? You know, it's Mr. Young brother to be in the kitchen at lunchtime. I go, sometimes he's in there, sometimes he's in the stock room. We'll check my work. Hey, to the brother. He goes, listen, I gotta. He goes, man, I'm gonna be free in about 90 days. I work on my freezes and shit. Shit's weak. He goes, what the flu? He went to rob a bank. He tried to get your freeze. And his shit cracked attention. You gotta keep you all can go in there to practice holler and freeze with the command. His brother had to yell freeze a second time. That is silly. He goes, the way you don't freeze is very important. There's gotta be a word. It's gotta come out of your throat a certain way. And people react. He goes, I gotta practice my freezes and shit. All right. I'm to the kitchen, so sure enough, he waits that big one. You can wait until he was online. I'm there when I didn't wait. And he would jump down, and he would jump in the back door with an imaginary shotgun. And go, that's really from this, that is really gonna be doing this again. He's punching himself out. And they will go, oh God. I don't want to tell you what the black guys would say, though. The black people offend them the most. The black people are so offended by the African Americans and yell at them and say, what the hell's the matter with you, man? Get your shit together, brother. Come on, man. Grow up. Hey, you're like, what? I gotta keep my freeze game tonight. He was dead serious. His freeze game and the meat talking. You would have cried how much I laughed at that. But then, and Wednesday and Thursday night was movie night. And we played the worst movies in the world just to like this weekend. Like, fucking, what's the movie? What's the greatest movie of all time? Like, the black and white. Like, shit like that. Like, black and white stuff that African Americans and convicts don't want to see that shit. They want to see the Terminator. They want to see Rambo. Black people love Rambo. I'm not confused. I hate fire, love Rambo. They love Rambo. They only hate, listen, black people only hate fire if it's going to them. They love it, shot other people in the place. They love it. They love it. if I would say don't do it or whatever, and I would always go off on it, Mr. Young, bro, relax, man, what's the big problem? Look at that shit, what you eat the house and you eat it, Mr. Young, bro. So all those kitchen guys saw that. So on Wednesday night or Thursday night was projector night. We would watch those stupid movies, PT 109, shit like that. Like a bunch of black and white movies. And the projector would always break. So one day I just got up and I'm like, I'm sick and tired of this. The states got so much money when they get a projector. All the guys like, give it to him, kill it. That's a boy, give it to him. And that's how it started. And there was an African American dude that run on red dudes that had freckles. And we would go fun him. He was a great guy. He would let us, we would call him freckles and shit. And they would all get up and say, you know, get up there, whatever the projector would break. That's what happened. The projector would break, the film would break, and people would go, Cuba, get up there. Get up there, dog. Tell us about the week. And I would go and think about fucking that cheap, fucking killing you, mashed potatoes and no butter. And he'd go, fuck you, motherfucker, and I go off. It would start like a week. They would say, go up there, 10 minutes. And I would go up and do comedy. I didn't know I was doing comedy.
So wait, I want to. Is this the first time I ever really got up and performed in front of a crowd at all? Was in prison.
There wasn't a microphone.
But you're just up there talking to these guys.
And talking to these guys. But you remember what I told you? On the podcast we did on the church. No, about the guy that I worked with at Super that didn't like me. Me and him had gotten into an argument. And one day he came up to me and he goes, I don't know if you know what I did before I came to work here. He goes, I worked in Las Vegas in the entertainment business. And he goes, between you and me, I think you should get into stand-up comedy. His name was Grant Amusement. And I remember looking at him going, you know what, you're a fucking asshole. But I remember going home and just thinking about that maybe I was a comic. So now, here I am 8 months later, and I'm actually doing comedy in a weird sort of way, but it's not registered. Yeah, it's not registered with me. One day, the counselor, my counselor saw me doing that. One night, there was one night a month he stayed there late, and this was this particular night. And it was probably like November night. It was after Thanksgiving, going into Christmas. I remember like it was yesterday. Because I was walking out. And for weeks, I would bust his balls about the report. Diagnostic, that's what it was.
Diagnostic, thank you. I'm so focused on you said, remember the guy that showed all the pictures of the girlfriend in the bikini, and I haven't wanted to forget that.
This is horrible. But you have to think about it from this perspective. I kept asking her, yo, tell me what's on my diagnostic report. Tell me what's on my diagnostic report. Hey, you look me in the face and go, you don't really want to hear what's on your diagnostic report because you couldn't handle anyone. And I kept busting his ball. And one of those nights that I went off, I caught it. And I just off adrenaline, I got in his face and looked at him, what are you going to tell me what's on that report? And he goes, you really want to know? And I go, yeah, I really want to know. He goes, come with me. And what is off? What is gas? And he pulled out a file he put on him. And he goes, you want me to fucking think? And he started reading psychological shit. He took off his glasses and he goes, in other words, what this says to me is that you're a deadly individual. It says that if you want something that I have, anything that it takes to get that thing. So a person should just give you whatever you want. So from now on, when you want something, just ask for it. Because if not, you can sort of take it from them anyway. And I remember looking at him going, thank you for telling me I'm just a piece of shit. I did that. And he looked at me and told you you wanted to be a friend. I didn't talk to him. Like 3 weeks after that. That move, all that fun that I was having came to an end because I realized that I was in prison and I realized I was a piece of shit. But I was just going to end up a fucking team. So I would say that I was going to go. I was done there in February anyway. It didn't. So one day I was walking in the daytime and he saw me. He goes, what happened? You lost your balls ever since I told you the truth? And I go, no, I just don't want to hear that shit. I'm just a fucking thief. Just come here for a second. Because you obviously didn't understand what I was saying, did you? And I go, what? No. He goes, no. That you're a deadly individual. Because whatever you want in this life, you can get it. Because you're running the shit. Because you don't think I know about it. Because you're a fucking genius compared to these guys. Because I don't think you understand how dangerous you are. That if you want something, it's yours. You can just take it, you know. And that resonated with me, but just destroyed me. Because he was right. He was right. You know, and then I had a system. I didn't want to make out with that. I went in there. Of course, you know, we thought I would have 2 hours. 2 hours. I went in. I basically went in the morning, make sure the guys had their shit. If you know anything about me, I'm well prepared. They had their shit right before. And then the truck would be filled already with the sandwiches. I would help them out. I would go to the gate. I'm driving to get him with me. We drive together. We talk shit. We drive. They take the sandwiches out. We go back to the fucking thing. It'd be 9 o'clock by then. And then I would shoot straight to the library. And the library was a white dude that looked like Josh Pollard. And he was also from Buffalo. He was in there for another murder. He murdered his wife and the mailman, which made it a federal offense. He was fucking. So that's what made it. Is that true? Really? Yeah. But he was like Josh Pollard, and he was very into like very small cigarettes, and like maybe 3 weeks left. And one gave me a black notebook. You know the black and white notebooks, the regular ones. Where you put your name, your grade, your address. He gave me one of those. And he goes, that's a notebook for you so you can write your joke. I go, I don't write jokes. He goes, well, wait a second. Whatever you go up there on Wednesday nights, that's just you talking. Yeah, I guess. I go, I don't have time to jokes. I've never written a joke in my life. He goes, so you don't see, because you see him down in here, we can sport. And him and Chicken Hawk. Chicken Hawk was in there for voluntary murder. And he was African American, but he was well spoken, elegant as fuck. So we'd go in there and just talk about whatever was in the newspaper. It was like 3 convicts talking about the world's events and shit. And I learned a lot from those 2 guys. Those 2 fucking a lot smarter. You know? And he came in the notebook and he goes, listen, I'm going to do this. If when I get out, you know, the stand-up comic, I'm going to hunt you down and serious. So, I went back to the system and I apologized for my behavior. And on January 20th, 1989, my case went back up in front of there was a president that inaugurated that day. January 20th, 1989. I forget what, I think it was Bush. One of the Bushes. Yeah, it happened to be, right? Yeah. Yeah, I went in front of the, no, senior, what am I saying? Yeah, I went up in front of the board, and they gave me community corrections. And I think, by February 13th, I was in BCTC, the halfway house in Boulder. And that's a whole different story. That's what we pick up next time. From BCTC. That was my whole prison experience. So I had a really good time in prison. And I prepared myself to go in like I lifted weights. I swear, I rode bikes. I knew what things I was going to do and what I wasn't going to do. And the experience was completely different from what I thought it was going to be. Like when I came out of prison, it was completely different than what I thought I was going to be. I didn't see anybody get raped. And yes, there was one guy that did mess with me. A guy that hung out the biker crew. And whenever he was with his biker friends, he would make little comments at them. So I let my friends know what was going on. And they said, whatever it is, we got your back. So I had John Clark's crew, which they were Nazis, like real neo-Nazis. That's the other thing. John Clark was pretty much a neo-Nazi. Like he's watching I figured that. Yeah, I've been in prison for 20-some years. You got to and he loved me for what I was. We would talk about Cuba all the time. In fact, that's how we became tighter because the lady who raised him was Cuban. So his mother, his babysitter was Cuban. So he told me how much he liked the Cuban food. And that's how we became friends. And I remember going to speak with him and seeing the SWAT sticker. So I had his support, and I had the black guy's support if I went to war with this biker. They told me exactly how to do it. They said, just get him one-on-one. Don't involve the bikers. And one day we were listening to Guns N' Roses that just come out. Remember, I got sentenced as Sweet Child of Mine and taken over the world. So now it's November of 88. And November of 88, right? And Guns N' Roses is everywhere. That first album is huge. And I remember getting into an argument with one of the bikers about Mr. Brownstone. It was about heroin. He goes, it's not about heroin. And then it's about heroin. And that's when that kid started yelling, what do you know? I got blacks and all that. I'm like, oh, you dumb motherfucker. So the first thing I did to him was, he would torture me a little bit. I knew I could fuck him up. But it isn't like I would get killed. If I ever got caught in his area of the yard, I would get killed. Because there were like two guys in that group that I didn't really like. The leader, obviously. I told you I couldn't remember what his dog, some raw dog or something like that was his name. He was a disgusting guy. And then I didn't like the long-haired guy. So I knew I had to take him out eventually at some point. But I also knew that I had a secret weapon that he didn't have, which is the mind of Joey Diaz. Fuck down mentally, so he had a job in the kitchen. So I didn't go alone because I could just fuck off in the kitchen. It would be easy. With the blacks around me, and nothing would happen. The black dude would help me. What I did was I took the American cheese box. You know, the cheese the government sends you. I took the box. I took the cheese out. And I took the shit in that box. I took the biggest shit you ever seen in your life. events in the workshop. I took a little work and I put it in a piece of shit. And I covered the box and I put it in this drawer. And I put his clothes over it. And every day he would stop us on the way and go, does anybody else smell shit? We go, no, I don't smell nothing. Because I swear to God, I smell shit somewhere. This one, for like a month, I would just take American shit boxes, take the shit somewhere. And I would put them in a ceiling tile. You can pick up every other ceiling tile. Had a box with a piece of shit in it. And eventually, the one in the drawer, and it had gone to just about 6.5. All the moisture got out of it. It was just down to peanuts, a couple clusters of hair, whatever the fuck. A couple of corn clusters and shit. Dog, he's out of there. He's like, somebody's messing with me. I'm gonna find out who it is and fuck him up and all this stuff. But it was a Jew area. And the Jew area was next to a laundry room. And had a billboard up in that room about jobs, events, what situations, the program you could get in there, whatever. And one Saturday, I'm working in the kitchen, and I see him by himself walking into that area to drop off his laundry. I go, this is what I get this motherfucker today. I fucking knew it was cold out, so it had to be like January, February, December. But the sun was out, it was a really pretty day, but it was cold. So I waited for him to go back and get his clothes. And I told the black guys, the other people were hanging out in the gym with the black people to play dominoes. So there was a bunch of guys playing phones. Bobby Brown, don't be rude. Don't be. So they would fucking, Bobby Brown would go up the roof right up, and they would throw the fucking phone. It was great. But in the daytime, they didn't play. Just a couple of brothers that were good weights. So I waited until the guy went in, and I went to the side door. And brother, I caught him as he was taking the clothes from the dryer, from the washer, and putting it in the dryer. I just stood behind him. And the wall next to us had the billboard on it with all the events that are going to happen. He fucking turned around, and I was right there. And he stood at that problem with me. And before he could even say anything, I grabbed my hand in between his hands. And that's why I never liked long hair. And I grabbed his hand and locked him in like a... I didn't know anything about Muay Thai. It was really like holding somebody doing Muay Thai, holding their neck, and kneeing them. I didn't even know his hand. I grabbed his hand, and I banged his head off that billboard. Possibly 20 times. Like that was the only bad thing I did there. I banged this fucking head like 20 fucking times. Boom, 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 boom. He went down, he woke up, never said nothing again. And he was free to us now. We were in the same bunk because we both worked in the kitchen. He never said a fucking word. He knew I told him I would bang his head. I knew the next time me and John would fucking kill you. So don't ever sneak up around me again because he knows you're a little remarks and shit. After that, when he would see me, he would say fucking words. I still remember this guy what he looked like. There's a white kid with long hair, big retarded lips, and he just wasn't even normal. That fucking poor retard wasn't even normal. They'll probably give him fucking transgender pills or something at the time. Real fast.
That's it. Wait, hold on. That's not it. Because I have two quick questions. You said about the dude showing you the bikini pictures of his girlfriend. You said, hold on to that. Remember that for later. Why? What does that come back?
Okay, so I get to the halfway house. I'm working at Boulder Toyota. No, I'm working as a detailer. And escaped from prison in Canyon City, and he was headed to Boulder to get his girlfriend. It was that idiot. Damn. From the county that had broken out. So what he basically did was he broke out of jail because she let him know that she was sleeping with his roommate. Yeah, who didn't see that coming? He got so crazy. I guess he did. He broke out of a real security prison. Like, I can't tell you the story how he did it because I don't remember. That would just be lying anyway. So all I do know is he broke out of that medium security prison, stole a car, and went to Boulder. He went to, I think it was somewhere off of Lido Road. He saw 4 kids target practicing shooting. So he put a fake wallet. He goes, I'm a wild like that. Put your pistols down. I want to see identification. They came to the bed, weapons down. He picked up the weapon and shot the 4 kids. And they got shit. And went into Kmart, which I lived across the street from at the time. And he bought ammunition. They had proof from. So they locked the city of Boulder down. They knew they had a wild guy. I went home. It was on TV. I couldn't even tell my wife what I was in jail with him. Like it was in county fucking jail. So I lived on 30th, close to basement. I lived on 28th Street. If you went to like 32nd Street, on your way to Longmont, there used to be a jazz club. They had like a blues club. I don't know what the name of it was. It's 30 fucking years ago. The story I'm telling you happened in 1990. Or not even 91. Let's leave it 1990. So this idiot broke out, shot the 4 kids, set up a meal that could meet at that club, and got into a shootout with the cops. One of the cops shot him in the neck. There was a problem. The guy lived. The lady needed surgery. Guess what the problem was? The only surgeon available was the father of one of the kids he shot. No. Fuck. Did those kids die, by the way? All those kids died? Yeah, we were doing it up.
However, what do you think of the game, guys out there?
I think it was great.
I think he refused to take care of
My first time showing NBA here. This is my first time.
You did a good job.
Something right now, I talked about on a podcast once how weird the story that was.
We'll be back tomorrow in the NFL.
The guy killed his son.
Excellent, big dog.
So that's the world I saw.
Tomorrow, Brian.
Okay.
That's right, big man.
First of all, thank you. You know I love you. Thank you for making time for this because I know as a parent.
Yeah, I think so.
But I want to just wrap up. So when I listen again, I know. So what are we, February?
I think about 1 o'clock in the morning.
88, we're going to pick up. March 88, we're going to pick up. We're out of the
Something like that.
February of
It's 12:11 a.m. over here.
Okay.
BCTC. So you're going from prison into this halfway house. Which now
All right. Sweet dreams, big dog. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Excellent, man. Take care, big dog. Good night.
Come together for studio, and then we'll move into the studio. But for now, I'm just going to start a podcast right in the stand with this face, and we're just going to do our thing. Well, I love you, brother, and thank you so much. And thank you to all you hit me up. You got it. We'll do this once a month. You know, come around. Patreon.com/Joey Diaz. Stay black, you bad motherfuckers. Don't forget, I'm So you gotta buy your tickets fast. That's all I got. Say hello to everything, right? You know, I'm Rabbi too. Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week. The ones who get it done. The most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same day pickup and next day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Helix, Upstart, Honey, and ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it. Studio Night Plans. I'm Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. Just a huge thank you for all your support. We just finished 100 episodes. We're about to kick off the first of the next 100. So I just want to thank you all for your support. Thank you for making this such a fun show. Thank you for all the messages, the emails, everybody. I sincerely appreciate your support. We're going to keep on doing the damn thing. So get over, subscribe to the YouTube channel. You'll get audio here on Mondays, video on Tuesdays. Don't just watch, subscribe, and you're going to get some more content coming soon there as well. If you're a fan of the time codes, if you look in the description underneath YouTube, you'll see stories you can jump to if you'd like. The Patreon show is growing. Thank you so much for your support there. The Honeydew with you all. Doing the Honeydew with you all out there. I've heard some amazing, crazy, funny stories. If you or someone you know has a story that has to be heard, please submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. We're going through all of them. We will get to you. There are a lot. We'll keep on doing that show too. So if you're on board for it, you can subscribe for a year, save yourself some money. I know that $5 a month is a lot for some people. $60 a year. A lot of things going on out there, but you can subscribe for a year and you'll save over a month of episodes. You get them for free. It goes back to you, y'all. So subscribe to that as well. The Facebook fan page, make sure you're subscribed over there for updates, clips, all that stuff. Make sure you're following me on Instagram. Can't thank you guys enough for the iTunes reviews as well. All that stuff helps, man. You guys are the shit. The honeydewpodcast.com is the website for the show. All the merch is there. It's also on RyanSickler.com, but the night pants are there. The Night Pant Nation Champion sweats are there. The hoodies, the t-shirts for the Honeydew, the t-shirts for my Ryan Sickler, the fist pump, fist bump shirt. The Appreciate You's really cool design. Upstate merch is the shit. Zach designed some of that stuff for us over there, so thank you. And I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center. You know, I like to give back. So if you live in LA, if you need musical instruments, you need musical lessons, this is the spot for you or your kids. Take a lesson with your kids. Go to SantaMonicaMusic.com. You get online lessons. Use the code Honeydew, and they will waive the registration fee, and they'll give you one free lesson when you sign up for a package. All right? That's the biz. If you're new here on the next 100 shows, what we do over here is we highlight the lowlights. These are the stories behind the storytellers. We shed a little light in that darkness and laugh in the face of adversity. And this guy is no stranger to the do. Ladies and gentlemen, excited to have him back. The saga continues. Joey Diaz, welcome back to the do, Joey. Great to have you. Exactly, Ryan. I'm saying you look so good. Jersey looks good on you. You look like an old swamp gangster out of Vegas right now, and in his twilight years, coming into his own. You look good, dude. You do. It's tremendous. It's a different life. I got this thinking about my office. My daughter's in school. She's happy. And for the close of the show, yesterday was the 33rd anniversary of the kidnapping in Canada, November 18th, 1987. Really? So yesterday was the anniversary. How many years? 87, 33. Yeah. You called the guy you kidnapped. He had an anniversary of the kidnapping. Oh, every year he gets 40,000. You talk about full circle, man. Well, you know, I apologize. I apologize for all we accepted it, and we became it together. That's great. I called Tuesday night, left him a message. I was thinking about it. I go 33 years ago tonight. I was planning on what to do with you. So, I can't. We were going to beat you to the lion and fucking put you in the trunk of a car. We didn't know yet. All right, let me say this for those of you listening, because a lot of people have missed that. The last episode of that I actually was honored to host, guest host the church, and that's the episode where we cover the kidnapping. So there's a lot of you like, hey, there seems to be a chapter missing. That's where you find that chapter. Okay, go to the church and what's happening now. Check out the episode I guest hosted, and that's where Joey tells that whole story. This time, exactly where we left off was February of 1989. It was you were just leaving prison, and what you said is it was the first time in the halfway house, which made me laugh because that means it's not the only time you were in the fucking halfway house. When I think of my stint at BCTC, what does that stand for, Joey? BCTC. Boulder Community Treatment Center. Okay. Boulder County. The same people who own BCTC own BCTC, which was in Longmont, Colorado, about 20 minutes away. Okay. You didn't want to be, they put you the way you were from, but they threatened to put me in Longmont at first. And I didn't mind because there was a Mexican place out there called Delicioso. And they make the best fucking breakfast burritos you've ever had in your life. I put away like 8 of them. Damn. 8, 9 of them. They were that good. Right? So I didn't care about going to Longmont, but I really wanted to go to Boulder. So I found out, I went in, you got a 3-day orientation. You can't leave. You can call your loved ones, they can bring up in the clothing you need, whatever you need for your job. And then after 3 days, they let you go out just to find a job. Okay, so let me ask you some questions, because we had this halfway house right next to my middle school, and one of my high school wrestling coaches worked there later in the years. He'd take us home in the van. He dropped what we couldn't get in. You can't get out. He has to get out of the van and let you out. I'm like, oh yeah, this is a correctional van. You can't get out of this motherfucker. But so you're out of prison, but you're at this place where how many people would you say are also living under this roof? About 90. Oh wow, okay, it's way bigger than I thought it was. Okay, so you got 90 all men. No, the bottom floor was women, and the 2 top floors were men. Okay, and it was 7-man rooms, and then when you moved up the system, you got put to a 3-man room. So you're allowed out. Go ahead. After 3 days, you're allowed for a week to find a job, like 9 to 5. You have to call them and let them know where you're going. have a list with them. So I would just make up a phony fucking list of where I would go. And then, kind of shape. And once I got a job right away. And then I think the first job I got was like a detailer at a car lot. And but those first 3 days, you know, they hold you for 3. And then that first day when they let you out and go get a job, I wouldn't pick up nails and blow. I gotta get back on the board here, you know what I'm saying? I'm down with my head. Something's gotta be done here. You know, if I get the job at $8 an hour, I'm not getting no job for $8 an hour. So I started slinging. I got an ounce of coke right off the fucking bat. The 4th day out. That's why all that shit you talk in prison is bullshit. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna read the Bible. The 4th day out. The first place I went to with my buddies to get an ounce on the to go to work.
Let me ask you, what did it feel like? What did it feel like, though, to be just out? You know, you're now, including you're on your own. I know you have a curfew, but what does it feel like? That first feeling of after all the shit you've been through, you're actually breathing the outdoors right now. There's not someone watching you when you're walking or driving or taking the bus to your friend's house.
I knew that at that moment I was never going back into the prison. I didn't know that. I didn't know that I was a criminal. I came back to illusions. And I figured out that whatever I did from now on, I had to have a coming to it. And I had to keep them low. You know? It would be small movies. Selling coke with no alternative. And I could sell coke all day long. But just to get on the floor, I started slinging coke. Like the 3rd to 4th day. Just to put some money in my pocket, generate some income, you know, around. And then I got like a job. I really don't know, Ryan. I would be lying to you if I told you what my first job was. I can't remember. But I got a job right away. And I still remember bringing the coke into the halfway house with me. I was just going to ask, like that case. Okay? And I still remember waiting in the bed. And I still remember one day, like in my first 2 weeks, the chick that ran the place did a surprise attack on me while I was weighing the coke. And I had it like a big bindle when I put it in. But it was little bucks. So she walks into the room. I got the scale hit like fucking Richard Gere, the gentleman that had up in the ceiling. I had everything hitting in the ceiling. But she comes in, and there's still all these little coke rocks on the carpet. And we gotta get the maintenance guys and vacuum and stuff this stuff. We thought it was something dust from the ceiling. She didn't know that there was an ounce of coke, you know, on the fucking floor in little chunks. You know, that this is what I walked in. Create this life for yourself. So that was what I was about. And I got what I kept. And then eventually, and I walked into BDC maybe in February, and by April I already gave my first happy way. So the first one is free. The first one is to get locked up 15 days. Only allowed to do work. Don't leave. There's nothing. So I figured out a different idea. Instead of getting the job, I went to my fucking garage, refixed cars, details there. But I got a pager. They could also drop in the job. I needed that. I was driving cars back and forth. So don't come in here because I'm never going to do that. mind. Like I showed up just completely different. Like I was running my own game in that. And I gave the hot urinalysis. And then they were really up. And that was just when I give them a hot urine, just go. I wasn't smoking dope or anything. Once I gave the first hot, I came to the conclusion that I can't smoke coke, but I was fine with that. But I still needed to sell coke to make some money. The job was just to cover. The other thing I devised was you got to pay rent on Thursday, but everybody got paid on Friday. So if you didn't pay rent on Thursday, you get your lease time on the weekend. That opened up another avenue for me. Loan sharking. So I would let down $75 or $102. 75 on Thursday, you give me 102 on Friday. I had 10 of those motherfuckers that week. So I became a loan shark. I was splitting coke, and I was hustling for every job I was doing.
Now, are you also selling coke to people in the halfway house, or are you hiding it there?
I'm hiding it there, but I'm also selling it to people at the halfway house.
So they're all doing it. So any of them could to give a hot test then, all coming from the coke.
Oh yeah. They were all. I had a couple guys that was selling. Once I got the first hot UA, I had a garage that rented about 8 blocks away on 16th Street. I paid $35 a month, and I had a heavy bag in there and a bar way before I got arrested. I kept that little gym. So I started stashing my coke in there. It was only a walk away. So I would stash it in there, have the scale in there, so I'm loan sharking in there, so I'm walking around, and then guess what happens? I give them another hot UA. Even though I wasn't doing coke, just touching it.
Okay, yeah. Handling it.
In this way, the guy would give me like 6 ounces at a time, and it would be like 4 chunks and a half ounce of powder. This motherfucking Mexican was a nut. So I would have to pick up these chunks of coke. It was like fucking, this coke was real. It was fucking tremendous. So from weighing it, it went through my skin. And then I gave him another way. So now they're going to put me back in prison. So I have my attorney to go in there and fight for me. You know, they had me on lockdown. I couldn't leave the building. Then they came to a conclusion that I go to a rehab. And I just mentioned the name of this rehab here. I forgot the name. It was from 6 to 9 at night. 5 nights a week. And you had to sit there and guess what? I went to this rehab for I think it was 6 weeks, 3 hours a night, 5 nights a week. And I started selling more coke at the rehab than I ever did. It's so fucking, that just makes so embarrassing. There had to be like 12 people in the group, and you know, like 9 of them were still getting high. So we're still getting high in there, but then something happened. I got a fucking call one day that I knocked up my girlfriend.
Okay. And this is what year we at right now? 90? We in 90s to 89?
We're in 89. In like May of 89, I'm already in the fucking rehab. And now this poor girl tells me she's pregnant. Had to be about June. So now I had to fucking strap the belt down a little bit harder. And I stayed clean. And I went and sold the hot car at the time was the Eclipse by Mitsubishi. So a friend of mine said that he needed help at his place. So Mitsubishi. So I went over there next day. Mitsubishi. I would just sell eclipses. I would be looking for the fucking. Then you made like $800 in the car because you sold them a stick price. So now I'm fucking selling cars, selling coke, loan sharking. I'm a one-man record. I'm getting watches sent out from New Jersey, Rolex watches, presidentials. The guy would give me like $7,000. I would sell them to 10. It was the pride of the joke. I was doing more hustling in those months than I ever did before. Like, it was the top of my hustle game. I was 27 years old, 28, and I was making probably $10,000 a month. Between the selling cars, the selling coke, I wasn't slow. So it was all profit. You know, this is $15,000 a month in '89. Oh yeah. So I do it both days. Yeah. And then they moved me into, I started making progress in the system. I started becoming a model president. That term, you're a model president. Oh my God, I turned it around. I fucking really turned it around. It was just amazing. They were blown away. No more hockey ways. I was doing everything I was supposed to do. I was on my best behavior. I had the best summer of my life. You there? I'm here, brother. I thought you froze up for a second. I had the best summer of my life selling cars. I didn't do coke for the whole summer, but I was just a fucking renegade. I was just a fucking renegade. And then I got them to so high that they gave me a furlough. Like a 4-day furlough to get married and to go on a honeymoon. But I had them at that time, and I did my program, and they let me out. They said, "You're done. Really? We're going to put you on regular moving corrections." Yeah, so once you get married and come back, get your stuff and get out. And then you still got to go to meetings and circle jerks and all that shit. So by August of '89, I was a free fucking man. Because you're married. Because I'm married. I get married. I move to a place. Wait, so once you get married? Like you officially are, because you're getting married, you actually. I get out. They said, a week before I got married, they go, by the way, your time is done. Your time is done. You can do your last 6 months from the house. So that's what I want to ask. Like 6 months left. But you can do it from the comfort of your own home as long as you're married, because you have a family. No. I was just my time. Okay, gotcha. I put my time in there. I've been there from February. It was now September. And it was 7 months. And they were like, you came in here with like a 16-month sentence left. Something weird. So the last 8 months you could do on house probation. So I was still on community corrections. I still had to be in a bottle. I still had to do all that stuff. I get married, I'm clean, everything's fine. But my buddies come up for the wedding. And they give me a package for the wedding. So I do a couple of months for the wedding stuff. No. Plane, I'm fucked up. I'm drinking on the plane. I get to San Francisco. She falls asleep. Friday nights because I could possibly get clean by Monday. You know, were your tests random at this point, or did you know when they were coming? They tested me Monday, Friday. Damn. So you got to call a number of 1 o'clock, and the number would tell you what color was that. And there was some Mondays where they wouldn't have it on Fridays, because if you didn't test me on Monday, chances were you were going to test me on fucking Wednesday. But if they tested you on a Friday, that means you were going to get tested again on Monday. Okay. So you always had to play the clock. Yeah. And I did it. Great. Then they started nailing me on Monday. And that's when I went to work. I would, like, if I called that 1 and my collar was up, I would go to Albertson and buy a bottle of vinegar. A white vinegar, distilled vinegar, 32 ounces, and a bottle of Gatorade, and I would get a package of Certo. Certo was what you used to make like a Jello. Okay, yeah. And I would drink the whole bottle of white vinegar. No, dude. With Gatorade. You would mix 32. That's fucking 4 cups of vinegar and Gatorade mixed. What does that taste like? I would drink. You know, when you're a fucking junkie, this is what happens when you're a junkie. Doesn't that burn your soul? It destroys your inside. I got away with it like maybe twice. So wait, I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you again, but this is supposedly a concoction that's gonna neutralize this test or give you a negative test. This is the word on the street. Then you have to drink vinegar, but at the end of the day, what works? They always get you some type of metabolite or something. So I got away with the test like maybe 2 times, and then maybe like mid-October, they fucking nailed me. They nailed me again. And instead of rehab, they said you're going back into the halfway house. You're going to do an extra fucking group meeting. And like, you know, I went from being the model guy to the fucking slut. So I would wake up every morning and walk to my apartment. I lived about 2 miles from the halfway house. I would walk to the apartment, see my wife, get changed, and go to fucking work. And that really made me become a little bit like I did, you know, just a realization of what I had done and stuff. Like, God damn it, I can't get my fucking life together. And I started working. I still sold coke, you know. I wasn't doing it. I said, let me just do this steady, you know. And I stuck to the program. I went to the fucking AA meetings, you know. I did everything I had to do. The holidays came. I was great. And then I got myself up to level 4, which was unheard of. That was unheard of. Like, a lot of people that make that top tier. That top tier that you stay out till midnight, and it gave you 2 furloughs a month. So you go home on Friday and come back on Sunday night. Okay, twice a month. I was that, and I got my driving permit. Oh wait, you weren't allowed to drive before that? Yeah, but I drive. I didn't give a breakfast. I remember being on the light one day. One of the councils pulled up next to me on the light. And I'm like, fuck. But it was funny, those months when I was a junkie, I tormented their fucking world, right? Because I couldn't figure out how to beat the drug test. So I started fucking getting like chlorine for a pool, and I would grind it down into a powder, and I would pull skip back on my dick and sprinkle the chlorine on my helmet. Jesus Christ. And then pull the skip back and then put like a fucking rubber band on my dick. And I would pull this. So I started fucking around with that cats. They couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. They're putting chlorine in the test. Oh man, but doesn't that burn them? Thick skin so sensitive. Fucking pool clean. Yeah, but I was a lifeguard you're talking about. I feel like that would burn out your head. It was tremendous. Really tremendous. I was drying it down into a fucking powder and putting it on my dick. And I was fucking with them. And then one week I used Drano. It was tremendous. It was tremendous. I was driving these two. It was a team. It was a man that would test you, and then they also level 4. They also have the right to come to your house whenever they want, knock on the door and check your house, your refrigerator, smell around to see weed. They knocked on my door 10 times. You know how many times I opened that door? 0. I would open the door for strangers. 0. That's really. I would turn the TV off. They would come back with a sheriff's car and sit outside my door for 2-3 hours. I would outweigh the sheriffs. I'm not going anywhere. 0. I had Journey call. He was like, you got to open the door for them. No, I don't. They don't have a warrant. All they have is the court. Fuck that shit. I got to see a warrant. I know my right. I'm like Jay-Z. I know my right. You got to show me the fucking warrant. Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Honey. Now imagine this. You make a list of the gifts you're going to buy for the holidays, right? And then someone randomly gives you the money to help buy one. Sound good? Well, that's what Honey is doing. They're helping pay for $1 million worth of gifts. All right, you're probably wondering, is this the same Honey that automatically searches for promo codes online? Yes. Yes, it is. With Honey, you can also make a list of the holiday gifts you want from certain stores, and Honey will email you when the price drops on anything on your list. You just add Honey to your computer, you create a free account, you throw some holiday gifts on your drop list for a chance to win. Honey will randomly select winners and give them the money to help buy something on their list. All right? I'm looking for some stuff for my daughter right now. I got her this Bill Nye virtual reality thing where you can do all these science experiments, virtual reality, since you can't go to school now. You can still feel like you're really doing this stuff there. Any gifts you want, you put them on the list, and Honey will give you a heads up. All right, there's no purchase necessary. You need a PayPal account to redeem the prize. Only valid in the U.S. and the giveaway ends 2020. Get Honey for free. .com/honeydew. Again, Honey is free, and you can get it at joinhoney.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is ExpressVPN. Now, when you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? I hope you do. You don't want random passerbys looking in on you, so why would you let people look in on you when you go online? Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door. Did you know that your internet service provider like Comcast or Verizon, they know every single website you visit, and what's worse is they can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who will use your data to target you. ExpressVPN puts a stop to this and creates a secure encrypted 10-tunnel between your device and the internet so that your online activity can't be seen by anyone. I use ExpressVPN on all my devices. It works on everything. Laptops, emails, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can still be if they don't have ExpressVPN. And the best part is that using ExpressVPN is as easy as closing the bathroom door. You just fire up the app, you click one button, boom, you're protected. ExpressVPN is the world's #1 rated VPN by CNET Wired, The Verge, and countless others. So if you're like me and you believe your online activity is your business, secure yourself by visiting expressvpn.com/honeydew today. Use my exclusive link, expressvpn.com/honeydew. You can get an extra 3 months for free. That's a lot, 3 months. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew. remember seeing this comedian. And I go, where you fucking going? And he goes, this comedian Andrew Dice Clay. And I go, no. And I saw that had me November. And I saw that special. And my head blew up. Like I kept watching it. And then for New Year's Eve, I was in the halfway house. So I talked them into renting the conference room and having a party for New Year's Eve. Non-alcoholic. Showing the Andrew Dice Clay special on VHS. And I got like fucking Pizza Brothers Bagels. And then they let me do it. And I watched Andrew Dice Clay. And 1990, they let me out of the halfway house. February 2nd of 1990 on a Friday. My wife picked me up, pregnant as could be, ready to buzz. She picked me up. We went to a restaurant called Rothschild. It's still in Boulder. Fucking tremendous. It's Cajun. I got the 3 eggs with the red fish and the bayonets with these fucking potatoes. It had to be February 2nd. It had to be 16 degrees out, bro. We got back to the apartment about 4 o'clock. I think I watched the news, and I must have passed out about 7. And I woke up February 9th. Just let me out of the halfway house. I wake up February 3rd to a woman yelling. Okay? And it was my ex. He's like, gotta get out of here. I'm fucking happy. I fucking jump in the show and have the snow. I've been sleeping. I didn't even see the snow. So I go, hold on 1 second. I gotta unshovel the fucking car. So I shoveled it as best as I could. I had the car running. I back up the fucking car and I pull it out just to get her to come in. And the fucking guy lived upstairs came with his car and pulled into my spot. After I had just shoveled it on under, I just got out of the halfway house. I go, this isn't happening. So I go up to the guy and go, dog, what are you doing? My wife is pregnant inside. I gotta pull her out. And he said some snide remark. And I go, you're not fucking getting off this easy. You're fucking. And he goes, I'm not moving my car. And he stood on my car. So I just fucking right in the fucking face. And here, wife is inside. Yeah, some dude. It's a drive between you and me, Brian Sickles. This guy had me 3 times straight. And he kind of had. And when he slipped on the ice, and I jumped on him and started beating the fuck out of him, pound him in the head. And next thing you know, I look up and there's 3 cop cars coming at me. I'm like, I'm never gonna make it. I'm never gonna make it out of this fucking system. Like I'm a dead man. So the cop pull up next. I run up to the cops. I know one of them, and I'm telling the cop what happened. They go, we got a report of a woman yelling, like, we got a report of a fucking, like a woman getting domestic violence. Well, what the fuck is going on? You're like, well, my wife is inside yelling because the water broke. I'm out here, I shovel the fucking thing, look where my car is, and then this guy just sneaks his way in. So, I'm like, I'm dead. I'm gonna go to prison for the rest of my life. They have a talk. And the cops decide, they go, listen, we just a misunderstanding. Why don't you guys just apologize to each other today? Because you're gonna have to fucking live with each other. I'll never forget the cop goes, pull your hands out and shake hands. The guy goes, I'm not shaking his hand. And the cop looks at me and goes, you know what? We can just get back in the car. You weren't doing too good when we got here. I'm gonna shake his fucking hand. Your face. know what I'm saying? So you better shake this fucking ass. So the cops actually they gave me an escort for the hospital. That's nice. So I got my wife into the car, drove to the hospital, had the baby. She's in the hospital. I go home, I get a name call to celebrate. You know, big dog, all habits never change. Now, even though I'm free, I still owe them like 8 more months of piss test. And that's when my world began. I just started fucking blowing up their machines. Every time I go there for a piss test, I would throw something else on my dick to fuck their machine up. Robo salsa, alka salsa, but alka salsa. You must have been, I tell you, man. I don't think I could handle any of that shit. Oh, so good. Fucking alka salsa. That's how deep my whatever ran. I had a little girl. You know, man, this is why I tell people. Nothing's gonna change you unless you change yourself. Amen. I've sat with men thousands of times, you know, doing fucking altar code, telling me, I love my kids. This is the last time I'm gonna get high. You'll never see me again after tonight, you know. Kids can't stop getting high. Nothing can stop you from getting high. You gotta get high. People don't realize that. I know the other side. I think back to my times and times in my life. It didn't matter. And you know what made it worse, Ryan? That they gave a rule I couldn't get high. I don't do well by rule, right? You know, that's why we cannot follow society's rules. I wake up every morning at 5 in the morning, 6, 7, 8. I'm an early riser. I'm on social media at 7:30 in the morning, you know. If I had a job, I wouldn't wake up at 8. When I have to do something, I'm not gonna do it. There's no way. Since I was 10. My mother gave, when I got a cat, get off right good for me. I'm gonna let you do it your way. The first time you fuck up, you go back to my way. So looking back at it now, I could handle rules. When they dropped that whole program, I stopped getting high. I noticed that because I had a fucking rule. I can't follow rules. I live them. I do what I do. Why I do it, I don't know. I'm gonna keep doing it. That's just the way I am, you know. That's my malfunction, that I can't obey rules. I could live under society standards. That's my malfunction. But at that time, I was already thinking about the stand-up. I just didn't know how to start. And how old? I just had no idea. 1990. How old? 27 years old. So this is just starting to think about stand-up at 27. Just starting to think about it, still working, you know. At this time, I probably had 3 jobs. I was working at a car dealership. I was, you know, selling cars in the paper. Like if you had a car for sale for $5,000, I would offer you $42 cash, fix the car up a little bit, and sell it for $6,000. You know, I was fucking hustling my ass off at this point. At the age of 30, I was fucking. And then my family asked me if I wanted to go work for them. They were moving their roofing operation from New Jersey to Colorado. And they were looking for labor. So I said, yeah, I might as well go work for them. You know, I didn't want to sell cars anymore. And I caught on really quick to roofing. It was black roofing. With rocks on it. You put rubber down, and you ballast the rocks mean, you know, because I grew up, I sold stuff. I worked in restaurants as a bartender. I did fucking everything, and there was nothing I really liked, you know. And when I got to a roommate, it's like I promoted to an estimate. So I took like a good year seminar. I had to take a car lot seminar, anybody scrubber. Would invite me to that seminar. Like what they would pay for me to go to their homes. And then I actually took a class on how to estimate, you know, construction costs and all that stuff. So I became an estimator. And I really enjoyed it. But something was missing. I wanted a condo. I had a truck. I had a car. I was married. I had been in prison. I had been wide the odds. I got out of that bush as a host. And right before I got into roofing, I used to talk to a guy once a week. He would come in and just talk. I know what's going on. I would talk to him. And one day after 6 months, I go, what do you do? And they go, I'm secretary. And I go, you Bill Wise? And the attorney was Alex Hunter. But underneath him was Bill Wise. The reason why I mentioned these names to you are they were involved in the John Day Ramsey stuff.
Yo, what's up, dog?
Yo, what's poppin', B?
How you living?
I'm living free, living fine. How about you?
I'm amazing, Loverboy. Loverboy, how'd you find out about me?
Huh?
How'd you find out about me?
I've been observing you for a while now.
Okay, how'd you observe me?
Huh? It was once or twice through a blue moon, and then... Oh, no, how do you feel about having an audience as wide as you do?
Well, I love it. Opportunity to talk about really interesting things. World peace, ending world thirst.
Hell yeah. I like it.
Loverboy.
You could even say that I love it.
That's what I like to hear. Did you find me through Discord, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube? How'd you find me?
I've just been watching for a little while.
From Discord, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube.
I have a question for you.
I know, I'm asking you a question though. What platform did you...
See, that's a very Rabbi thing to do.
Excellent.
But let me throw one towards you.
Okay, go ahead.
Which version of the text do you prefer? The Talmud or the Torah?
Okay, before we get into that, what platform did you find me? Was it Discord? Was it Twitter? Was it YouTube? Was it Kick? Was it something else?
Found on iFunny.
I'm on iFunny?
Uh-huh.
Hey, what is on iFunny?
You're beating around the bush. I'm asking you. I mean, I joined your chat, and it's supposed to be Ask a Rabbi, and then I join in, and I'm immediately barraged by questions. So
okay.
That's kind of.
I mean, any question that you have, I have a section that says Ask
That's
Rabbi.
fair, right? That's fair. My statement right is fair, right?
Well, I'm answering it. If at any time I don't have an opportunity to answer your question, there's a section here, Ask Rabbi anything. I'll answer anything that you have.
No, but we're talking to each other face to face right now.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing something else. Okay, so you found me on iFunny. I don't even know what that is. What's iFunny?
Yes. What's your favorite? I mean, do you agree that the Torah and the Talmud are both completely accurate works on the same level as each other?
I mean, one is a commentary on the so. Now I'm watching
But do you
Daf
think they should both?
Right now I'm watching Daf Yomi, which is the Talmud. That's what I like to do in my free time.
Do you think that they should both be followed as one?
One's a commentary on the other.
That's kind of that's a misdirection. Do you think they should both be followed equally? One is to the other, even though one is ordained and the other is stuff that people said that they think God probably believed.
Yeah, I mean, you say that as we believe they're both given. Moshe Rabbeinu and Moses are on Mount. One is written. That's what we celebrate, and one's the oral Torah. That's more the Talmud. That's centuries after the fall of the temple. Both we feel were given to Jews from God, and both are divinely inspired. And to say, like, do you follow both exactly? There are arguments to be made that even within at least Talmud, the entire 2011 folios are debates. So some people follow majority opinions, other people follow minority opinions. We believe both are seen perhaps accurate in the eyes of God, but we're just humans. We're not the ones to judge that.
I guess what I'm asking is, which part of the faith do you follow more to the T?
Probably I would say the Talmud.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, let me explain why. We don't have sacrifices in the temple. We don't have we're not. Most of us are not in exile. I mean, these are stories that are based within Torah. Now, if you want to get into Tanakh, which are the other writings as well, that is more closely recognized as what that represents Orthodox Judaism. But then the more modern take on it is Talmud. But if you're following Talmud, and you are essentially following Torah.
So I'm trying to be inflammatory when I ask you this question, but how would you say that? What would your what would your opinion be on modern day Judaism, and how would you consider modern day Judaism most of the people cheating God, lie to God, because they say, oh, well, we shouldn't leave our house the holy day, the Sabbath, shouldn't operate anything electric or anything work related.
Hold on.
Wait,
Let
me finish my sentiment. Let me finish the sentiment. If I'm in Manhattan, then there's a fishing line throughout the entire city. Well, I mean, come on, man. We live in New York. We gotta be able to walk around during if the entire city is in this fishing line says is God's ordained city, then we're technically still inside of our house. Okay. Does that sound like, I mean, in your opinion, does that seem like
No, it doesn't seem like you're lying to God. You're not lying to anybody. You're creating.
What's your take on it? I'm sorry.
My friend, you keep cutting me off. This is real fun.
I'm sorry.
Look, listen. There's a section in here. Ask Rabbi anything. Feel free to ask me any question that you have. Welcome, puppy. How are you? Excellent. How's your day?
It's okay as a furry Eagles day.
Special happened to you?
I wouldn't say it was super special, but I mean, it feels nice when I'm contributing.
That's good.
Isn't Judaism good?
My friend said previously. Any questions? feel free to ask in the Ask Rabbi Anything section.
We're having
Question.
a conversation.
Yeah, no,
This is a very thing for you to do, and it's not a thing in the appropriate, but like the inappropriate way. We'll talk. Oh, here I go. I'm going. Yeah, that's the shit that happens. You get kind of pushback, and they don't want a appropriate conversation. Sorry, get out of here.
Sorry, I interrupted.
you're good. To love the
Did you
boy.
just call the emo furry Jewish girl puppy?
That's her name.
Okay.
You can't talk about me.
Yes, certainly. As I've said, Lover Boy. Any questions that you have, I'll be happy to answer them. There's a section of this Discord.
We've been having a conversation this entire time.
I recognize that. You keep asking me questions. You guys have a dozen or so questions now. I've answered them. And I'd like to talk with
three. No, this has been a conversation. It hasn't been. What is it? Is it a send one question and then you answer one question, and then what if the answer to my question is something what I want? You know,
my friend.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk went onto those stages and he talked to people, even if the people that he was talking to were retarded. He would let them talk and then say their stupid piece, and then he could repeat.
My
and
friend.
Then anything that I say should sound stupid to you. So
Friend, I'm not here to debate things. I'm not here to debate things. As I've previously said to you, feel free to ask any question you want to me in writing and Ask Rabbi Anything.
Okay. Obvious question and one answer at a time wasn't a good enough.
They're leading questions.
Rage baiting.
Yeah, it happens. So good day. That's great. Would you like to play some party?
Maybe not so great.
I will send you an invitation.
Wait.
Excellent.
Oh, I don't know how you deal with rage baiters all day.
Yeah, I mean, he came and I generally love this with people. There's a certain section of people who want to bring up really basically like, is that what you practice? Like, I mean, arguably ancient things. I mean, they'll say like, what are your thoughts? And it says that it's okay to have sex. And so, if anybody's really serious of questions, feel free to ask me and ask. If you're going to take the time to actually ask the questions, I'll take the time to answer them. But it's one question after another, after another, and it's.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I was going to ask him if he was a Pisces. Because Pisces love to do that.
Well, and frankly, he wouldn't answer my first question, or if he did, I don't really know if that's how. Just says, how'd you find out about it? And he's like, some platform I don't even use, and I'm like, they're talking about me on there, or what's going on? He's like, oh yeah, and I'm like, oh, like but I've been watching you for a long time. Questions I'll answer. So then I answered a bunch of his questions, and it was another question after another question after another question. And then at a certain point, I say, all right, ask anything. I get a section of it. If you're so serious about asking, answer them. I have very long discussions with people, and if I have a feeling that they are like, the phrase you use, rage baiting, well, then I don't have to waste my time with them. I can answer them under my own.
Even though I just came in and it seemed like you were doing too much for the person.
Thank you. Right, so I'm all yours. You should have an invitation. And are you ready?
Ready.
Excellent.
You with your 10,000. Oh my God.
Oh, do you keep the same amount that we had before?
Yes.
Baller.
Sometimes they'll give you more. So I'm learning. So
Okay. I don't like that dealer has a king show.
yeah, wait, what's happening?
The dealer has a king show. So you held on 14?
No, I made a mistake and the window smaller and it didn't let me get back in time.
Gotcha. All right. Oh, that was dangerous.
Oh yeah, I feel you. I'm risky too. What's game mode? I'm kind of curious. Game. Okay.
Online
Okay.
or daily challenge?
Daily challenges. That's all. Oh boy. Ooh.
I'm getting fancy. Oh, I don't have the best vision, obviously, and I thought that Jack was a different card. That's okay. Wow, you are at 18.
Yay!
All right. Well, he busted though, so that's good. All right. I've got to really look at the cards closer. All right. I see what Yay!
I could play maybe 2 or 3 more.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm a great attention span.
That's okay.
Biscuit. Oh, really? Of course.
Of course. Are you serious? Garbage. I do not like playing with computers, any kind of game, because I feel it can be rigged.
It's all rigged.
Exactly. All right, you've got Steam. Oh, you got 21?
Oh, wait. They automatically won that one.
Garbage. All right, bet it all. I'll just to be fun.
I'm not betting it all. Don't worry.
All right, here we go. It's big time.
Oh my gosh. So much. You could hit one more time.
Yeah, that's risky. Oh no, you beat me.
Yeah. You could have 7. It would have just been 7.
You're right.
Plus
Whatever it would have been. That's okay. I got.
Wait, okay, so I guess I'll just do half.
Oh, are you doing all in?
Oh goodness, why do they do us like this?
Oh, come on, rigged.
Yeah, it's rigged. Alright, I'll play one round of play with you.
That's what I like to do. As I load it,
Oh, what time is it?
it is 11:20.
20?
11:20.
Oh, 11:20. Okay, for me it's 2:20.
Early. Did you stay up all night?
I'm very bad migraine earlier, so I took a nap.
Oh,
And I woke up around 11.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. For some reason it's like closed on me, so I'm gonna leave and come right back. I'm coming back. Don't worry.
No rush.
I'm here. All right. Let's try this bad boy again. Okay. There we are. Okay. Pup party.
I guess later today I'm gonna figure out if I'm getting scammed by someone who's showing interest in me
Uh-oh.
because we're gonna video chat together for the first time. Like they always see me on video and stuff. I haven't seen them before. They sent me pictures of them and showed me them traveling and everything, but they wouldn't video chat with me. They said, "Oh, I just don't feel like something makes it feel better on the inside than on the outside." I was like, "Okay, that's probably because you're king." Oh gosh.
That sounds pretty suspicious.
I get it. Like, they were like showing actual interest in possibly pursuing me, but we've just been talking for like 3 weeks, on and off. So I don't know. Anything is possible. He was already saying he could see himself traveling with me. Da 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 da.
Oh, what a shot! Did you have a hole in one?
Yes.
Have you been able to develop any relationships on Discord?
Oh, absolutely. That's the main reason that I'm on Discord. Because April, because I give that company wanted, but I wasn't particularly looking for anything serious. But I'm open-minded.
Okay, so I have a question. Well, I always thought an e-girl was just a girl who plays video games.
Yeah, I do roleplay too. Roleplay.
So is that like a different kind of e-girl?
No. Oh, e-girls really are supposed to almost know how to roleplay. That's a watered down.
Oh, okay.
A lot of the role playing is going out of style.
Yeah, it is.
Not appreciated as much. And the thing is, there's people it should be way appreciated because there's people that really have imagination. Appreciate those that have more of an imagination or more creative. But they get shunned for it, for one thing.
Right.
They get shunned for appreciating art.
It is.
Mm-hmm. I knew that was going to happen.
Come on. Puppy, you won.
Haven't won in so long.
Wait. You did really well. 5 under. That's very good. Play another one, please.
If you have 2 less shots,
No,
you would have tied. Because you can't tie in this.
I recognize that. Play me another one, would you please?
Okay.
Excellent. All right.
I'm down.
Excellent. I just choose one, but if there's one that you
I don't.
prefer, let me know. Oh, okay, the hole. That's what I'm talking about. Did you get in the hole too?
Oh, this.
Oh, are you serious?
Did you go too far or something?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Did you just go in a hole in one?
Yeah. No, not a whole one. No, I flew over the entire building.
Oh, I did that too. First
The
time.
first step.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. That was so funny. Oh my gosh, awful.
I tried talking to you last night in the ego word, but I think you were asleep.
Definitely.
So if I may ask, do you just post up there and wait for people to message you and then...
Usually I'll be in a private call that's lower.
Yeah, I've seen those.
In the voice. And then I'll usually have lo-fi playing as people know. Because I'll have the lo-fi app.
Oh, I love lo-fi.
But in the one that you're in, the activities are not allowed. So, well, yeah.
Go on them. Welcome. How are you? Hello. Do you speak English? How's your day? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hope you're having a good day. Jack, can you hear me? Yes, no, maybe so. Maybe Jack's just chilling. That's cool.
Oh my gosh, that was horrible. Oh my gosh, that was horrible.
Do you ever go on Twitter?
Yes, I have a Safer Work account, and a not Safer Work Health or Furry.
Oh, cool. Okay. Do you do? Well, I mean, like, you do voice calls in there, like your sisters?
I get that for it because it's just
Nobody comes in.
not enough people.
I've got you.
But I'm not against it. If you ever wanted to invite me.
Yeah, well, I've been live streaming in there, so you can do. You beat me again. Okay, good job. You can do video calls in there with an iOS device, and
Yeah.
I was thinking that I know it's a lot to wear your furry stuff, but that would make you really popular.
Oh.
So basically, you know what Twitter Spaces is. So if you have an iOS device and that would immediately bring people in. And
Yeah,
and
there are
a lot of there are a lot of guys in there who I've been interested in that.
fair.
Okay.
And I would join both.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes. For like supporting my friends, or like stepping for friends, just for the heck of it. They deserve it.
You're a sweetheart. All right. Don't leave me yet. Let's find another game. That
All right,
a new game.
All right. You choose.
8 ball.
As long as it's not shooting and stuff. I don't like shooting games.
Sure. Ball pool. Is that okay?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
8-ball pool.
Yeah, okay. It's like 4 rounds.
Excellent.
The rise.
You said yesterday that I was an E-boy. Actually, I'm an E-other.
Yeah.
I'm an E-other.
E-other?
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Yeah,
duly noted.
Yeah, well, no. I didn't know how I was categorized in there, but apparently, I don't know. I just picked things. And so I thought it was interesting. They were like, I think you're an E-boy. And I'm like, I must have picked E-other. Okay, now aim the yellow ball. Okay, what is... So we're just shot when making a long shot. Did you just do it? Okay. Okay, adjust it. Oh, congratulations. You're ready to start again. All right.
Let's go.
LFG.
Find an opponent.
Create game. Okay, I'm going to create a game.
Okay.
And then after completing your first with friends, you'll receive 500 points. Okay. Invite friends.
My head's not hurting anymore.
That's wonderful to hear. All right, so puppy. Invite friends. Cool. Puppy. Do you know what your username is?
Flame.
Oh, I found it. Invite. Is it invitation?
Look, there's a lot of stuff on the screen.
With you.
Free screen.
Okay. Invite friends to 8 pool. I don't know why they make this so complicated. Okay.
We have like bulbs that come back.
Okay.
Then
Invite. Okay, I'm trying something. Here. I just closed it. I'm gonna set that else. That's and I mean, if I could figure out how to send you an email, maybe it got frozen, but then I already saw it.
I'm looking in the lobby, so you created one. It says create a room to invite friends.
Okay, that's what I did. And I thought it was sending you an invite. All right, and I go back.
I didn't.
Are you on it?
I didn't.
That's okay. Are you on an iOS device?
Yes.
When I play the game, when I play games with it, it gets so hot. Yeah.
Oh God, tell me about it.
Yeah.
All the updates and everything.
Oh, it's crazy. Okay, 8-ball pool, and then it just said crayon game, but that's not. We're not playing a crayon game. We're playing a ball pool.
I would love to crayon game. Okay, okay.
Do you have a favorite color?
Oh, favorite color? No, I like rainbow.
Okay, I do too. I like all the colors. Is usually what I say. Okay, if we had a box of Crayolas right now, what one would you choose to
The
color?
one closest to yellow and gold.
Okay. All right, here we go. Lobby championships. Join now. Join the server. No, I don't want to do that. Free spin. There are so many different championships, other modes. Okay, I'm going to lobby. That was okay. Create. 2 people. Standard. I don't even know an entry fee, but I don't want
Or
that.
maybe we just join the other people playing. I don't know. 2 versus 2.
I don't want to. What I was saying, probably it was saying like recharge. I want to play for free. I don't want to buy anything. Okay. Create a new room. Entry fee 50. But that I should not have to do that. Other mode. So let's see what other practice play one on one. Oh, I found play one on one. Okay. Matching. Okay. Oh no. Not what I wanted. Okay. Shot leaderboards choose. Lucky shot championships lobby. Other modes. Oh.
Other mode. Like one-on-one.
Okay, I see that, but randomly put you with some.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Okay. All room, create new room. All room, password room, coin standard call. Server. I can't believe this is so difficult. Like all the other games are like really easy. It's like, oh, you're playing. Let's play.
Yeah, together.
Right. Okay. All pool we put on hold because it's hard to figure out.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but
Yeah, if someone teaches me how to play them,
I
let you go.
excellent. Okay, we're gonna find something else before you go. So bear with me as I the device start back up.
Yeah, no rush.
All right. Here we
I
go.
don't have any more chickens.
You've got to be the most eager world in there, or eager.
No, because what? I'm sure, like, Rebecca runs it.
Oh, okay. Have you ever played Smash Cards?
No.
Try
It
Smash
says you're
Cards.
still okay.
I know it does. Okay. Okay, so Smash Cards is battle arena games. Fun, but I want to play something just with you people. Okay. Wow, they got a lot of different games on here since everyone's played like a lot more.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, even from when I joined, yeah, definitely. It's just there's more and more. And I
Excellent. Let's see. Okay, try Blockbuster. Blockbusters like Tetris, something like that can launch. All right. Do you see?
see it.
Excellent.
Oh, 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 I'm so excited. Oh, yeah. I have this order now. Hey. I don't think we can play it together though. I think it's just solo. Like,
Garbage. Okay.
it's gonna, yeah, it's not gonna have Rush next to each other.
No, we're not. Okay, we'll get something.
Missed opportunity, right?
Absolutely. Okay.
Definitely one of my favorites. That's why I have it on my phone. I don't think I have any other game.
One of these days, I'm going to convince you to download an app called Play-Doh. That's what Miss Aquarius and I play. That's what Brandon and I play. It's much easier to play, and they have every kind of game you'd want on there that's like a board game. They've got chess, checkers, Monopoly, Scrabble. They've got mini, all kinds of stuff. You don't have to do it now, but
Yeah, I just had to factory reset phone because it was burning up.
I understand. Okay,
To be very choosy with what I download.
I understand. All right. They used to have a game on here. I don't necessarily want to play it, but welcome. How are you? Is that you? Is that your friend?
Did you know?
Because their name is Mr. Puppy.
Oh, that's his birthday.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, sweet Coco.
Welcome. How are you? Very well, thank you.
Make sure that Coco is amazed that you're a real person.
Oh yeah, I'm 100%.
Yes, I know it's just a bot.
I mean, a lot of people think that.
Yeah. No, I'm a real person. Okay. Let's play Pup Party with Mr. Puppy.
Are you playing anything else, Coco? Are you playing a game or something?
Yeah.
Are you? Okay.
All right. We'll just like.
Oh, fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I love having Mr. Puppy in the stream with me because if I'm not like on camera or whatever, it's nice to have someone stream.
Absolutely. Okay. Five.
It's just music. It's what I go to sleep to.
Oh, okay.
And that's what I put up.
I like that image. Very, very cool. Right. What's Wordle? The New York Times game?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just like a word game. I'm down.
Excellent. All right.
I'll be coming back to the email server soon. But yeah, this is where I am. I pop into every once in a while.
Guess the Wordle and are we playing against each other?
Sure.
But I mean, okay, friends. Okay. And now I just need Puppy.
Wait, let me jump in and see what happens. I understand. It's okay. You can play your game. It's not really fair. I get it.
Not at all.
I don't know much English words.
You're
I
good.
know.
How many times I asked you for words?
Yeah. I know. I understand.
Miss Puppy, you have, or Puppy Jeff, you got an invite. At least it said that I do.
Yeah, I'm looking because.
Discord was not designed, I think, in a very user-friendly fashion, especially the DMs and stuff. So if you,
Oh, I see it. I see the invite. It's in my DMs. I didn't know that. But now I know. Close this. Then go to my DMs and accept the invite. And then we're good. That should work. Oh, fingers crossed. I clicked it, so maybe.
Did you accept the invite?
Yeah,
Okay.
I put words up there. Did it show you anything?
No.
No, weird. I did. I exited out of it and I clicked the invite in DMs.
Okay. Yeah, and I can't send it to you again. Okay. Do you see anything being typed on your page?
No. Oh, weird. I think we both and enter, and then I don't know. But
That's a good thing.
each guess must be a valid 5-letter word. The color of the heaviest word in the correct spot. The new puzzle is okay. So this is one of those games you can only play once a day, and yeah, you're supposed to try to figure out what the word is for the day. The 5-letter word is something like that. It's really odd.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm gonna.
If you look at the how to play rules.
I'm gonna find something else. That is too complicated. They used to have a game on here that was like Counter-Strike or one of those kinds of games, but I don't see it anymore. They got rid of it. I know you said you didn't want shooting games. I totally understand that, but I'm surprised that it's even gone. Okay. Banana. It says it's new. By makers.
Yeah, someone else was talking, but I've tried it before. I care for it. I'll try again.
No.
So I'll try again.
No. Does not look like. Okay, daily together. Let's do that.
Okay.
I can't believe that he's so difficult to play together. I don't understand that.
What's funny?
There is a new game within the game that's added to play, so he's not.
Okay.
All right, starting to.
He's getting disappeared.
Oh, character?
Same.
It's like a little warm up.
Yeah, and then I did skip that.
It'll take a little bit longer. 3. Yay. Puzzle solve. Woohoo. Play now. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think this is one that we actually play together, even though it gave you the options, you said?
Yeah, well, it said play together.
I see you on here.
Okay.
Start playing things together.
Can you join it?
Start playing. Clicking on you.
Okay. Classic 9x9 starting puzzle. Do you see that I'm in one?
And this, not
Okay.
It's so cute. Love how aesthetically pleasing it looks. Gosh.
Unbelievable that it is that difficult. Okay. We're going to get something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're going to get something.
What's that?
What, can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me? I can't hear me either. Can you hear me? Wait,
You're cutting out really good.
I know. Can you hear me?
Like I hear you out like this.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Okay, it's a little bit better.
Yeah. I wonder if it's. I don't know. Okay. I don't know why that was. All right. So Sudoku stinks, and
yeah, we're together, but it's not really letting us play together.
You would not
it
like
shows
that one.
that each other's on there.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna get something. Pup Party's just like, you want to play? Great. Hey, Blackjack's like, hey, girls. Super. All right.
There was one that I really liked, and it was him. It was just like coloring. He's like it's a color and stuff.
Let's
you
do
can
it.
do it with like 8 people or something like that. Wow.
Let's do it. Is it?
But I don't think it. I think it was just called Color Together or something like that.
I do kind of remember that. All right.
Oh, I loved it. I used to play it before I went to sleep.
It's not whiteboard, right? That's different.
No. There's literally Color Together, but I don't think it was more.
They got rid of.
It said 1 through 1 can play together.
Do you remember
yeah,
that?
No, it's just a screen.
No way. Okay, how about Quiz Planet? Okay, co-op. Well, let's not get our hopes up.
Right. Please don't have this planet. All right, I'm in.
My screen is just dark.
Co-op. Do co-op.
My screen for Quiz Planet is just dark.
Oh no.
That's okay.
Back out and try again, because I'm in there.
Yes,
and it says you're in there. So, but
okay.
Yeah, back out and try again.
Join Quiz Planet.
Yes, let's do that. Oh, great hiccups.
Okay, here we go. Oh, which I don't understand.
Yeah, me too. That's why I was like, please don't hack me. Quiz Planet.
Okay, so are we doing co-op?
Hey.
Okay, so I hit play. Join. Okay, hey, this one looks like we're on the same team. Looks like who wants to be. Okay, here we go. Which of the athletes would
no.
probably LeBron James?
You know what? Because it definitely ain't Mike Phillips. And I don't. David Beckham is a football player. I only don't know that Roger person.
Okay, so Roger.
Who was in the 2K?
Haute couture designers are registered and recognized officially. Which of them is not a haute couture brand? Bench, Chanel, Christian Dior, Benchy. I think it's Bench.
Yeah, I ain't know that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Animals and plants. Which is the largest living fish species in the world?
Shark.
Whale shark is correct. All right.
Oh, whale shark is.
Good job. All right, science. What former planet was reclassified? Pluto.
Poor Pluto.
Which is not a deer. Okay, so I think Holstein is. I think it is. A steer's like a boy, isn't it?
I thought Steer was a boy too. If I'm wrong, you blame on me.
Excellent. Sports. Which Pitt sports team? So it's the Penguins?
Oh, you know?
Yeah. You want me to click it?
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Go on. Okay. Go ahead. Right.
Here we go. So far, so good. Don't give up. Geography for 1,000. Which of the following is the name of a glacier? Vesuvius is a volcano. So I'm going to.
Glacier is a glacier.
I'm going to go with Vesuvius.
Field just sounds like glacier. I guess Perito Barriga.
I hope it's
yeah, or you already knew that one.
Well, the thing is, we run out of time. There's like a timer.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
get you.
Society. Which of these jobs did John Glenn not have? So he was an astronaut. He was a senator, not a governor, to my knowledge. I'm going to click governor. I know something different. All right. We're getting down food and drink. Let's say rich. Oh, man.
Well, I mean, never mind. All I say I was Bond is Brit.
Bond
But
me.
now I don't know anything because
Do that. Click it. Click it.
Chop suey, especially.
We got to do it. Good job.
It's also money.
There you go. Bread, money. Games for 10,000. Which of the following is a series of platformer and first-person shooter games? Duke Nukem is. I'm gonna.
Because it's not FIFA Sims, and it's not Forza.
All right, here we go. Music. Who released the studio music to be murdered by in 2020?
Jesus.
Oh man.
Right, dog. I don't know. Jesus.
Are you sure it's not Kanye West?
Jesus. I don't know.
I'm gonna go with Kanye West because he was controversial. But I don't know. Kanye West. We'll try it.
But Eminem sounds like it would be funny. So, whoops.
Oh, I blew it.
Okay.
Well, we did really.
The most ridiculous title belonged to the most ridiculous rapper.
Word. Okay.
But at the same time, big respect to Eminem. I've seen him a little bit. But yeah, that was funny.
You want to play me?
Again, this one?
Well, but to me, so not on the same team.
Oh, but you're definitely going to beat me, but okay. First, it is. Get it.
And then notice at the top they have dual and party, which I don't know what that is. Here has 8 children and 5 women. Oh man. Good job.
No, I just know that he's famous for being a lover boy.
There you go. How many hours of the day is the average? Oh man. Do you know it?
No.
Oh wow. So just both. Aside from chickpeas, which one of the food ingredients?
Tahini. Yeah. Oh, I thought tahini was just ice. Oh, to spread on this. I'm dyslexic. As I said.
Crazy with them venues.
Oh, man.
Which video?
My commercial.
Marshall?
Oh, boy. And Mr. Rabbi just joined and he's kicking my butt already.
Oh shit.
Ooh, it's funny. It's funny. Oh. Okay, duly noted. Ooh. Ooh.
Good job.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Yeah, right. Me too. Same thing. Same thing. There's a lot of Americanized stuff. Again, one more time, Rabbi.
One more.
I'm gonna go back to the e-girl server after this. Like that's right, though. Jesus. Yeah, I think astigmatism's in the eyes. Oh. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Yummy. Nutella. What is even Nutella? It's like chocolate. It's chocolate. Yeah. Oh, ambulatory. I knew it wasn't orthopedic. Even though this would be, but still. Just that angry. Yeah, I ain't heard of it. Like, I ain't never heard of a sick bear. I only use it. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Look. Oh,
Good job.
Fiberglass is in nail grounds. Yeah.
Excellent, guys. Well, thank you for coming by.
I'm gonna know.
Excellent.
Bye.
Don't stranger. Well, best wishes with your event. That's okay. Good go.
By Common Pesach that backs that up. Again, is there another Stam Mishnah, i.e., our Mishnah that contradicts that? Yeah. Rabbi Yochanan does have another Stam Mishnah that aligns with his particular position. The Gemara says, "My Rabbi Yaakov he the Amar Lashem of my saying okay Allah. The Rabbi Hudi he shum deba hakasov litin ase achar losei." Now the Gemara says 1 second. And how do we know that ultimately again that it's Rabbi Yaakov who holds that a lav shem ma'isa you don't get malchus on? Perhaps Dilma Rabbi Yehuda. Perhaps it's the position of Rabbi Yehuda. And the only reason ultimately, again, it's not going to get malchus in this case is why? Because the Moshe it's a lav hanita klase, that kramat stays. Right? Why is it a lav hanita klase? Because the Torah says whatever is left over, what do? Burn it. That's how you don't get malchus. The Gemara says, ha lav haki lucky. But were it not for the fact that it's a lav hanita klase, right, when not for the fact that it's a prohibition that can be remedied by the terms of positive commandment, you would get malchus for it, which shows you that what? You do get malchus even for a lav shein. But my design, because we learned, the Torah says, do not leave over anything until the morning. And if you leave over until the morning, burn it. So what do you see from there? What's the lav? Leave over. But then there's an assay. What's the assay? If you do leave over, make sure to burn it. So the Gemara says, so the Torah is coming to give an assay after the law assay. Lomar, Shirokin of the Rabbi Yehuda. That's why I don't get malchus. Rabbi Yehuda, Lomin Hashem. That's not the Havi. Lav shein bo ma'isa, the lav shein bo me'in lo kinalav. So Rabbi Yehuda also, that's that. First, the Yaakov comes along and says, no, the reason you won't get malchus is not because I need to say. You won't get malchus is why? Because shein bo ma'isa. Say what I will say. Just highlight where we are in this moment, right? We're up for this moment because we're going to actually pause here for just a second, right? Where are we up to? So we're up to over here the following place. Right? So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution of our Mishnah. It was really, we wrote it down, or we said off the bat, the following two opinions, right? Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva, because Akiva holds a lapse of awareness of Tumah that makes you high. Carbon, but a lapse of what we'll call a lapse of awareness, right? Or a lapse of consumption awareness that's going to generate tumor liability. So that kind of knocks Rabbi Akiva, leaves Rabbi Shmuel. Now, originally, Rabbi Shmuel is not why, because Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're not going to cover for future-oriented shvuas between. And the Mishnah says you are lying, to which the Gemara answers, no. Rabbi Shmuel holds you are chayiv a carbon. Ultimately, again, you are chayiv, you're not going to be chayiv malchus. And therefore, again, the Mishnah is talking about a case, ultimately, again, not just carbonic liability, but of malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why we brought up an interesting case is because malchus, how can you be chayiv malchus in the case of, right, I swear I will eat. and I didn't end up eating. After all, again, isn't that a lav she'ein bo ma'isa? To which the Gemara answers, Rabbi Shmuel holds, you get malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. Okay, so if you paused over there, what that beauty of that was, now, okay, the Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, and Rabbi Shmuel is talking about malchus, and Rabbi Shmuel is you get malchus for a lav she'ein bo ma'isa. The problem is now that triggered a whole other storm. What storm did it trigger? Because it means that our Mishnah, which is Mishnah, Paskins, you get malchus. Rabbi Yochanan, enter Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah halacha always follows them that what? The halacha follows our Mishnah, which is you get malchus from Shein B'maisa. What was the problem? Rabbi Yochanan himself holds that you don't get. So how do you reconcile the personal position of Rabbi Yochanan? Rabbi Yochanan holds that you owe like a stam Mishnah. The simple answer the Gemara gave was Rabbi Yochanan had that he aligns himself. And that stam ultimately says you don't get malchus from humans. We just effectively deconstructed that second stam Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which then leads us back to our original question. Our question, which how do we reconcile Rabbi Yochanan's statement that halacha follows, which in our context now means get malchus for a lav shemaisa, with Rabbi Yochanan's personally held position that maisa ein lokim. That's why I just want to show you how the next one picks up. We meet for tomorrow. Hello. We're going to see stage in this journey is Rabbi Yochanan himself actually found another stage. So I just want to tell you, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, right? And I promise you, we're going to work it out. See, like some of this, like a little existential here. It's going to be okay. Work it out. Again, I was saying a lot of things in life, not working it out today. Not right. Sometimes I know the problem is solved. I can't necessarily solve it on the timeline that I want, right? That's what we learned through Gemara as well. So rest assured, go with confidence that Amir Hashem come tomorrow, we're going to work it out. I'm going to have to live with a little bit of ambiguity, but Amir Hashem resolution comes in. Want to wait to start the week? All right, Shavranzim, have a great day, everyone.
And he said that a new club was opening. They were looking for a doorman. They get me a job as a doorman.
Yes, I'm feeling it. Thanks. All right, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. Baruch Hashem to the last
Job as a doorman. I remember that. Like that.
daf of the second Marcus Habalim with overwhelmingly beautiful, exciting. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual commentary sponsor, so we're dedicating all the shur and drashos this year as is chus for the son of Salvos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Iyar. Shmuel Rabin Karatkin, creation of the yard site of Shmuel's father, Leonard Karatkin, Ben Yecheskel Haschon Libracha. All answers, Hari and Hili Nishmas Hili's mother, Leila Bas Ruber Sifon Libracha. Happy only sponsors for today. This is a beautiful one. Rebecca, Penny, Shane, and Reese Myritz, in honor of Daddy and Zadie, and everyone else completing the Sechas Marcus. Daddy, Mazel to Zadie, Mazel to Baruch Hashem, really good. Because we just know sometimes we don't necessarily appreciate the full impact that our learners on those around us. Obviously, we recognize the impact it has on us. Hashem, when a mishpacha sees that their father, that their grandfather learns and plug away and gives up precious sleep until the morning and dedicated, the ripple effect it has on children, on grandchildren can not be stated. So really beautiful. We'll say that we dedicate our last half in Sechas Marcus and the Schus Marcus make Mishpacha from Eretz Hashem bring the Shalom and the Kara holy soldiers. May they be successful. Say as they wage Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael's war, and Eretz Hashem come back to their families with Shalom and Karav. Let's do that. Let us begin. A lot to do today. Today's down 24 last Marcus. We are picking up the Gemara on Chagimul on the base 23, fourth white line in. Let's go on. Chaluk and Lok Chavera and Kanayim and Gamliel's friends were holy on. They disagree. Now, what Rabbi Hanania ben Gamliel saying? Mishnah, he said that if a person is chayv kares and you get malchus, so ultimately the malchus absolves you of the kares. So a dramatic statement. So the Gemara says, but his friends disagree with him. We're doing this in being Shabbos and Kippurim. So what's the is the Gemara says over here, there is no distinction between Shabbos and Yom Kippur, meaning both Shabbos and Yom Kippur have severe punishments. What's the fundamental distinction? Shabbos, if you violate Shabbos, it's Misa in a case. If you violate Yom Kippur, ultimately it's Kares. So the Gemara says, the Misa. Now, if it's true that Malchus actually takes care of Kares, right? And every single time you have, you also get Malchus, or you get Malchus, but Malchus goes into Kares. If that's the case, that is the other. Every Kares is also the other, right? Because every Kares is getting Malchus. Malchus is administered the other. If that's the case, then Yom Kippur should be the other, just like Shabbos is. So Rav Nachman says, Rav Nachman Yitzchak Omer Haman Rav Yitzchak. Who's opinion? Is this Rav Yitzchak or Rav Yitzchak Leka? Okay, there's another opinion. There's Rav Yitzchak and Rav Yitzchak holds that ultimately again there are no Malchus by Chayvik Krisos. To Zanyo, we actually saw Rav Yitzchak or Chayvik Krisos, but in general, again, I both say we would believe that because of the juxtaposition of the Psukim, that all Chayvik Krisos ultimately again would be subject to Malchus. Assumption. Says the Lama Yatsa Karis Kachol, so the right, so the point. Remember, in general, there's an umbrella statement about that immorality is punished by Karis. Then the Torah goes out of its way to say that Halal Kalamai, so incest, consistently punished by Karis. Why is that singled out? So let's love the Karis. Love Malchus. Only Chayv Karis and Malchus. And once the Gemara singles out a also sister for Karis and no Malchus, what does that teach me? That all Karis bearing prohibitions also don't have Malchus. Okay? But Rashi says, no, I think the Rabbanon, you need Rabbanon. The Gemara says, Zeh Ikers and don't be the Adam, the Zeh Ikers and don't be the Shamayim. All right, you're right. You may be getting Malchus for violation of Yom Kippur. But the distinction that Gemara made is Shabbos, the punishment is Adam, the punishment is Yom, and by Yom Kippur, the punishment is being Shamayim. As you get Malchus, it's about Abba Amrav. Halacha, Tarchananya ben Gamliel. The most is incredible. Tarchananya ben Gamliel. And we'll say now what the meaning was. So I saw every Karis prohibition brings you to Malchus, but not only that, then ultimately again, when you guess what happens, you are that is. But when you think about the idea about when you yearn to the Beis HaMikdash, the Beis HaMikdash itself, which is also an incredible, beautiful, a great glue for Klal Yisrael, but also like a number of other institutions that come along with the Beis HaMikdash. And one of those, of course, is the organized business system. Listen, do you know this? Now let me clarify that statement for just a moment. Some of us are things that make us chayiv that are just an unfortunate reality, and we can do tshuva for it. We can do tshuva for it. But at the same time, I may not know if I'm absolved. Well, let me clarify that. Part of the process of tshuva is believing that your tshuva has been accepted. There's an emunah in tshuva itself. And if you don't believe, sure, I have to leave that for Baruch Hu accepts it. But still, like, there's some of that lingering doubt. Imagine for a moment a person gets something that is Karis bearing prohibition. You go to Beis Din, you get my Malchus, and I walk out. I guarantee you, how do you walk out of Beis Din? Smiling. I'm not saying, yes, sir, may I have another, right? But I guarantee you, absolutely walking out smiling. Why? Greater simcha in life. There is no greater simcha in life than forgiveness. The same way that when you walk out of Yom Kippur, you're exhausted, but you're smiling, you're in the Shema smiling ear to ear, because I know that I've been forgiven. That's Malchus. So imagine that. No matter how severe it is, you go in, get your punishment, and then Baruch Hashem, you're good. Incredible. Something for us to look forward to. Again, not to look forward to doing something that is a kares-bearing prohibition and chayiv mo, but if I have someone already on my shoulders, the ability to be cleansed by getting those punishments, part of Geula as well. Incredible. So this is great. Rabbi Yossi says, how can you say that the halacha follows Rabbi Hanina? Right? Says, if you kares prohibition, you ate in Yom Kippur, you got malchus, you're forgiven. So this Rabbi Yossi says, I don't understand. Who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and found out that that's true? Kares is death at the hands of heaven, right? Unfortunately, again, loss of future generations. So that's in God's hands. You could, if you want to tell that if you get Malchus takes care of Misas pays. Okay, I could talk to Beis, and we can clear that out. So this says, we're going to say this: who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and heard from God that yes, if you get Malchus, you're absolved from kares. So the Gemara says, I'm going to buy it. And Abai said, well, a second, what about the following? He said, there are three things that were done by Beis Din Shalmata, right? The Beis Din here, Chazal, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu agreed with them. So, who went up to Shamayim and ultimately again found out that Shamayim agreed with what they've been based in on this earth. So Gamliel's statement, this atones for kares, is not just simply a lecture, it's a drasha on psukim. So just like these three things that they've been did, they knew that Hakadosh Baruch Hu agreed with them. Why? Because they darshan psukim. So to Hanani ben Gamliel also darshans the psukim that Beis Din Shalmata did, that Beis Din Shalmala agreed with. Is beautiful. Number one, it's beautiful Gemara. Mikra Megillah introduced the Mata, Chazal, read with it, Sheilas Shalom B'Shem, V'Havas Meiser. Now, Havas Meiser really refers to three. One done by Ezra, by King Chizkiyahu. The one by Ezra is that when the Rabbi did not go ahead and back for the second night, the Rabbi did not back with the Jews to rebuild the second. As a result, Ezra went ahead and penalized them. Their Meiser Rishon into the Kohanim. That's one. A little earlier in history, told the people, bring your Meiser to the base. And if you give your Meiser whatever you want, he said, let's create the Lishka and have all of the Meiser of Klal Yisrael deposited there. And number three, because Chizkiyahu decreed that you should have to give Meiser on vegetables also. Even though, again, the Daraisa you don't have to give them vegetables, Chizkiyahu said give them vegetables. Those are three things. So the Gemara says like this. So now these are three things introduced by Beis Din Shalmata, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu agreed with them. So the Gemara is going to go through all them. Mikra Megillah, so I'm going to say, Kimu v'kidlu ha'yehudi. It says, beautiful. In the heavens, they accepted that which was accepted down here on the earth. Beautiful. Sheilas, greeting each other, because we must remember again, greeting each other with the name of Hashem, or for that matter, saying things like Baruch Hashem, done, right? If you're thinking about it, because at the end of the day, it's used a lot. Generally, we try to treat the name of Hashem with a profound sense of reverence and respect. Part of the way we do that is not just like bantering it around. Yet again, it was introduced. What is one of the first? See it? One of the first things Boaz comes from Bethlehem, right? He comes to his field, he sees his workers working, and he says to them, Hashem imachem, Hashem is with you. That's the first time you see someone greet other people with the name of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. My friend, one of the pasuk says, Hashem imcha gibar ha'ara. That's by Gidon. That's by Gidon earlier on, right? Earlier on, Hashem gibar So the why do you need the second pasuk? Because Boaz did it, that's enough of a proof. So the Gemara says that he came up Boaz to the other Nidaite, who was Shmaya Laskimo Ayah. I mean, Boaz just did this on his own. But Lab actually agreed with it. Boaz decided to do this. Hashma va'omer Hashem im va'omer Hashem im chad yibarachayim. So pretty much here's what you count on. If an angel did, pretty much you know God on board with it. Right? So therefore again, if Boaz would have done it, okay, so Boaz did it. But who's to say that Boaz had divine permission? Like perhaps Boaz just did it on volition, so comes along the Malach does it as well. That's a clear indication that Rothschild was good with this practice. Havasman. What's the case of Havasman? So we're going to both say, focusing on one. Tefsid, Haviras Kalamter El Beis Ha'otzer, V'teref Bebeis, U'Bechanuni No Bezos Amtabakos, Imlo Ech Lachemes Arubos HaShamayim Barikosi Lachem, Bracha Lidai. They both say, now this is absolutely beautiful as follows. Hizkiel says to Klal Yisrael, bring your Meister Beis HaMikdash. Get let HaKadosh Baruch Hu see the generosity of Klal Yisrael. Can you imagine you have a chamber in the Beis HaMikdash that is filled with the Meister of Klal Yisrael, representing generosity, and the Navi says, bring more your Meister here. Sorry, the Chanuni of Bezos means literally again test. We started early, right? Test me, right? Test me. That's Baruch Hu says, test me. Chanuni of Bezos up the windows of the heavens to you, and I will shower upon you bracha as the believe guy. So we'll say this is such a beautiful moment. So Hizkiel is saying, like the Navi saying, if Klal Yisrael thought Baruch Hu, how generous you are, Hashem says, you want to see generosity? I'll show generosity. I would say that this is also one of the concepts that you are allowed to touch Baruch Hu with tzedakah. Generally, you're not allowed to go with God. You can't say, God, I'll come this morning if you will let me, land that account in my. That's not the way it works. The whole area in life where you are allowed to go and test Baruch Hu with tzedakah. You can say, Ribono Shel Olam, I am willing to be exceedingly generous, even generous beyond what I'm comfortable to do, on the condition that give it back to me. That's what the Chanuni numbers. Come on, bring it. He's not there, of course. But you understand, right? Bring it out, right? Test me. You be more generous than you think you're capable of doing, and I'm testing me. I'll give it back to you, and then some. Incredible. So he says, Ma'ad B'lidai. What does it mean that Hashem will shower bracha upon you ad B'lidai? It means until there is not enough. So what does that mean? There'll be so much up that your lips will tire from saying enough. Your lips will not say. So again, so here you see that the whole point was let's be more generous. See, the more generous you are, more you give than you get. I will say it's important to understand. You can't right? It's quite possible of mitzvah, and it's beautiful and it's incredible. It's like I'm going to fall from it. Siddur is the one mitzvah where if I push myself, I need you to give it back to me, and okay, it's a divine. And you'll see, I will open up the window of Shamayim, I will give you bracha. Not a lot, so much abundance that you'll say too much. Incredible. Listen, give me go. So Ruach HaKadosh. Yeah, Kadosh Baruch Hu's presence was manifest. Now, again, Rashi points out over here, Mofia, Nishach B'Shas HaSorech. In other words, Kadosh Baruch Hu made himself apparent, not visible, but a Kodesh Baruch presence was present at these pivots. The Gemara says, "Bebeis dino shel Shem, bebeis beis shel Shem, Shmuel Aramasi, beis dino Shmuel, beis dino shel Shlomo." Okay, what are the beis dino shel Shem? B'sid Vayakar Yehuda Vayomer Sak Kohen. Let's remember again the story of Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar is pregnant. Now she's pregnant from Yehuda, but she was disguised at the time that they were in it with one another. She's pregnant. Everyone thinks she committed a form of adultery. Kill her. So what happens? She got embarrassed Yehuda in public, but she does have his staff and his ring. She says, "Father of my child, the owner of this." Yehuda recognized what happens. And he says, "She was wiser than me. She was right." Because remember, Yehuda was delaying giving her to his youngest son, Sheila, because he thought that she was the problem, right? He thought that she's the reason why Er and Onan died. Without realizing that Er and Onan died because of their own averos. So Yehuda says, "Second menu." They want to see 1 second. You know that Tamar with his. After all, Dilma Kieki the Azal Iuligaba. Azal Nami Inish Achina Legaba. Now let's be clear. She did dress up as a harlot. So who's to say that the same way that she had relations with him, she didn't have relations with another man? So who says that Yehuda is the father? That's a Baskal Ba'amra. Mimenu Yatsu Kivushi. It's incredible. So at that moment, the Baskal came out from Shalom and said, "For me, these hidden things were choreographed." So it makes an appearance at the basin of Shem. Now, here's what's interesting. The Baskal was not the in the basin, right? Loba Shamayim. At the end of the day, Baskals don't adjudicate cases. But Yehuda hears the Baskal. Yehuda hears the Baskal and leads Yehuda to say, "Tzat Kamimeri." She's right. She's right. The Gemara says, "I don't understand." Right. So what happens in Shloshmo? They said, "Hineni anu bi neged Hashem v'nimshicho es shor mikachti." So what says, this is incredible. This is when Klal Yisrael wanted a melech. They wanted a king. So they come to Shmuel. Now what's very interesting about this is as follows. They come to Shmuel and ask for it. Shmuel is offended. Because she says, like, why? What's the problem with our current situation? Like, what did I do something wrong? Did I take something from them, exploit my position to somehow for my own self? I didn't do anything. My own Hashem, sorry, say that Hashem, my witness, God is my witness. I did not take anything that I was not entitled to from Klal Yisrael. Vayomer, hey, Vayomer, sorry, it says I'm this. But as you say, we are Klal Yisrael was affirming that she never exploited his position to say it in the singular. To Baskal Ba'amra, I knew the Davar Zeh. The Baskal came out and said to Klal Yisrael, "You know that Shmuel has been a trustworthy servant. He has never exploited his position. The truth is, the request for a new king or for a king is a premature request. That's why Klal Yisrael didn't get a division, like they got shown. Because a stopgap. Incredible. Next, the Bezdino Shel Shlomo. When did the Baskal make the appearance of the Bezdino Shlomo? To say that Vayan Hamelech Vayomer he emo. I'll say this is the famous matter of the two women who come before Shalom, claiming that they are the mother of the baby. But remember again the famous story, Shlomo's baby in half, and then one of them, no, don't cut the baby in half. Shlomo says, "Oh, that's the real father, right? The one who exhibited the compassion. That's real mother." So many yada. So how did he know? Dilma, Iaruma Na'arma. So say, see, to me, right, we say to ourselves, this seems like a pretty exploitable situation. Right? Then who's to say that the woman who wasn't the mother recognized that if she played the part of the mother and exuded a tremendous amount of compassion, that she'd be claiming others. Maybe she was just playing the system a little bit. Abbas called Amra, Shi'imo. Abbas came out and said to Shlomo, that Amra, we might. Says, now the Gemara points out. How do we know that Yehuda came on the Chashem Yarchei Yomi? It's Chazinon, Mechaskinon, Lo Mechaskinon, which the Gemara says some. So I feel like you read the Gemara the Chashav Yarkin Yomi. Rishani Mechazinon, Mechaskinon. To which the Gemara says, so I don't understand. How do maybe you hadn't actually calculated out the month. In other words, maybe he just did the math on all this. How do we know that halacha again? To which the Gemara says, lo mechaskinon. To which the Gemara says, because if you don't see it, maybe someone else had relations with her and the timeline worked out. If you don't see something happen, you can't assume that it occurred. All right, to Shmuel Nami, Kuli Yisrael Kari L'Lashon Yechivi, and then Shmuel also, Shmuel just pointing out over here, maybe it was called, maybe again Yehuda just did the math. The problem just is, even if he did the math, it doesn't say that someone else wasn't also committing at the same time. Shmuel Nami Kuli Yisrael Kari L'Lashon Yechivi. Now again, most again, the raya that a baskel came out by the basin of Shmuel was because it says by Yomer Aid. Maybe referring to Klal Yisrael in the singular form. That said Yisrael no Shabbat Hashem. So in other words, it's not a raya. To which the Gemara says Shlomo Nami Midaha Kat Rachma Bahad Lo Rachma. Even Shlomo. Maybe Shlomo just went ahead and using logic said the one who exuded the greater compassion obviously was the mother. To cut off the baby wasn't the mother. The point the Gemara is making over here is you're inferring that there was a battle, but you have no explicit proof. To which the Gemara says, you're right, Gemara. You're right. The psukim could be interpreted in the Surah that each of these three cases, the Baskel came and intervened. It's your baby. The Baskel came and told Klal Yisrael, Shmuel Hanavi never exploited his position, and the Baskel came and said to Shlomo, that is incredible. So Darshan is ridiculous, Gemara. So Sheish Me also Shosha said there are 600, right? 613 misses given to Moshe. Here's Moshe Rabbeinu. Shos Meshishim Bechamlavin. Sorry. Sheish Me also Shosha said missos, right? For Har Sinai to give Chai. So Sheish Me also Meshishim Bechamlavin. 3 or 5 prohibitions, correspond ultimately again to days of the year. Our boy was corresponding to the major parts of a person's body. I'll say, by the way, I'll point out, why is it that there's 365 lavin corresponding to the days of the year? Right? What's that with that? So perhaps it goes back to yesterday's Gemara, which was the type of Gemara. Remember what the Gemara said? The Gemara said, Hayoshi no schar to mitzvah. Again, if a person musters the courage not to violate an avera, he is given reward as if he has performed a mitzvah. Perhaps the idea of 365 lavin corresponding to the day of the year represent the following result. If all I'm able to do over the course of a day is muster up enough courage not to sin, to resist temptation, that's a successful thing. Obviously, that's not my goal. That's not my goal, right? Abstaining from Avera is not my end goal, right? Sur Meira is definitely an incredible start. But my goal is to become a say. That ultimately, again, is my goal. But when I say, even if at the end of the day, the only thing I can look at, what did I do today? I resisted the temptation to sin. That is God's that accomplishment is meaningful. Hence, 365 Losa says corresponding to the 365 days of the year. Incredible. So Mark goes right there. I'm going to put on the micro. What's the pasuk? Torah Tzivavanu Moshe Morasha. So the pasuk says, literally Moshe Rabbeinu commanded us Torah Morasha. It is an inheritance. It says Gemara. So the Torah, Gematria, top of Chavdalit, Shis Mea Letzar. It's very interesting. So the Gematria of Torah is 611. So the Gemara says, now, what about the other two? It's beautiful. The first two Givos, remember again, we heard from Hashem. So Torah Tziva Lanu Moshe. Moshe Rabbeinu gave us 611 because the Ribono Shel Olam himself gave us first two. Beautiful, beautiful. But David, so now watch this, and this way might be one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. There's 613 mitzvahs. 613 mitzvahs. That's a lot of mitzvahs. It's a lot of mitzvahs, and there was a mission throughout the ages that sometimes consolidate, not an observer. It's want to be clear, right? But I need to consolidate theologically or philosophically. What are the coordinates? David HaMelech said, the truth is, there are 11 core principles to really capture 613 mitzvahs. So you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you have to observe all 613 mitzvahs. What is saying is, how can I consolidate so people understand the theological, philosophical, and spiritual underpinnings of Yiddishkeit? So David HaMelech consolidated it into 11 mitzvahs. What are they? And again, amazingly enough, they are captured in the capital from the Chsiv. Mizmor David. As the pasuk, Mizmor David. This is again Parak Kesvah, chapter 15 in Tehillim. Mizmor David. And it will say the power of Israel. I'm not saying like this. Who is the one who can live in your tent? Who can dwell on your holy mountain? Or in other words, what David HaMelech is saying is, what are the qualities that are necessary for a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What do you need in order to come close to God? To live with God, to live by God, what do you need? We sometimes don't appreciate the profundity of faith, but literally, again, it's a guidebook. So what are the qualities that you need? Go. The word says, Holech Tamim, walk with conviction or simplicity. We'll define all these things. Paul, do tzedek, dover emes bilabavo, do ragal al lishono, don't let any falsehood be on your tongue. Don't do bad to other people. Do not visit degradation upon those who are close to you. So a Rasha is despicable in my eyes. And I respect who revere God. Ultimately, will see exactly what that means. That he will swear to his detriment and will not exchange. Doesn't lend with interest. The shokad are not even low lakach, and he does not go ahead and take a bribe either. Innocent. O Seila, one who lives up to these principles, or you must be over. Will never fall. And I will say, we could spend 3 hours, just dissecting the list of qualities. Because Allah says, you want to live a successful life? These 11 things. That's it. Now you might go again, hold it, tamim, that doesn't, what does it mean ultimately again to be hold it, tamim? Za'avra, is funai, tamim. So let's see what that means is, just on a simple, what does it mean to be tamim? It means to put your trust in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's it. Like tamim, when the parts be complete with Hashem, what does that mean? Rashi says, don't just put your faith in HaKadosh. It means an emunah, simple faith. Hashem is guided back, and therefore I'm going to what is necessary. Next, Paul said that, so I'll say Chilkiah. Oh, how I wish we actually had time to this Gemara. Abba Chilkiah, both sides, the Gemara in the Seches Tainis. Abba Chilkiah was the grandson of Choni HaMa'agel. And the Gemara talks about again how Abba Chilkiah, so as Paul said that Abba Chilkiah, everything he did was measured. Everything he did was methodical. Nothing Abba Chilkiah did was land. So Paul tzedek means, it will say, to live a life of mindfulness. So often in life we do things, we see things, like the pieces of life don't fit together to form one comprehensive tapestry or picture. Paul said that it means that what I do makes sense. The way that I live makes sense. The actions I engage in make sense. Everything I do is thought out and methodical. Next, don't understand about speak truth in heart. He knows that Rav Safra, like Rav Safra. Okay, Rashi points out that here that the Gemara tells a story over here that Rav Safra once had an object to sell. Came to him while he was davening Shmona Esrei. He says, "I want to buy $1." And Rav Safra didn't. So the guy thought that he was hardball, right? So he says, "Okay, fine, I'll give you 150." And the guy starts competing with himself until like he's at some obscene price. Rav Safra finishes Shmona Esrei, right? And he says, "That's what I was willing to." That's what I was willing to accept. So also the Gemara goes in and says, "That's Torah and the skill of all." Sometimes the only person who knows the truth is me, because it's in my heart. The ability to live the truth, even when no one knows it by you, but you. That's a high level. Again, no falsehood came. So ultimately, again, focused. What is again? Never did anything bad to someone else. I did not go ahead and take away my friend's parnos. That is one who keeps his relatives close. And I both say, so what does this mean? What does this mean? Rashi says, so what Rashi seems to indicate is it sounds like over here that if you heard your relative being degraded, you did not just simply, stand by and listen. But perhaps what it goes to mean is like this. Sometimes an interesting dynamic in relationships. Sometimes the things we do to our relatives, we would never do to total strangers, right? We take liberties with our relatives that we would never do. So the Gemara says over here, take care of your mishpacha. Take care of your mishpacha. Sometimes treat our mishpacha in such profound ways that we would never do this to someone else. But yet, the Gemara says you have to take extra to take care of those who are closest to you. Incredible. So what does it mean? Exactly. This refers to Hiskio, who again took his father's bones. His father Mary was Achas. We're going to learn Achas in Parakachil, like in Sanhedrin. Right? So Hiskio took his father's bones, his father's remains, and he dragged them in the street. He was doing that in order to repudiate the idolatry of his father. That's Hashem Yichad.
What up, Zeus?
He honors those who revere Hashem. Zeus,
what's good?
So beautiful.
Zeus, what's good? Okay, your doctor. Did you really?
I couldn't do it, Mom.
That's okay. Did you appointment for Monday?
No, that
Okay, that's fine. All right. What did you do today? Anything fun?
No, I slept most of the day.
Okay.
I'm depressed.
Oh, why were you depressed?
Just
What depressed you? What depressed you?
Just past life decisions that I should have thought better about that I want to talk about.
Okay, you don't have to talk about them. Things are
I
gonna.
got really depressed thinking about it, and then I got caught in my loop where I could have like I should have done that better without this when this happened to time. Should have, yeah, should have, could have.
All right, big dog. I mean, we all.
I should have spoken with her, like when my brother was abusing me. I should have spoken up about it when it was time to get out of that situation.
Yeah, but you were a kid. There's nothing you can do about it, man. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you've got some good stand-up. Are you ready for a week from Monday?
Yeah.
What week from Monday? What are you going to say a week? I mean, that's not funny, though. Okay, what's funny?
Probably one of them in history.
All right, well, Zoo, why don't you tell people the jokes that
Who are the five polarizing people?
it depends on when, and perhaps Zoo. I mean, a lot of people. So, Zoo, do you have your jokes for a week from Monday? What are your jokes? What are you going to say?
Alright, how are you?
Okay, but bad idea. So, what are you thinking about saying?
I'm gonna do what's worked before and I'm gonna talk about God having a listen. How I think it would be better if he would have Down syndrome. It'd be better because that way everyone's getting into heaven. If he has autism, it's fucked.
Yeah, not a bad joke.
And then I'm gonna talk about God, if God was in your car, like he would fit the criteria of being a school shooter.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
They would. Because they have autism. They're ADHD. They're non-verbal. They're just straight up weird.
Okay. What about your funny joke? What about your jokes about the hotline?
That's not funny.
Doug, you know it's funny. All right, are you ready? Okay.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
I wish I was in a wheelchair. They're not gonna be like, this is why I never stand-up comedian.
That are very, very funny.
Yeah, but none of them can stand up.
Well, that one time they could. I know two of them. They're funny.
Yeah, but none of them can stop.
Okay.
I want to be a stand-up comedian, so I'm running bullshit. See, it's not funny when I say it like that, but
Okay,
it's just mean like that. But if I was in a wheelchair, it'd be...
I don't know about that.
Who the best person on me was? The blind.
I mean, I've seen him. You think he's...
What?
Think that guy was that funny?
Because I just pulled 30 points.
That was amazing, dog. Good.
Marching and marched. I chose marched.
So what the fuck are you saying?
Jaeger. Jaeger. Is this a...
Yeah, oh, Jaeger's dog.
Rabbi, why do you love us so much?
Because I had Doze and I had my...
I'll be honest with you. I think you have... You're just going to help me.
All right, let's see. Zoo, quit with your... Zoo, quit with your fucking bullshit.
You like losing.
Let's see it happen.
I haven't played yet. Rabbi.
Baby.
Got hit by... It might be a dark question. This might be a dark question. Rabbi, what was your first experience with death?
When
Someone died.
Jim Henson died.
Who's that?
Have you ever seen the Muppets?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy who... He died in like 1990 or 1989, 1990. It was like 4 or 5.
10?
No, it was like 5. And I didn't know what death was, but I remember my parents explaining to me this guy who I didn't really know who he was, but I knew like all of his characters, like Big Bird and Kermit the Frog, all that stuff he did, and I remember they had all died as well. That they didn't die, just that their creator died. To be around, and then it was like a little bit easier for me to take.
Rabbi,
What up, baby?
technically, because you got everything all carved, you will never die. Now, most people, I don't know, I like more like more. Like, if
Okay, I mean that's fine. No big deal.
what do you think will be remembered in 1,000 years from now? Who do you think will be remembered from today? Not you.
No, but for sure me.
It's inspirational in today's 1,000 years from now.
I am.
Estelle from now will be remembered.
Perhaps no one. She'll be a blip on the radar of history.
Here's why I don't think her music will probably not be related to history.
Okay. No.
What about I think Kanye will be inspirational 1,000 years from now.
Okay. You're up, big dog.
You know why Kanye is going to be remembered in 1,000 years?
Why is that?
Same reason Leonardo da Vinci is remembered.
Okay.
People are the Mona Lisa. People are attracted to beauty in history and was considered beautiful back then. In history, Mona Lisa was considered beautiful back then, right? But 1,000 years, I don't think like beauty standards will change. I don't think Kim Kardashian will be as she is now, but people will be like, I've got Kim Kardashian had children with her. And, because at one point she was seen as one of the most beautiful women in the world. So, because of that, yes.
Okay.
Cleopatra.
What about?
Do you remember her beauty?
Okay. Do you think you'll be remembered for being a good literati player?
unless I get hit by and develop acquired Sabon syndrome, there's no way I'm going to be a good running player.
Okay.
Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Have you boxed syndrome before?
I've known people with some abilities. Yeah, there's this one person that was kind of like that. You could go up to him, ask him any word, and he could spell it immediately, but he had to do it really quickly. So you just go up to him and be like, spell supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and he could do it. But if he had to spell it really quickly. If he spelled it slowly, what are you doing, Zoo? You don't. You have nothing to do. You just got sick and bored of playing. You don't have shit to do, Zoo.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
I have to get it.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I need to
You had to go what?
get dinner.
Okay.
Have you? How long?
We go like a normal person. 2 minutes with air. 2 days without water. 2 months.
2 days. Yeah. What?
Correct. But there was a guy who, in like the 1950s or something, he didn't eat for more than a year. He was like really fat, and he just took vitamin supplements, and he lost like a ton of weight. But he didn't eat for more than a year. So you could go more than 2 months. It's just like an average person, their body starts to break down at that point.
Rabbi,
What up, babe?
I think we'll stop streaming 2 years.
No, I'll die before that.
You got before.
Yeah, I want to stream the rest of my life.
How do you do that?
Just keep streaming all the time.
What if no one notices you for the next 30 years?
All right. I mean, they don't notice me. I'm still doing what I love to do.
What if it's not around in 50 years? Like, go with a good war.
For fifth, we'd all be drunk.
There's no way we can predict the future. No.
Okay, so
You think that Michael Claypool just has a smartphone brain and we can have access to all at any time?
it could be.
Or
Okay, well, if you don't like, then you don't like it.
was living in my friend's house. I was paying child support, and my attorneys were just starting to go through. And I did Christmas, I did New Year's, I totaled my car. I fucked up the rim. One of those cars, each rim, $1,200. So I go to a lot. I'm not going to say the lot because the people know. I had to go in the middle of January. I had to go to a lot, jack up a car, steal the tire off it to replace my fucking rim. You know, I was just living like a nomad. I remember going home one Saturday night and I bought that new car. I didn't buy a new car. I bought a slightly used car. Like, you know, after you get divorced, you give away your truck, family car, and hot rod. I bought an Acura Integra. Met the sound system. And I financed it through this bank. And I had a bank account in this bank, you know, the whole fucking deal. And one night I go home, and I'm dead broke. I got no dough, and I got to do a line of code. And I found this credit card. You get a credit card, they said, and Discover, I had like 3 Discover checks. And that bank had a 24-hour drive-through. And I just wrote a check for $1,000 in cash. The Discover card was closed, for Christ's sake. The Discover card had been taken from me already. I gave Lydia a check and she cashed it. No. They gave me $1,000. Monday morning, 9:01, they called me. And they said, if we don't have our money by 5 o'clock, we'll put the price charges on you. I didn't have the fucking money. I had spent my money on the hour. So I went down to the bank, cut a deal with them to add on to the car, Rich. And then I didn't make the car payment for 3 fucking months. And that was great. The tow truck is following it. And you see the problem, and I get that. You gotta hide your car, a grandpa with camouflage, truck is green, you gotta shake them and shit. You know, when you look back, you think of all this shit, like, what the fuck was I thinking? Why would I even stick it out for something that there's no money in it? Like, there was no money behind back then. I was just doing comedy. I was just loving it. I was getting on stage every night. I finally had a call. My brother, whose wife just recently died, about 2 months ago after I got here. I called him. I told him what my situation was. I told him I couldn't make rent. That I was losing my wife and the kid, you know. And he sent me a plane ticket back to Germany, was come back. So I came back whenever that date was in the Super Bowl. I was back in Germany. But before I left, I went to the Valium guy and I fronted like 10,000 Valiums. I told him I'd be back on that. I told him I'd be back on that when I brought the Valium back here with me to start my comedy career up here as finance. So that's what we'll leave off in January of 93. I did that. Hold on. January, pick up. I love you, brother. Thank you for doing this. Always a pleasure to see you. I miss you with all my heart. I miss you, you know. I'm not mad at Los Angeles. I told my wife that I went to lunch. And I go, I'm not mad. I have a lot of great things happening to me in LA. And I got to meet a lot of great people. You're one of them. So thank you. I'm happy we continue the saga. We'll keep it on whenever you're available, my friend. So I couldn't really go wrong. Yeah, we'll wrap it up. Next time we do this, I'm comfortable talking on this story. There's more excitement in this story. I got the FBI upstairs. So. I love you, brother. As always. Yes, November 25th, Holly's Boneyard. 12 o'clock Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And And then every day after that till the 30th, the Boneyard plays. Hopefully they'll keep me. They'll let me do one show a week. And yeah, I know it, brother. That's great. Good for you. That's what we're trying to do. I love you, brother. Thank you for having me. Of course. Thank you for having me on the Honeydew. A shout out to all you Patreon motherfuckers. I love you. And that's it. All right, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. We'll talk to you all next week. This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Upstart, MyBookie, and Policy Genius. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in the Nightman Studios. I am Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social medias. I want to say thank you to you guys. Seriously, this community continues to grow. I absolutely love my job and the show and the stories that people are bringing here. The fact that you can laugh at your trauma, be that strong about it, be that open about it, be that vulnerable about it. I fucking love it. Thank you for the messages stuff. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you're wanting more of it, man, hit up the Patreon. That community is growing as well. It's called The Honeydew with Y'all, where I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you're getting over a month of free episodes. All right. If you or someone you know has that story that needs to be heard, submit it to honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. Hopefully, we'll get to do a story with you. All right. Now, I want to talk to you about something real quick that I'm very proud of. You know, I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center, and working on with a nonprofit here with Lana called Outreach to the Arts, which is at-risk youth, like myself and the guest you're about to see, where when we were kids, if we had a we'd have been so much further ahead in life. We're teaching these kids how to podcast, how to live switch, how to work with cameras, graphics, editing, the whole thing. Ash is over there helping them. They're watching him. They're learning, and they're super stoked about it. We're going to start a podcast with these kids and get back. So very excited about it. Keep an eye out for that. I'll be feeding you some of that stuff. Probably meet these kids. I'm going to have them on the Patreon. They're really good kids, 18 years old, with stories already that are insane. So that's the biz. We're highlighting the lowlights over here. These are the stories behind the storytellers, and there's only one storyteller like this guy. He is back, y'all. The saga continues. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. I'm just so stoked to talk to you. She's so much. There were those programs when I was growing up. We just rocked them. Look, I grew up in science department. We had all these weird scales. And they knew it was us. They came down and they're like, just give us like 8 bags. Give us 8 of them. They negotiated them. We took all the frogs. Yeah, that's like 300 frogs. Yeah. Well, Mark, they got dissect the frog. I forgot who I was talking to first thing. Then we robbed the athletic department one night. What did you take from them? Everything that was in that thing, from sneakers to jackets to hoodies. They came to my house the next day. They're like, this high school or what? Yeah, the high school. They came to your house. And they're like, we know, just come on, give us a break. The kids can't run track this week, but I just bring it back. They're forfeit them. And we'll make believe like we don't know what happened. You know, take nothing ever happened. I swear to God. I believe you. Don't even swear to me. I believe you. Oh, God. The trophy. The trophy. Just take a trophy. You can't even sell those. Then you had it. I need them. Please, before we get into IOG, it's legal to bring grass now. Yeah, that's right, it is, huh? So you can actually, they'll let you smoke at the venue, not inside, but outside? Yeah, I know. No, outside now, it's legal in New Jersey. Okay, good. Your Patreon. Doing well. I love it. Really got me out of the funk. If it wasn't a Patreon, I still would have been in the funk, talking to those people every day, answering messages. You know, I had it July, August, September.
What up, Frosty? Long time no speak. How you living, pimp?
Just shooting little videos. I can do 2-3 podcasts a week, just 20-minute podcasts. You know, yeah,
long time no speak. How you doing, big dog? How's life been? Hi, George.
The Die Hard. So, how much is yours a month, Joey? 3, 5, and 10, and it's no more merchandise. That shit gets lost. People don't get the t-shirts. It's just remaining at it. You and like Jimmy, I'm doing the same with my name. I'm helping out a few comics. Couple retired cops. I use cops to give me rides, the gigs, and they're retired, shit like that. I donated to the restaurant thing. Yeah. Before me, now I'm donating to the others. That's what my Patreon is for. Help out a few people, and they might, yeah. But you're doing it twice a week, and 20-minute episodes twice a week? Yeah. That's great. It's more music-based, shit like that. Well, make sure you subscribe to that. And, what you're referring to. So, John Menadakis at Jimmy's Famous Seafood in Baltimore took a page out of Portnoy's book and did what Dave did in Baltimore, raised money for local restaurants and stuff, because they shut the city down, but they didn't shut the county down. That bullshit. So he raised over $500,000, and today I get to make a call to a bar I used to go to back in the day called Ale Mary's to let them know that money business. You're gonna rely on it. You ain't rely on the guy that you're relying, man. The people I mentioned in the beginning, I go, listen, guys, I promise you unemployment. Who knows how many people are going to call? Go get a job for now. Go stock shelves until this clears up. And sure enough, people in Jersey are unemployment. I had to help my buddies out last month and this month because it's just a nightmare. Which James go. He's like, look, I took a job as he's a dad down there, and I say, good for you, man. Good for you. You can't eat pride. That's right, brother. Pride don't fill your belly. All right, So let's get back into it here. We're talking January 1993 is where we left off. I believe you're leaving Colorado. I'm leaving Colorado. I'm leaving away. I'm physically I'm but just emotionally and believing for the first time. First time in 10 years, I was done again. Like, I had just gotten to a big chunk of life, a lot had happened. Right, just as a reset, how old were you in January of 93? Whatever, divide it. Thank God I have my calculator with me. What year were you born? I'm 30 years old. You're very young. You're still young. You're 29. I got nothing going on. I got comedy under my belt. I'm not featuring yet. How long have you been doing stand-up? At that point, a year and a half. Okay, you about me. I didn't start. I dabbled at 20, but I didn't do it again until I was 27 when I really got into it. I was doing it every week. Okay, what was that? I was friends with Stanhope already, that type of shit. And then I got fired from the broker where I worked at a store, at a house MC. And I just really went into the dumps. The girl I was dating moved to New York, and I was making money selling back. That's how I made a living. Selling and eating back. When you're about in sales, then depression is definitely going to be in your life. I was going to say, so value of sales, if you just said. Value sales. Sound like you sold it with a fucking suit and tie on. I was selling value like September of 92 to January 93. That's how I made a living. What kind of living we talking? Is that the only thing you have to do to get by? That's it? So value? 600 a week. Okay. That was one of my methods, selling Valium. I was working for sports betting service. I delivered Coke, I delivered Chinese food. All right, so wait. If I want to buy Coke from you when I order Chinese food, do I ask for a special something? Will be like, is there a duck sauce on the side? Or I got the job that I told people if you need Coke, call me. So they would call the Chinese restaurant. And then one minute Chinese people came up to me like, we don't know what's going on. You get more. So I had to tell the people, listen, you all get a fucking Coke. You better order an egg roll. So I had an excuse to go to your house. They were just calling asking for you to come over without making any orders. Yeah, that's different. And telling people, like, what the fuck? You get more Coke than us. So I told people, you gotta order a pint of fried rice. Yes. And I'll put it at the bottom. I'll put it in a baggie at the bottom. So even if I get arrested, I can blame it on the Chinese guy. I had to download fucking science. Right? So, I'll do whatever I can. If you want to fight Coke for values one way and I was working, I would actually make you come down to the venue, the broker. I would just tell you, come to the broker. And you go, why am I meeting you at the broker? And I go, because I got to meet my Colombian friend there. You want your Coke pure, right? You go, yeah. I go, yeah. You me at the broker. I'll give it to you at the broker. No. You were going to pay for a ticket to come to the comedy show. So I'm thinking, okay, all right. So you got to buy a broker. You got to buy on this thing. I'm on the stage going, hey, come on, babe. Just pay the $5 at the door. And the people would pay, and like, they would have back to it. And they go, what about the $10 I paid at the door? And I make up some story, give an extra bill. I think I was paying like a quarter of bill, and I was selling them for like $3. Damn. So it was like high profit. I was getting rid of $300-400 a week. So I found myself just broken. I was broken about how my divorce was going. I was broken talking about the only thing that was good in my life was comedy. That was the only good thing in my life. But you're taking those Valiums, so you're bringing yourself down medically too. So I'm wired, yeah. But is Valium fun? Just one? Isn't it like a hell of a drink? I'm smart. I'm very good. I'm getting my dick stuff. Yeah. I'm not just sitting there with a pill watching TV like a fucking asshole. You know. I'm doing coke and then I'm eating the Valium to throw off the fucking coke so I get a hard up. So I had a little Asian girlfriend at the time. We were having a little affair. And I just didn't want to go nowhere. It just was a dead light. So I fucking called a friend of mine, his wife answered, and I told her what was going on in my life. And she sent me a plane ticket to come home. I went, I got like 1,000 Valiums because I knew I could get rid of fear. And I fucking just came here like Super Bowl Sunday, 1983. And I sold some Valiums and I got a job selling cars. And I started doing comedy around the city at New York Comedy Club and stuff like that. So you left Colorado to go to, did you go to New York or back to Jersey? I went to Jersey. And then you would do comedy at night. In New York City, I was selling cars, you know, and then finally she had a baby where I was staying. She was pregnant. And they had a baby, so I had to find a place to stay. So my buddy had to go to rehab. So his mother let me stay. He was in rehab with the deal that when he got out of rehab, I was going to take care of him. I wasn't going to take care of anybody out of rehab. I had my own rehab issues. But I was a functioning, you know what I'm saying? Like I was, so I was working in the city. I stayed in New York from January of 93 to November of 93. I probably got on stage 12 times in those months. Not as many as I should, you know. It was a hard time to me. I was watching a lot of comedy. You know, like when you're at that level, that nobody will talk to you at a comedy club. You just go there. They know you're a comic, kind of. You did an open mic there and you ate a bag of shit. Yeah, they don't really talk to you and you don't talk to them. It's like I was at that level. So I was going into like Lucian's Club, stuff like that, and watch. And then at night, I would go to an open mic that started at 11. It went from 11 to 4. Damn it. 4 in the morning? And sign up was at 11. When you got there, you were already number 94. Holy shit, yeah. It was like 6 minutes spot. It was called in. So I would sign up and I would drive a limo. And I would go to Kennedy Airport, pick up the last Asian, Japanese people usually fly in late about 1. I'd pick them up, I'd drive, like, go to your Triple Inn, and my spot would be ready. It'd be like 2:30 in the morning. I'd be like half an hour away from doing my spot. Being on stage, seeing a chick give a guy a hand job. Like, that's the type of place you want. So, you stand in those old Blues Brothers places where they put up people can throw shit. I've always wanted to do that. This was the place. Without stage, it sounds like. Let me ask you this question real quick. You're going through what you're going through. You're in a dark place. What is that 6 minutes doing for you? When you're getting on stage and at least getting to fucking tell these jokes, does that 6 minutes helping you more than any drug or, you know, how you feel? Yeah. You want to keep going back, right? I was really at an all-time low. Human being. The only thing that was keeping me alive was my day job. You know, I like my day job. I got a job working for a dear friend of mine who owned a sandwich place, and he wanted to start a delivery business. So I would go to all the businesses in the area and pick their phone number, and I would fax them the menu for the day. And I tripled the delivery business. So I would work from 10:30 to 1, 2 o'clock, and make about $800 a week. me on Patreon. Oh, nice. All right. He rehab. So it was me, him, and his grandmother living in a two-bedroom apartment in Side Park, New Jersey. So when he got out of rehab, he was hooked on heroin. So it was like a joint family. He has a great family. So his grandmother, his mother, his sister, and his aunt were like his support system and me, you know. But it was me and his grandmother who lived there with him, right? So everybody, he didn't have a job, he was on disability. They got him a job in the city, like moving rocks in the daytime. He got paid like with food stamps, like once a week, and he'd go buy heroin with it. I love that heroin dealers will take food stamps. So, there's an asshole heroin dealer taking Bitcoin and shit today. You know that guy's out there. So George would sit there at night, we'd be watching TV, and he couldn't wait for his grandmother to go to bed. That was our whole goal. You know, like if I walked in at 12 and grandma was awake, George's face was red because he was dying to shoot. But he couldn't because his grandmother was awake. So I come in and I go, Grandma, what are you doing up? Letterman time. Go watch David Letterman. And he'd look at me like, thank God. And then she'd go in her room, close the door, and she had a cat. She had a cat out the room, on her bed, and she would just sit there at night, snacking like eating popcorn. And I would wait for George to go in the bathroom, and I'd time it perfectly. You know, I'd let him burn it, let him put the fucking thing on, and then I'd shoot spitballs at him. Door. Right, door. You hit them. She would sit there with the cat, and all of a sudden, these spitballs would be hitting the bed, and she'd be looking up at the ceiling, and she thought the stuff was gone. And she'd go, what the hell? And she'd get up, and she'd go looking for her grandson. Georgie, what? And I'd be in the room laying there, like making believe I was dead. And she'd come in and she'd go, Georgie, and I go, Grandpa's me. And she goes, where's Georgie? I go, I don't know. And she'd literally shoot heroin fast. She would storm to the bathroom and bang out the door. And he's all tied off. Trying to get a vein. He's over there with the ground. So, you know, their families are collected. They are collected. And they had in the hallway. And again, there were some nights that Grandma would go to bed, lay down, but George would go to bed first. He would play it off like, you know, Grandma, I'm tired. He would go to bed and sweat bullets because he knew if he went to bed, Grandma would go to bed and she wouldn't have to worry about it. So again, I'd let him go to bed, Grandma go to bed, and then I'd go to bed. And sure enough, George would get up, put up time to cook the heroin, and tie up his arms, and then I'd walk out the hallway with a hand in it. And I didn't go on. I know those gongs. I've hit one fucking thing. It made my daughter cry. They're loud as shit, man. I hit the gong, and again, she'd come out. What Jordan? I don't know. And she'd run into the bathroom. Georgie, open up. And she'd bang on the door, the whole fucking thing. I'll never forget. It was like I was physically and mentally down, but my house was fucking hilarious. He used to sit on I had to be in the city. Some days I had a free ride to New York because my friend's father was a bus driver. So I had to learn the schedules. And I know we get on. Free, yeah, that's nice. It's something that now is a life that. And it was just my education at the time. It was those 9 months in New York. Like, it was a lot of fun. I did a couple crimes. What kind of crime? Like, ripping off drug dealers. Yeah, the friend that was still into it. Let me ask you this. All the crimes that you've committed in your life, from kidnapping to dealing to whatever, what was the one that was most nerve-wracking? Would it be the kidnapping or would it be knocking off a dealer? Because I feel like knocking off a dealer is dangerous. Knocking off a thief, and that's what I was doing. My buddy had gotten EA badges. He was getting involved. He was getting his info with the EA agent, and it was like stealing. And so you know, you just go make those hits. Yeah. On Tuesday, he's going to get a delivery at his office of a kilo, and he's got 2 guys. And bring 4 guys. And bring 4 guys with guns, you know. So I did that like 2 or 3 times, and I was like, I'm not left. Yeah, I mean, doesn't that just fucking, are you always looking over your shoulder then? I'm a fucking comedian. I'm done. Yeah. And then, like, August of 93, I was like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I had to go on the back and forth, you know, this comedy thing. I just came and looked behind. I looked into the mouth of the tiger. This requires a lot of work. It's going to be a lot. I can stay here and work really hard, or go to Colorado, be closer to my daughter, and work, and do better work. Like I do regular shows. Like I knew people from shows and bars, stuff like that. And it was crazy. I quit the job at the deli in like the end of the summer, and I got a job selling Nissans and Lincolns or something like that. Mazdas, goddamn, in Englewood, Cliffs. It's a high-end area. And one day this girl came in with this guy, fucking beautiful girl, Puerto Rican girl, just like 12. Body-wise, he was 12. And this kid's just a little kid, you know. And as I saw him in the car, they just graduated college. She's a drug counselor. He's like studying to be like a half a bag. Studying to be. She was beautiful, you know. And I called her 2 days later to see how the car was going. As a salesman, you always have to call and see how the car is doing. Is there anything else I can do for you? Conversation. You know, and she goes, I want to come see you stand up. I saw. And she came by herself. And I go, where's your boyfriend? And she goes, my me and him broke up. After 3 years, we decided it's time. So I started dating her under the lie that I was clean and sober. Oh, yeah, she's a drug counselor. Yeah, she was a drug counselor. But the car she bought was amazing. She was buying because she wanted to drive to Colorado. Boy, all right. Job offer in Denver. So I said, listen, you want to Denver? And she goes, yeah. I go, I'll make the road. It was like perfect. It was like, yeah, And that one was really scary. Why? Yeah. What can you say about it? Like when you're robbing them, are they there? Are you hitting their stash when they're not there? Are you taking it from them? Like how's it going down? They're there. They're there. They're there. Are you covered? No. They don't know. Okay. No, we're covered. I don't know that. I don't know what they had at the job. I don't know, you know. So that's the scary thing. Yeah, I needed money. I needed quick cash. And I'm the girl. We busted in there. It was the weirdest thing because this is how weird life is. I would work, if I didn't work at the deli, if I worked at the deli, I would meet with certain kids and he would take his car. He would rent like a car that resembled the cop car and he would park 3 or 4 blocks from their stash house. And he wanted them to see him. Right. Because in their mind, we wanted them to think we were cops. So when you come in and you're cops, what are you going to say? You take everything. Go to residence. So we would go into guys as being cops, you know, like, you know. This one time it wasn't good. The one guy was like, you're not a cop, blah, blah, blah. Really? He called it out? And and I was like, that's it. I'm not doing this again. We had to run a little bit. Like I had to run like a block or two. You ever get shot at or anything like that? No, not this time. But then, like that money took like 30% of what I owed. Like I still wasn't right. I still didn't have enough money to move, you know. I was fucking broke. I was living. I got a new line. So this guy we followed. And we followed him for about 4 days. And do you know this was the easiest money I ever made? We were following him up the Henry Hudson Parkway Expressway. We were like by 100th Street, 110th Street. And there's like a pull-off section. He just pulled off and ran away from the car. He thought you guys were cops following him. That is easy. We drove around. Take the car too. I'd take it all at that point. In fact, we opened up the trunk. It was right there in the trunk. We took it. That's how I made the money. And then I put a bet in on Philadelphia was playing the Jets, I think, in Jersey, and Randall Cunningham got hurt. And I bet, like the bet won, I won like another $8,000. Something like I already had money, and I put this huge bet in. The deal was, if I would collect, I lose. I was going. Then I ended up winning. In Colorado. So I think I left for Colorado maybe like a week before Halloween. Now I've done that drive from Maryland. So if you're doing coke and pills and all this, how are you hiding that on a cross-country trip with a drug counselor? Well, with her, I just took a little bit of coke with me, and I had weed joints rolled. You know, with you know, the whole magazine and stuff. In the morning, while she was taking a shower, hotel room, and go for a walk and air out and shit like that. You know? And then we got to Denver. You know, I got to see my daughter. We got an apartment like in Aurora, a suburb of Denver. She started a job. I think I lasted 10 days in the house. And she caught me. She did. Yeah. And she goes, I had a feeling you smelled like marijuana 10 days ago. Why did you just tell me the truth and all this shit? Like, I don't know. You were just so fucking hot, you know. She didn't go for it. She said she couldn't get a job. She would lose the job, you know. So I ended up with a cousin of mine who was fucking nuts, you know. He wasn't a blood cousin, but we had grown up together. And I had seen him out. listen, man, I really want to get together with my wife. Would you mind? Would you just give us some, if you left her alone? And direct me, right? This guy could probably beat me out, but he was a man, you know. He goes, you can do what you want, but if you can help me, I have a child with her. And if I can get her so for the child to have a mother again, you know. So I thought about it, and I'm like, this guy came up to me like a fucking man, you know. So I stopped seeing her. I just got my stuff and left. She was pissed. She called me a bunch of names. And I found a little apartment in Boulder right before the holidays. And, yeah, I started 94 in Boulder. So January 94. By that time, I'm rocking and rolling down in Boulder. You are. What are you doing to pay bills and things? Are you still have a job or are you hustling? What are you doing? I'm doing a couple of different things. I'm fucking selling cars. I'm selling neon. At the time, I was doing red light doing neon, like those lights and shit that used to be on everything. Open signs and all that shit. Oh, okay. I like that. And I was just doing comedy. Comedy was my life. Comedy was my fucking life, you know? So, hold on here. Can we keep this in? Yeah, you can. That's a whole different kind of sit down right here, brother. It's a whole different kind of sit down. When you have, you know, paper on the papers. So I got 8 weeks out of pills. That's my street is stuff. I drink 3 probiotic drinks a day. You know, and when I take this pill, lots of pharmaceutical really break things up in your asshole. When you got a shit, Jack. There ain't no time out. There ain't no nothing. A couple weeks ago, I was doing a podcast, and I had a shit. And I had to come in here with the camera and everything, and just like nothing happened. It was an audio one for Patreon. People were hearing. The people put comments, we heard you blush. Dude, I've been there before. I've been there where I got feels. I'm like, talking to myself, like, nah, I don't have an outfit for this. It's horrible. It's horrible to have to fucking do a podcast and take a shit for me. It's the middle of it. In the middle of this whole surgery, I had to take a little model with me in the podcast. And sometimes when I was doing the podcast, I take a little bit and stop. Tremendous is right, bro. This is what's how podcast used to be. We all do it on apartments in Orange. All these fags, the studio, the lighting is right. Get the fuck yourself. Bunch of those guys, they complain about the lighting. I mean, the sound. How's the sound when you suck a dick on the street? How's that sound? You fucking sack of shit. Anyway, sorry about that. It's a tremendous shit. Not nice and smooth. Good. As you can see, there's no pressure. No, I see. There's no faces. No anxiety. No, that's the smooth. That's his medication. It's not even a smooth softness. It's a mist. Oh, I see. Yeah, I know those fucking those pills are clog you all up. So this cleans you out, huh? There's no. It's right when it's now, right now. I hear you. Hold on. I gotta wait. spread my cheeks like a gay guy. Oh my God. Alright, so January 94. Hold on, I gotta pee. Hold on, the camera is right there. You don't want it. Wait, you're gonna stand up to pee? I would pee sitting down. Well, you're on a minute. You're already. Why would you stand up to pee when you're already? Because I only put my dick in the toilet. And I don't know what to take in the toilet. Wait, you just took a shit and you're standing up to pee. Yeah. I want to know if anybody out there does that. I watch you already did all the work. You sit there, man. You just piss it out. Yeah. So what do I do? Put my dick in the toilet from dirty. Other kids who did it. Now, you do a little manscaping while you do it. Yeah, clean it up a little bit. Unbelievable. Those are pubic hairs on it. Oh man, this is no cologne, fucking refine. I spray some for the shit man there. Again, take that thing. Oh my God. Alright, get comfy. Sorry about that. No worries. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Especially you're on that medication. Well, that was a tremendous shit. That was like 19 inches. Oh yeah, 19 inches. It looked like people with two snakes sticking out the fucking toilet. Fucking tremendous. I've never heard that one about my Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Upstart. Now, you know that credit card that you're afraid to look at to see what the balance is? Well, if you've been avoiding your debt, it's time to confront it. Upstart can help you face it and finally pay it off. Listen to me. Upstart is the fast and easy way to get a personal loan to pay off your debt. It's all online. And whether you're paying off credit cards, consolidating high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 500,000 people have used Upstart to get a simple, fixed monthly payment. Upstart finds smarter rates from trusted partners because they assess more than just your credit score. With a 5-minute online rate check, you can see your rate up front for loans from $1,000 to $50,000. You can get approved the same day and receive funds as fast as one business day. If debt is taking over your life, it's time to get a fresh start with Upstart. So many of you have hit me up and told me that you've used Upstart and how easy it is and how glad you are that you did it. I'm telling you, it's the best thing to do. Consolidate it. Get yourself one monthly payment. All right, this is all you have to do. If you want to find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today, that's upstart.com/honeydew. Don't forget to use our URL to let them know we sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, your income, and other information your loan application. Go to upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is MyBookie. Now, March is here. I'm a Pisces, big fan of March. In fact, it's my birthday today if you're listening to this. And March, it's time for you to share your short big on the non-stop action with MyBookie. Select winners from 63 tournament games in the MyBookie bracket contest for a chance at $10,000 in cash prizes. And it's only $1 to enter. That's right, $1. It doesn't matter whether you're filling out multiple brackets, if you're betting the national championship winner, or if you're simply looking for player and game props. MyBookie has you covered. Sign up today at mybookie.ag and use promo code HONEYDEW to secure a deposit bonus of $1. Promo code HONEYDEW to claim your first deposit. NBA, NHL, no matter the sport, no matter the minute from tip-off to buzzer, MyBookie puts the action in your hands with in-game live betting. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Our next sponsor is Policy Genius. Now, if you're like me during the pandemic, I'm going back looking at all my bills, figuring out what I can pay cheaper on almost every single thing I'm paying. So why not get a head start by revisiting your home and auto insurance with Policy Genius? answer a few questions about yourself and your property. Then, Policy Genius is going to take it from there. They're going to compare rates from over America's top insurance, from Progressive. This team will look at all the ways to maximize your savings, including bundling your home and auto policy. It's a better rate than what you're paying right now to switch you over for free. That kind of services earn Policy Genius a 5-star rating on thousands of reviews, plus Pilot and Google. Alright, so while you're gearing up for spring cleaning, don't forget to dust off your home and auto insurance policies with Policy Genius. Reshop your rates. You can save up to $1,055. Head to PolicyGenius.com to get started right now. Policy Genius. When it comes to insurance, it's nice to get it right. Now, back to the dude. January night before Colorado. I'm in Boulder. And I just found up. I'm doing comedy. And where back then? Sorry. Back then, there was a guy named Andy Payton. Ran at 7. He had 14 or 15 rooms. He was brilliant. I thank him for my comedy career. There's a lot of guys I got to thank to Rogan, Stanhope. But he's one of the earlier guys. We banged heads, but he did it right. He put together a comedy newspaper. All these comics, I'm always playing them. He gives me a chance. I'm going to be a writer. Okay. Here's a chance. You're a fucking writer. Write a column on comedy every week. You write a comedy on a comic. You write a column, article about a comedy club. You write an article. He did this really smart. And then he would make the places that did comedy by advertising in his newspaper. And he would put the newspaper out once a week. It was great. It was really great. I mean, I did comedy after a fucking line dancing class. Monday night was an Australian bar that only sat 9 people. Tuesday night was a fucking an Italian restaurant that the waiter was also Elvis in person. Okay. So he would cook for the food as a waiter and the reading of it. And he was just one fucking, in the beginning of comedy, And you were on stage watching Joe Torre and everybody, HBO, and you're like, I'm fucking doing comedy at an Italian restaurant for an Elvis impersonator. That part of comedy is just frustrating. And even though you're doing it and you're writing, you're doing all the things you're supposed to be doing, not moving as fast and you're like it would be, But I was all like, I was out 7 nights. Okay, so that's a scene where you could actually do 7 nights a week. Yeah. Okay. On Wednesdays, 12:56, they gave you a free steak. That's why I hit the kid in the head with the microphone, busted his fucking head. He kept flipping bottle caps in the comics. Now, what I'm telling you, next time you look a bottle cap, I'm gonna fucking hit you in the head. And he walked up to the stage, so I just hit him with the microphone. And I forget the headline was name. Years later, I saw the headline, and he goes, "You're not gonna hit somebody with the microphone for that, are you?" So, Mondays was the Australian bar. Tuesdays was Comedy Works open mic. So they had this Mexican bar that was open mic. Wednesday was Club 56. Thursday was El Dorito. They gave me a $25. They gave me a $25 gift certificate. And then Thursday, there was something else on Thursdays. And then Friday and Saturday, you're an open micer. You deliver Chinese food. All right, so I stepped on you. Sorry. You said January 94, you just got done something. You were starting to say you just got done doing something. I just moved back from New Jersey. And I was getting my feet on the ground. It took me about 3 months to get going. And now we're going. All right. Like material for 8 people. But in his mind, he was at Madison Square Garden. So for years, I was complaining that every time I got on stage, there was 8 people. He made it look like Madison Square Garden. So that's what made me say, from New York, I can get better in Colorado just as much as in New York. Same half the money and be close to my daughter. Right. You know, how old is your daughter at this point? 4. I came back. I celebrated her 4th with me and the ex-wife. And that's what was going on. I had an apartment. I had a good job working for a sports betting service in the wintertime. And then on the off season, I was delivering Chinese food for Coke. And I was also selling neon for my mother. You know, I wasn't selling because remember when I did the $10,000 to New York? Yeah.